humbly request you to again put your mobile phones back on silent mode as we start this morning's session. Alright, before I start off, I'm going to go through a very unconventional radio exercise that we used to do. I'm going to ask all of you, since you're doing a morning session, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes for the next 30 seconds. Close your eyes, be with me. Before I introduce myself, I'm going to go through a rough exercise. Close your eyes and just hear and imagine what I'm going to say. Think right there in front of you is a sizzling hot paneer platter kept in front of you with delicious spices, and the aroma is just reaching your senses, reaching your nose. Take a deep breath and feel the aroma, feel the taste. Now open your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, products are created in factories, but brands are created in minds. They say a product may get outdated, but the promise that a brand makes is timeless. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and with this, Exchange for Media Group welcomes you to India Brand Conclave 2024. Can you have a huge round of applause for all the people present here that sculpt the brands of the future, present and past. Zordar talia, everybody, a big round of applause. That's right, India Brand Conclave 2024, powered by Star Sports, the home of sports. Associate partner, Kantar. If I tell you about Kantar, it is the world's leading marketing data and analytics business and an indispensable brand partner to the world's top companies, including 96 of the world's 100's biggest advertisers. Kantar combines the most meaningful attitudinal and behavioral data with deep expertise and technology platforms to track how people think and how they act. It helps clients develop the marketing strategies that shape the future and deliver sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, with this I formally introduce myself. Hi, my name is RJ Rahul Manjal, and the little radio exercise works to get you started. But today, I come out of my radio box right here at India Brand Conclave 2024, where we are focusing on building purpose-led, future-fit brands and are about to unleash the imaginative minds in the marketing universe. Buckle up as our speakers share their marketing insights and ignite and inspire you. They will take your brand to greater heights. Fasten your seatbelts, अपनी कुर्सी की पेटी बांध लीजिए and get ready to experience some marketing extravaganza like never before. But before we set the ball rolling, I'd like to inform you that our hashtag for today is hashtag India Brand Conclave. And if you missed it, well, you cannot miss it. It's right there on top. Hashtag India Brand Conclave, as you can see it right here. Why you should post it is because on our social media platforms, we have a contest which is live. It is your chance to win exciting prizes and gift hampers, and I promise you, we will give it out right here, right now, throughout the day. All you have to do is share your experiences, share your videos, selfies, messages, and you need to use the hashtag India Brand Conclave on LinkedIn, Twitter, Insta, or any social media platform, tagging the Exchange for Media. That's right, Exchange with the number 4 media group page, and there are a few extra brownie points for posting pictures and videos. So what are you waiting for? Get started now. Make sure you tag us and use the hashtag. Not just that, we also have a quiz coming up. Yes, there are 3 very exciting questions that we'll ask you, and instantaneously the gratification will be given to you right here, right now. So keep the buzz going on social media. Please keep tweeting and gramming using hashtag India Brand Conclave. We've got a great lineup of speakers for you today and an action-packed day. The theme for today, ladies and gentlemen, is building purpose-led future-fit brands. By that I mean that in a world defined by constant change, brands must also do more than just offering products. They must serve a higher purpose and align with their vision for the future. Purpose-led brands don't just react to change. They processively and proactively embrace innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity as foundation principles. Future-fit brands, as we call them, anticipate technological demographics and global shifts and patterns and remain agile and relevant. At India Brand Conclave 2024, we aim to explore how brands can authentically infuse purpose in their DNA and create lasting value. It emphasizes the need for a holistic approach that considers not only just the present but also the ever-evolving future, where brands are not just products but active participants in shaping a better world. But before we roll, let's take a moment to acknowledge our partners. Yes, powered by Star Sports, the home of sports, and associate partner Kantar. Can you have a look at our partner messages on the screen? Are you there?
When every home feels like a stadium, an IPL fan's heartbeat looks like this. IPL 2023 on Star Sports was a testimony that the love for cricket runs deep in India. Best experienced in the stadium. The stadium that is inside the homes of millions of Indians. Brought to them by Star Sports. Over 505 million people witnessed history. Over 428 billion minutes were shared in the love for cricket. And over 64 million people came together at the same time to watch two titans clash in the final to remember. IPL 2024, Star Sports is set to raise the bar further for a spectacle like none other. The fans are ready. Are you?
At Kantar, we believe in the power of brand. Every year, we talk to millions of real consumers, wherever they are, collecting billions of insights into how they think and act. So we understand how their lives and their relationships to products and services are evolving. Placing what matters most to people at the core of your strategy, identifying the creativity that's effective and the media campaigns that work, tracking your brand health, decoding shopper behavior, improving your consumer experience, and innovating more effectively. That's why, for over 50 years, the world's most valuable companies have trusted us to be their indispensable brand partner. Kantar. Shape your brand future.
Can you have a round of applause for our partners? They've always supported us. A huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, it's time to kickstart the morning session. And with us, yes, are you ready to enter a world where dirty dishes tremble with fear, laundry smells of freshness, and the surface shines brighter than disco balls? Where you must become, the superstar of everything. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because our keynote speaker represents a brand that truly cares about every home. We are talking about Hindustan Unilever Limited, and it gives me immense pleasure to share with you that our keynote speaker has been a part of HUL for almost 3 decades now. Please welcome on stage a leader whose leadership purpose is to inspire others to get utopia they thought they couldn't reach. And when we talk about purpose, who better than the OG brand when it comes to talking about that purpose? Please put your hands together for Executive Director, Home Care, Hindustan Unilever Limited, one and only one, Mr. Deepak Subramanian. Let's welcome him with a huge cheer, everybody. So a whole lot of things to share about you, but the people have been waiting for you.
Hello, can you hear me? Is my mic working? Hello, can you all hear me? Okay, so good morning everybody. I just realized that it's going to be a bit difficult to do this presentation with the thought of that paneer in my mind still, but I'm going to give it a try. So I have some good news and then I have some not so good news, or maybe you can call it bad news. The good news is that when it comes to everything to do with creating purposeful brands, there's a hell of a lot of material available. You just have to Google, you just have to go online. There are lots of people who will give you expert advice, talk to you about how to build purposeful brands. So there's a hell of a lot of material available. The bad news is that it's very hard to craft and build purposeful brands, and you only learn it truly when you do it. There's a lot of mistakes you make along the way, and that's why my presentation for today as a keynote is creating purposeful brands, a practitioner's guide. I've had the opportunity to work on some of Unilever's biggest, most purposeful brands over my time in the company. I can tell you it's not easy. It requires a lot of perseverance. I've made a lot of mistakes along the way, and I thought that in the next 20-25 minutes odd, through my sharing, I can pass on some of the learnings and lessons that I've had. And if each one of you can leave from here with at least one message or one tip that you can take back into your own brands, I think I would have spent these 20-25 minutes would have been well spent for me. So let's get on with it. A couple of videos and some examples to share as always. And I'm going to try to keep some time at the end to make it two-way. So hopefully we have some Q&A at the end. So please do feel free to ask me questions at the end. Okay? So let's start then with, as always, the what. And what is brand purpose? You know, there's a lot of definitions. There's a lot of people who can speak for hours about this. I guess the simplest and most intuitive definition that works for me, and that's what I put down here, and each word here is specifically crafted, has a specific meaning, which I will share with in a minute. I call it, a single-minded and enduring expression of how the brand helps to make the world a better place. And I'm going to call out three things here: single-minded, enduring expression, and a better place. And maybe just go a little bit deeper, saying what does it mean, wearing very, very practical an operator's hat. So single-minded simply means one single enduring thought, consistent over time and across touch points. Sounds easy, very, very hard to do, because there are always so many competing messages. Best example I can think of is this beautiful brand which I have the honor of leading and building in my portfolio, Surf Excel. 2004 was when Daag Achhe Hain was born. We are now in 2024, and it's the same thought that goes on, and many of you have seen, grown up, enjoyed 20 years of consistent advertising. It's the same thought, we just keep it contemporary and keep it running. But this brand, which some of you would have seen, has become a billion-dollar brand. HUL's first billion-dollar brand is not a simple brand. There are many, many formats, there are many, many geographies, and building consistency becomes harder, because there's a piece of bar advertising, there's powder advertising, there's liquids advertising, there's capsules advertising. How do you start to make it all do the relevant job that has to be done for that format, and yet be true to what the brand stands for? Not easy, but I think the first part of what is brand purpose is that you've got to be single-minded, and this is really the way in which Surf Excel has been built. And just to get us into the mood, I'm going to share with you the first Daag Achhe Hain ad, which was created 2004-2005. And I'm going to share with you then straight after that a piece of our latest advertising which has just gone on air yesterday, and I leave you to decide how enduring the thought is. So there we go.
दाग लगने से अगर कुछ अच्छा होता है तो दाग अच्छे हैं ना। सर्फ एक्सेल, दाग अच्छे हैं,
वापस नहीं करना।
Yeah, so all of you remember that, and that was 2004-2005. And for the India of 2030s, and for us to reinvent Surf Excel as we look forward to the next decade, talking about some of the values and some of the themes that are relevant for parents and children today, let me share with you a piece of communication that has gone on live yesterday.
Hey Dad,
अच्छे से खेली चाम
any doubt? कैसा खेली आज देखो, बोले क्या ये दाग देखो,
No doubt. इन सूखे दागों के लिए है नया सर्फ एक्सेल बैटिक SPP टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ। ये जिद्दी सूखे दाग निकाले पहली बार मशीन में ही।
साफ हो गया?
Any doubt? नया सर्फ एक्सेल बैटिक।
So a single-minded, enduring thought that goes over time is the first message. The second one is, an enduring expression. And in the company, we have this thought of a brand say and a brand do. A brand which has an inspiring, enduring purpose should be able to activate its thought. And if you can't do that, that's a simple, practical thought. That means your purpose is not probably sharp enough. And I think a great example of this is Lifebuoy. Lifebuoy's purpose is to save lives by providing superior hygiene solutions. I mean, what a great purpose to have, and I'm sure many of us would love to work on a brand that says, I save lives. And this was a brand that all of us have grown up with, and maybe most of you are not my age right now, but when I was growing up, it was all about Tandurasti ki Raksha Karta hai Lifebuoy. Again, early in the decade of the 2005-2010 period, we said, listen, we need to make this brand now a little bit more future fit, and we went on to the journey of focusing it on hygiene, germ protection. And I think there have been some fantastic examples of how this brand has been unlocked and with some great communication. I think the ones that really stand out for me are a few that I'm going to share. During the difficult times of COVID, this was a brand that actually did a lot of great service, not just in India, globally, on mobilizing hand sanitizers, mobilizing hand washing solutions, and really did save lives. And I really like this thought, this public service message from Lifebuoy. I don't know how many of you remember this, but this was advertising sponsored by the brand, but said encouraging people to sanitize, hand wash during the COVID months. And they said, really, if you read it here, they would tell you that it doesn't matter which hand wash or sanitizer you use, and it was really about driving the awareness with the people. We do a lot of work on taking this. We did this also on air with our advertising. Let me share that with you.
हर इंडियन से एक विनती है, कोरोना वायरस अब तक गया नहीं, पर अच्छी आदतें चली गई। उन आदतों को वापस लाएं। मास्क पहनिए, नाक पर नहीं, वैक्सीन लीजिए, 2 गज की दूरी रखिए, और लाइफबॉय या किसी भी साबुन से हाथ धोएं या अल्कोहल बेस्ड हैंड सैनिटाइजर का इस्तेमाल करें। कोरोना वायरस से इंडिया की सुरक्षा अब आपके हाथ में है।
So you can see that this is what we call brand say, where the brand's promise of brand protection was brought alive. But then what this brand does fantastically well in terms of its brand do is activating and bringing alive its promise. So we have for years have been running hand washing campaigns in rural India, teaching children how to hand wash a couple of times a day. You may have remembered this piece of advertising which was helping a child reach till the age of 5. And more recently, I'm going to share with you an example where Lifebuoy has used gaming and games to try to build the habit of hand washing. So let me share with you a brand do that comes from Lifebuoy around the area of hygiene. So single-minded expression, an enduring expression, a brand say and a brand do. I think that's the second message. And the third one is the one that I want to spend some time on, because this is often the place where we get it wrong, and this is where the crafting comes up. So I want to take a bit of a step back. Every brand can offer a layer of benefits. So there are functional benefits, there are emotional benefits, there are societal benefits. What does that mean? Great taste, shiny floors, hygienic hands, safety. These are all functional benefits which all our products and many of your products also provide. There are then emotional benefits, and these are the benefits that come to the user as a result of using the product. Feeling good, feeling confident, feeling happy. What's the feeling that it evokes? Then there are societal benefits, and societal benefits are big social themes or big environmental themes that impact the world around us. Most brands tend to operate in this zone of functional benefits and emotional benefits. So if you look at your brand positioning statement, most of the time you'll be able to articulate what's your functional benefit, what's your emotional benefit. My learning over the years on how to really stand out from the clutter and make what is a normal brand into a purposeful brand is to be able to to elevate the discussion and to attach yourself to some of the big social themes or some of the big environmental themes. So when Dove, for example, what does Dove do? Dove offers superior care. It basically looks at 1 quart of moisturizing cream and it really keeps your skin well moisturized. We know that there is a big feeling of confidence that comes up when your skin is well cared for. But what this brand has done so beautifully, globally and in India, is then to give a bigger meaning to that feeling of confidence by attacking stereotypes. So of course, globally, with the fight against the Real Beauty campaign, the brand took a position on challenging some of the stereotypes that young girls are exposed to from the beauty industry as they grow up, and which has negative effects on a girl's self-esteem. In India, the brand has taken a big, has almost declared war, or has started to address this challenge on some of the stereotypes that are related to beauty in our country. Fair skin, how the look is, getting into areas of body shaming, and that's where the Stop the Beauty test was created and has been super successful for this brand. So these are examples of how brands have elevated the discussion from taking functional benefits to emotional benefits, and then have attached themselves to some of the big societal themes of the day. There are other brands which do this from an environmental perspective. So think of Ben & Jerry's, think of Patagonia as a brand. These are brands that talk about climate change. These are brands that talk about waste and how conspicuous consumption is impacting us. So my big message for you is, this is where often brands get it wrong, that we are confusing the layer of benefits that a brand offers to the consumer. And as a brand owner, you have to be really clear, what is your functional benefit, what is your emotional benefit, what is your societal benefit. One practical tip that I have often found easy, or a simple way for me to understand what is that societal benefit, is to go to the UN 17 SDGs. And if you can look at the 17 sustainable development goals that are there and think about your brand's purpose and to see if it fits one of those 17, then you know that you are attacking one of the important themes in the world today. So that's a simple practical thing that I have found very useful for myself, and I would encourage you to do that. Second key message is, beware of the trap of falling into the trap of just operating around lofty social benefits if you can't link your brand purpose back to your product truth. Even a brand as great as Dove got it wrong when we started the campaign for Real Beauty, because the original promise of the brand when the award-winning campaigns happened was, you are beautiful as you are, and you don't need to worry about all the stereotypes that are out there. The problem with that was, and this took 5-6 years of painful, difficult discussions, is that if you start to just focus on saying that you're beautiful as you are, then why do you need Dove, right? What is the role of Dove? So which is why the brand had to come back and to really talk about care, good caring solutions, and skin that is well cared for, then can have the license to talk about higher order benefits. So be very careful with this. And this sounds very simple, and I'm telling you, having made a lot of mistakes myself in my journey, that getting the lock between your product's function to benefits to higher order benefits is hard. It has to be very simple, not forced. I've struggled for many years to try to make fragrance brands purposeful, very hard, right? So I said, okay, I'm just going to not try at all, because some brands will just operate at the level of functional and emotional benefits. So happy to talk about this in the Q&A, but important message. Why is purpose important? And I think there's a lot of discussion around this. I have found 2 or 3 key reasons why this unlocks massive growth and massive opportunity. The first one is better partnerships. Surf Excel, or Dirt is Good as it's called, has just recently signed up a partnership with the Arsenal Football Club, and we are now the fabric care partner for Arsenal. And why did this happen? It was because Dirt is Good, as you saw through the Surf Excel advertising, is now starting to pick sport as a very, very big playing ground, because for the kids of today, teaching values like resilience, never giving up, rising up when you're down are important values that parents want to instill in their kids. And of course, what better playground than sports to be able to do that? And then when we started to talk to Arsenal about this, they were very happy to work with us. So having strong, purposeful brands, or having strong purpose at the heart of your brand, helps you to unlock fantastic partnerships. I think it also helps you to create great content, and it's especially great when others start to talk about your purpose. One is for us as a brand owner, for you to talk about your purpose. If it is really inspiring and relevant in the world, you will get others to talk about it. I'm going to show you a great example here. And I think I have always felt that being a marketer by profession, for me, when I look back at my time in the brand that I manage or in the category that I manage, one of the big yardsticks that I have after all these years is, was I able to shape the narrative and shape the conversation in the society based on the point of view that I put out. And I'm going to share with you an example of what we're trying to do with Vim. So I think I go through each one of these one by one. So let me just show you a small Insta reel on what we do with Arsenal. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't seem to be sound, but yeah, so just to show you that there's a partnership coming on. I'm going to show you an influencer video that was posted by, so most of you will recognize Dr. Five, and she has almost close to 2 million Instagram followers, and this is what she put out when we did the Stop the Beauty test.
Now you can see me. It's a face you've seen countless times on your screen. But today I want to introduce you to 15-year-old me. 15-year-old me was a girl who suffered with severe acne. It was so bad. I was teased so much that I hated what I saw when I looked in the mirror. How were you when you were put through that kind of beauty test? I was in high school. And as a high school girl, every time I spoke to someone, they would offer me unsolicited advice about my acne, about you should try haldi, or change what you're eating, or lose some weight, wash your face more often. It was constant. I would go to bed every night hoping to be a different person when I woke up in the morning. And over the years, the acne cleared up and the scars have faded, but somehow the dent to my confidence is still when it comes to my looks. Because somehow it sat in my head that this is the way beauty should be. I think it's time we ended these kind of beauty tests and putting people through this because of the way they look. And for the sake of all the little girls across the country, I want to pledge with God today to stop the beauty test. So nobody else is bullied for the way they look. I want to know from you how old you were when you were put through that beauty test because of the way you look. Share your stories. Actually, when it out helps. Use the hashtag #StopTheBeautyTest. And how old were you?
So how cool is it that somebody else talks about your brand purpose? And I think that's the power that you can unlock when you are really attacking and addressing some of the big societal themes that are there. I'm going to show you a piece of communication for Vim. So Vim has been on a journey to, as we call it, de-genderize household chores. Unfortunately, the burden of household chores in India falls on the woman. India, when you look at it globally, has one of the lowest levels of male participation in household chores. And I say that very consciously, being a man standing in front of an audience which has quite a few men. And we decided to do something about it. Some of you may have seen the Vim Black communication that we did a few years ago, I think end of 2022. That was our first attempt. We learned a lot from that. And I think this whole new campaign, we call it Apne Bartan, Apne Aap. That's the whole call to action for this brand, to say let us all take responsibility for our own chores at home. And this advertising that we have developed has tested outstandingly well and has really struck a chord with a whole lot of our consumers. All our brand metrics are back, growing really, really fast, unlocked by this campaign that we ran. And I really think that as we take this forward, we will shape the culture. So let me share that.
ये रोहन डिफरेंट हो रहा है आज मदर्स डे है क्या इसकी मम्मी का बर्थडे
नहीं
तो फिर
अपना इंडिपेंडेंस डे मना रहा है
मतलब
बर्तन धोना सिर्फ एक माँ का काम है इस सोच से इंडिपेंडेंस तू भी बन सकता है इंडिपेंडेंट जब विम की 100 नींबुओं की शक्ति कड़ी से कड़ी चिकनाई निकाल दे तो अपने बर्तन अपने आप
Yeah, so that's the why, and better partnerships, better content, and an opportunity to shape the culture. That's why purpose is so important, and that's why everybody is trying to really get it right and get it going. So that then brings me to, this clicker works, yeah, the how. So we talked about the what, we talked about the why, but how do you do this? How do you do this consistently over time? As I said, very hard work. And I want to introduce you to what we do inside Unilever, globally in every market and also here in India in HUL. We call it, it's a program called Get on the Front Line, and that is really our focused marketing capability program for all our marketeers at every level in the organization to really start to get into the reality of the markets that they serve and to really get on the front line. The reality is, most of us in this room are not the target audience for the brands that we are producing and serving. I think most of us are fortunate to, have good financial means, have good exposure, live in good homes, but a large part of India is not fortunate enough to have the opportunities that we have. And I think over time, as marketeers, we start to lose the sensitivity that is there about what's really happening in the lives of the consumers and the people we serve. And I think that therefore reflects in more and more of a disconnect between the lives we lead and the lives that our consumers lead, and that reflects in the work that comes out. So very, very conscious about that. There's this theme of get on the front line, and how do we get everybody to really immerse yourselves and get skilled to do this every day over time really, really well. So 3 key themes, we call it 3 pillars to the program: do good, get real, be unmissable. And this is what now in a very, very structured way through the year, over years, there are a whole set of programs, a whole set of tools, and a whole set of capability building that we do for all marketers in Unilever. So just a little bit of sharing of what does get real mean. I think there are really 2 legs to it. This is all about getting into the context. This is just really getting into the skin and understanding our consumers and understanding the pain points, the gain points. One part of it is a whole lot of data stitching. So there is like data coming out of our ears, as I'm sure many of you have. First party data, social listening, trend scan, market data, category value drivers. There are like tons and tons of data. So the famous saying, what's the famous saying? Data everywhere, not a drop to drink. All of you have heard of that. And stitching it all up together and distilling it out, lots of processes, lots of tools, lots of upskilling required. The other one is context immersion. As I said, as the leader of home care in HUL, I don't live the everyday washing context of a consumer in rural UP. So how do I then judge advertising and judge products that are meant for this lady here who hand washes every day, taking water from a hand pump? So, that requires me to then really get from our here over the time that they are in. I did 40 hours last year myself, traveling all over India, which is monitored and tracked. Overall at HUL, we did almost 27,000 hours of consumer work by just the brand managers and the ATMs and the marketing directors themselves. And there is a premium. This is monitored, this is tracked, and we really know who is doing how much. And I can tell you, after all these years, more frontline time is reflected in better quality work. It's just a direct correlation that is there. So the first one is all about getting real, lots of tools on stitching data, lots of content immersion, and that's how you really unlock the real insight, the pain points, the gain points that matter. The second one is what we call do good, and I just picked up 2 or 3 things that we do. Every brand manager has to articulate for their brand this trifecta of what's your people philosophy, what's your product philosophy, and what's your planet philosophy. recognizing the fact that all our brands have an impact in the world around them. And the planetary impact is either through the environmental footprint or through the social footprint of the brand. So every brand manager has to articulate that very, very clearly. The benefits that I told you, functions and that has to then find its way back into the communication strategy, into the innovation strategy for the brand. So a large part of, or some part of my day job goes into working with my brand team, with my VPs for these brands, and to really understand what's the progress, what are the goals, and how we're stepping that up. Partnerships I talked about, and this is super important. And the third bit is for us to activate. So this do good is linked to what I talked about as brand do, brand say. Remember, I talked to you about brand say and brand do. Brands with purpose need to do some stuff which provides experience to your consumers. Activate moments that matter. We have a few hygiene brands in our portfolio. So COVID was a moment. Holi is a moment for surf. All of you have seen some great surf Excel advertising that happens during Holi. So being very, very strategic about which moments matter, where you can bring alive your brand purpose and activate it, I think is a very important thing, which many of you can think about for your brand. For Vim, for example, now that we are talking about Apne Bartan Apne Aap, a moment that we want to activate is the food delivery moment. So when Zomato, Swiggy, etc. brings you food at home, what a great opportunity for us to talk about Apne Bartan Apne Aap. So think about it from your brand, saying when you have your brand purpose, what is a moment that you can activate, and you will get some fantastic opportunities to activate. And finally, be unmissable. So I talked to you about immerse yourself in the context. So I go and wash with my consumers. I go and clean toilets with my consumers. Equally, you need to watch what they watch, shop where they shop, eat where they eat. So I'll give you a way. It's a real story, but it also tells you something. So in my previous role, when I was managing Southeast Asia, Korean drama was completely on the rise. And I hate Korean drama personally. But I decided to spend 2 weeks of my time watching Crash Landing on You, because that was super popular with my consumers. And that gave me a lot of insights on what kind of tone does my advertising need to track when I was launching a Sakura variant for one of my conditioners in Southeast Asia. We inspired some of the advertising based on Korean drama. How many of you, I don't know how many of you service rural brands, but how many of you are on Share Chat looking at the content that your consumers in rural watch, right? So I think very few, because all of us are busy with our Primes and Netflixes and our own content for ourselves. So we all have limited time to entertain ourselves, I think. So you have to immerse yourself in the culture of your consumers. So this thing around watch what they watch, I think is a really important piece, because you pick up many, many insights on how to be unmissable. I can't stress enough, having done this now for 29 years, the brief. So content, unmissable content, you only, what comes out is only as good as what you put in. So the classic case of garbage in, garbage out. I can't stress how important the briefing process is. And this has to be led from the top. So clarity in the briefing is super important, because it's so easy in the ideas business to get lost and chase a good idea, which you think was going to do great work but it may do nothing for your brand. So that whole thing around that single enduring expression requires a lot of time and effort to be put on the brief. There's a third theme which is called distinctive brand assets, and we I think can do a better job on this as Unilever, but I think so can other brands. Being very sharp about what are the sounds, what are the colors, what are the jingles, what are the swoosh, the crack of a Magnum when you bite a Magnum ice cream. These are all distinctive brand assets, and in a moment where the content is exploding, being really sharp on distinctive brand assets, knowing what your brand assets are, the bolt of lightning for Rin or the splash for surf. These are really important, and how do you activate it? I was just seeing an article the other week that sound is an underutilized element of or as a distinctive brand asset. The ting, 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 ting of Britannia. Not enough brands are leveraging sound, and an under leveraged asset. So again, how do you leverage distinctive brand assets and to become unmissable? And the last theme, which is I think at the heart of moving our brand up from emotional benefits, societal benefits, is this theme of #unstereotype. So I personally, but my team, we spend a lot of time trying to understand the stereotypes that are there in the society, and how do you become more modern and more progressive. For that, you have to immerse yourself into some of the things that are happening in the fringes of the society. Trends start on the fringes and come into the mainstream. And you cannot be just working with the average consumer, because you will miss some of these elements to unstereotype. So how do you understand some of the stereotypes, and then how do you in a very structured way unstereotype are 4 key messages on how to be unmissable. So this is where I'm going to stop, and then hopefully open up to Q&A. I talked about the what is purpose, single-minded, enduring expression, making the world a better place. I talked especially about the trifecta or the layer of benefits. I talked about the why, and I shared with you some of my experiences on the how. How do you do good, get real, be unmissable? And these are some of the themes that I'm sure will come through the day as you have other speakers coming through. I think the main call to action that I have to all of you in the room is this whole theme of how do we move from marketing to mattering? Because I think all of us call ourselves as, I'm a marketing manager, I'm a marketing director, I'm a marketing VP. But it's easy to get stuck in the act of marketing. And I think the whole discussion that is on today is you've got to elevate it from marketing to mattering. You've got to matter. Then you will be able to immerse and get into the culture, penetrate the culture, and really build fantastic brands. So I'm going to stop here. Hopefully I'm on time and I can take some Q&A, I believe. Thank you. Sorry, I can't say. What is your name, sir? Hi, Uday. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
My questions are, when you create a brand, how much of, in terms of percentage, how much do you look at the product itself versus the outside environment? And second, when you and your team are building up the brand, how do you ensure, you shared the triangle, etc. How do you ensure that groupthink is really in tandem with what the general perception is most likely to be of that messaging, of that campaign?
Yeah. I think I understood your second question, which I didn't fully get the first point, which is when you said product versus external. What do you mean by external environment?
So when you're crafting a messaging or a strategy, how much of it really is innate to the product versus,
okay. Got that. I got that.
versus the external factors?
So let me take the first one first. You can sit down. Thanks to them. So I think there is no rule here in terms of the message that you put out. Do you put out your product message or do you put out your brand message? I think that was your thought, right? Which is what do you use to communicate? I have a lot of brand managers coming to me and saying, are we focusing on the functional benefit or the emotional benefit of the advertising? I think that's a false premise, because no consumer is interested in your functional benefit, to be honest. That is manufacturer speak. So the trick, and I think that is where the whole art side of marketing comes up, is how do you talk about your product performance and your product delivery in a very engaging way? And that is, so if I'm not a very big fan of splitting functional versus emotional. Having said that, let me take Surf Excel as a brand. Large brand, always on media. And we have some guidelines that we have learned over the years. So at any point in time, we will always have 3 copies on air, right? One copy will be doing the access. So the Surf TV was ₹10 advertising. For a lot of rural consumers, that is the fundamental piece. So we then talk about the 10 rupee price point. We then have a copy that's on, which is simply about the functional benefit, which is where the pyramid comes up. And there we are really talking about stain removal and unleashing the potential of kids. And then we will have a third copy, which is always about liquids and how liquids work really well in the machine. And liquid penetration today is less than 10%. So I need to teach consumers how to use liquids in the machine. So we have found this way of saying that this brand needs 3 copies, it can afford it. And through the combination of access pricing, purpose advertising, and product advertising more about why a liquid is good in a machine, we can get that balance of what you're asking, you're saying how much of the product and how much. But each one of these ads is seen through the lens of the Daag Achhe Hain piece. And that's where the magic comes up. So whether I'm talking a 10 rupee advertising, liquid in the machine, or about removing tough stains in a hand wash powder context, they are all channeled through the whole thought of how do you unleash the kids' potential, which happens when they get dirty. So that's the first one. Your second question was about, sorry, I lost the thought. Your second question was about
how do you prevent or how do you validate
groupthink? Groupthink, yeah, good question. Normally, what I do, one of the practices that I like to do is something called the brief challenge. So the brief is written, and then we end up creating what is called a brief challenge. And the brief challenge is the moment where we're trying to do two things, exactly as you said. Number one is look for how sharp is the brief, or is everything kind of holding together. And sometimes the person writing the brief or the teams that are writing it are just so close to it and have debated it so much that they end up looking at it this way rather than this way. So I think a brief challenge where you get people who are not working on the brand, I think it's a great practical way of addressing that. And number two is my experience has been that you've got to have really good, strong personal relationships with your creative team, because the creative teams are the ones who are not so close to the everyday reality. They are constantly looking around and looking for all the different things that are happening in the world around you and saying, can I pull this thought? Can I pull that thought? So I would urge, I don't know how many of you do that, but I would urge you to spend a lot of time building a personal relationship and a personal equation with your creative team, because that's where sometimes the group thing goes away, because you'll have this one brilliant creative person who says, I spotted this, and would you be open to bringing this into, and that won't come if it's just a transactional relationship. So that's been my learning. Thank you. Then.
It's just time for one more question right there.
Hi.
Hello, sir. Myself,
What's your name?
Omkar.
Omkar. Hi.
Yeah. So first of all, it was a great session, and I'm a huge fan of Hindustani leather.
Thank
So I'll get straight into the question. As you said, it's all about narratives.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all about narratives, like what we try to convey to our brand or like through our purpose. So I've asked you like what's the right copy? Like what are the narratives that we have to try and test? You said about acting or being close with your creative team. So many a times what happens is like we have a perception we are going the right direction, but sometimes it's not the right direction. So my question is, what is the right span to test each copy? Like there should be some limitations, like you can test the campaign for like maybe a 1 month or two. And when should be the right time to stop? When should we know that this is the time to stop or change the narrative?
Good question. Again, I give you, there are two angles to this. The reality is from all the metadata that I have seen over the years, and was true in 2012, it's also true in 2024, campaigns last longer than the brand manager at the job, unfortunately, okay? Or fortunately, rather. So most of the time, your campaigns are not worn out. And I've seen enough, and I've seen meta-analysis with 6,000 campaigns assessed. So it's not one or two data points. Campaigns don't wear out. They last longer than the average tenure of a brand manager in the job. But I think behind that is a certain tension, which is all about, during my time in the job, I want to create something new and leave my mark on the brand. And that's one of the tensions that are there. So in general, my rule of thumb is mass media advertising typically lasts very long, and there has to be a really good reason to change. And unfortunately, today we change far too often than we should be. So that's one thought. It is different when it comes to digital. And I would say that in digital, the people get a little bit bored beyond a certain time. And especially when you're looking at social media, the frequency goes very, very high. I don't have a rule of thumb here. I've seen some ads, some digital campaigns that last no longer than a week. There are some that go for a month. There are some that can go. I think my learning has been is look for some of the metrics that are in terms of the engagement rates, and if you can do a lot of A/B testing before you put the campaign out, you will also know which ones to back. So that has been a bit my learning that I follow the metrics when it comes to digital, and if it's working, great. If it's not, kill it and get on. But when you look at mass market advertising, typically they last longer than when the brand manager comes and tells me I need to change the copy. I guess we are out of time.
So I find this, my maths as well all wrong. You've got 3 decades of experience. Yet he's one of the youngest and the brightest and the most experienced minds in the country. Can you have a huge round of applause for him, sir?
Thank you.
With this, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage founder and CEO at Peppermint, Mr. Anirudh Singla, to join us on stage and present a memento to Mr. Subramanian. A big round of applause, everybody. A very special moment on stage. I may request the team to join us, please. I believe the applause can be louder. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. And thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences and your insights of the industry. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for a very, very insightful first session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we just got started. Yes, the marketing extravaganza is only getting started. And make sure you use the hashtag for today. A quick general reminder, the hashtag is hashtag India Brand Conclave. We've got a whole lot of pictures coming on. If you're recording some very interesting question or anything that you think is of value, please use the hashtag India Brand Conclave and make sure you tag the Exchange for Media page as well. With this, it's time for a very interesting session here. Yes, a very healthy skincare routine for your brand. Brace yourself for a session with the founder CEO whose products make the skin go, thank you. Yes, you'd feel like saying that. This is a brand that believes in pampering without those nasty toxins. Get ready to uncover the secrets, the challenges, and the sweet victories in creating a skincare empire. Please welcome on stage founder and CEO of Plum Goodness, Mr. Shankar Prasad, with a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Zordar Talia.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'll try and keep my talk to about 20 minutes and then open up at the end for questions. I inserted being because the learning is still on. Some lessons learned, lessons being learned. In Building Plum, we're still building. We're still quite small in the world of beauty and personal care. For those of you who don't know about the brand, we are India's first digital brand in beauty personal care. We launched in 2014. It's our 10th year now. In July, we'll be celebrating our 10th birthday, as we call it. So this is a sort of a summary of an entrepreneur's view of what it takes to build a business, as much as it is about building a brand. I am a self-taught marketer. I say I didn't have a formal career in marketing before I started Plum. So most of my lessons here will be commonsensical business related stuff rather than pure brand related stuff. I thoroughly enjoyed Deepak's session where there's a pure brand view of life, and what we're also realizing as we build Plum is the brand view of life is so important in a crowded marketplace. And I'm sure I'm taking away lots of learning from what Deepak said in the previous session. So I'll just add to that basket of learnings. And this is a very different perspective of a startup in a space which is sort of hot and happening in the country. This works. Not working. Someone else. Okay. We have 6 key takeaways with examples, and I'll just summarize the takeaways for you. We have 8 ways of working at Plum, and the first one says customer view is the only view that matters. And I'll give you examples of how it manifested itself in our small journey so far. The second one is it's easy to spot fakes and we should be real. Sort of resonated with what we saw in the previous session. In the world of social media, when you're thousands of miles away from your audience, I'm amazed at the ability of the human mind to spot fakes. I'll give you examples of this too. The third one is something, it's a topic that discussed a lot. Did you raise money? What's your valuation? When are you IPOing? I always believed, and I continue to believe, that raising money is a means to the end. It is not the end. And I'll see some examples there. This is a very business building thing that I am myself learning, which is people, process, planning, repeat, go forward. We have to balance short term, long term. We always have sales pressure this month, this quarter. I have to run performance ads. I have to run brand building ads. That debate is endless. So how do you balance out short term and long term? And last but not the least, no matter what you do, speak numbers because numbers speak. If you don't speak the numbers, you speak the mind. I might have to speak the numbers. The way I see it. Let me give you some examples of our learnings on how customer view is the only view that matters. It's a very simple example for those of you who use a kajal or know how to know how a kajal is used. It comes in the form of a pencil. When we first launched our kajal pencil, it was a PVC free barrel. What we did not realize when we launched the PVC free barrel is when you sharpen the pencil, the wood, the casing, the PVC free plastic that was being used was too hard for the sharpeners that this market had. We started receiving complaints from the market saying, your kajal is awesome, but you know what, once I use the first bit that is exposed, I can't sharpen it anymore. So we had to actually go to consumers' homes, sharpen the pencil with them and understand where the problem is with the sharpening. We launched a great kajal, but we didn't have a great sharpener. So when we launched the right sharpener with the kajal, that the sales actually took off of that kajal. And to this day, we give a free sharpener with the kajal because we don't know the sharpener works today. So just the simple thing of not being able to sharpen a pencil can lead to your customer experience being completely ruined. And that's a lesson that we learned the hard way. The second example that I give is a very technical example of SLS and SLES. I don't expect any of you to know this difference. SLS is an old surfactant. SLES is a new surfactant which is used, for example, in a face wash or a shampoo. It sounds very similar for most people. Those who have done their chemistry will understand that one is ethoxylated, one is not ethoxylated. What we realize is, we as chemists, I'm myself a chemical engineer, I love chemistry, so I love talking about all of this. But what I realize is my customer is not getting it. When I say SLS free and I'm putting SLES in it, he's telling me, no, you're lying, you're saying it's SLS free. It should be sulfate free is what we realize, is what people understand. It's either sulfate free, which I'm sure a lot of people have heard of, or it is not. If I try and get a further differentiation into it, saying it's SLS or SLES, people are not going to get it. So it took us quite a bit of iteration to realize that we either talk sulfate free or we don't talk sulfate free. The third example is with respect to products that we want to discontinue. Now, I have a CFO, I have a chief supply chain officer. Both of them say you have too many SKUs, lots of small tail SKUs which are occupying a lot of space in the warehouse. Why don't you chop the tail and focus on your, the core of your brand? That's an ongoing debate. When we chop the tail, what we realized is we're actually alienating a bunch of customers. So where we had to draw the line of where the tail starts was a thing that we learned the hard way. We discontinued certain products. People came back to us saying, when are you getting it back? When are you getting it back? We thought that noise will die down for 6 months. It didn't die down after a year. So we had to get some of our products back. And then we realized that as a brand, we probably are known for offering that variety. People love the variety that we offer. So we can't take a playbook that some other brand is using and then say, I'm going to chop the tail and just have fewer SKUs. So one brand has to decide what works for the customer. So just 3 examples, and there are countless others that I can go on about. I just want to call out 3 examples to tell you that in a world of crowded brands, there's one truth, and that truth comes from the customer all the time. Sort of obvious, but we forget. The second one is also obvious, that you should be real, but we have marketing to do. I loved what Deepak said, which is marketing versus mattering. I think it's the same sort of spirit here. When you have marketing to do, when X brand is saying 99% people agreed and 4X, whatever, brighter and whatnot, you start getting into that FOMO that I have to also start saying big bombastic things in order to matter to people. And that's when you start treading on the line of being real versus being fake. But one thing is for sure, it's so easy for people to spot fakes. And our customer support and customer service ethos is something that we are very proud of. To this day, every mail that is escalated to grievance officer comes to me. Every resolution goes with a CC to me. And there are people who write directly to me saying, my parcel did not reach from plumgoodness.com. I'm very, very happy to answer that. I don't say, no, I have a team to handle it. Because the team down below needs to know that the customer is a true owner of the business. And therefore, even the smallest of issues that customer faces is not okay for somebody who is the founder and the CEO, has to be looked at. So even a single customer today matters to me. I make sure it is closed. And that ethos has stayed from day one when I used to handle customer support myself to this day when I have a 15-member strong customer support team. The second bit is being good. Being good is the same sort of philosophy as the do good that we saw in the previous presentation. For Plum, being good has manifested itself in a lot of ways, whether it is the empties we take back, whether it is the fairness cream that we did not do in 2014, or whether it's the 1% for the planet that we started off. So there's a lot of stuff that Plum does, which is being good, but I really, again, would like to call out what we saw in the previous. You have to first do good, and then you have to talk about being good and saying good. If you don't support it with doing, then people easily spot that you're just talking nice things, but not really doing anything about it. So it's very important for us to be real as we go through the whole journey of building a brand. This is my favorite topic. I was bootstrapped for the first 5.5 years. I came from the PE world before I started, so it was not impossible for me to raise capital. But for some reason, I must admit that I tried to raise capital and did not. And I ended up being bootstrapped for 5.5 years post that. And after that, I'm now a Series C funded startup. So I can dare say that I have seen the bootstrap life as well as the funded life. And the first advice I have for anybody who's looking to start a brand is bootstrap if you can. Why do I say that? It's not as funding is bad. Funding is good. Funding has helped us do a lot of things that we would have not dreamt of otherwise. But why bootstrapping is good is it helps you set your brand in the direction that you want without being sort of forced or, let's say, taken in a very different direction from what your heart and your gut says. So it's very important to focus on the customer, build something of value and then scale it rather than trying to scale as you build. My view is bootstrap if you can for as long as you can, and then raise capital from the right sources that support the right way of working for your brand. And one answer doesn't fit for everyone. The second thing is understand why you need capital. It's a very simple statement to make, but a lot of people think capital is for actually building a brand. Capital is for, I don't know, developing distribution, building products. But you really get down into what you really need money for and how much you need for. And make sure you take only that money that you need and put it to the use that you think you're going to put it to. I have made those mistakes when I raised a lot of capital after having been starved for capital, that suddenly the gate opens and then you have tons of requests for all kinds of nice shiny things, including offers, this, that, whatnot, from people. This is only 1 lakh a month, this is only 2 lakhs a month, this is only 5 lakhs a month, ends up being crores a month of spends, which it should not be. So you have to be very clear as to why you need capital and make sure you stick to the discipline of raising capital. Valuation is something, thankfully, the hype has somewhat quietened over the last 6, 9, 12 months. This whole talk about valuation, unicorns, decacorn, etc., is slightly distracting from the core task of building a business. It's important because your investors need to make money, but you also have to understand for your business, your money needs to come from a source that you value and where they value your business and your brand as much as they value the numbers behind it. So it's important to look at the source of money as much as it is look at what valuation you're being offered. This is a very sort of boring slide, but it is the task of an entrepreneur, the task of a guy who's building a business, I realize can be summarized in these 3 words. Maybe not in the same order, but perhaps people, processes, planning. And it's sort of a circular loop. You can't scale without being process driven. That's something I'm realizing the hard way. There was a time when I used to know everything. In my Series A diligence, I remember when the guys came for due diligence, I remembered invoice level data. I used to tell them this invoice is for this item, this invoice is for that item. That time we were small, I could look at invoice level data. Today, we have SAP running, which needs a team to run SAP. I cannot run my business today without SAP, right? So, and we moved from being Excel to Tally to SAP. Being process driven, if you sort of move without the processes, while scaling, if you move without the processes being in place, you're for sure going to be slowed down at some point in time. It's sort of an effort to invest in process, but invest in process. Even if it's marketing, there is always a process to being done. But you can't build processes without people. That's the other thing. And you can't have people joining you without having the right processes to hire, retain them. So it's sort of a circular loop. And it sort of get confusing at times. And therefore, to do all of this, you have to have the right plan in place where I'm able to get the right people, put the right processes in place and run the planning cycle so that, and this is very important as you scale, may not be so important when you're starting out. When you're starting out, it's just important to hustle and get the revenues going. Balance short term and long term. What's sweet in the short term is definitely not going to be, may not be so in the long term. It's so easy to chase the fad, the revenue, the sale, the discount, the offer, the influencer, the celebrity who you think is hot at short term. what I really was moved by in the previous presentation was how Surf Excel has remained consistent from 2004 to 2024. The ads actually looked almost the same. It was just updated to the reality of today. And that's why the brand endures. And for us, that's holy grail, to be solving for the short term. But in the short term, we are all dead, as people say, and the market can stay irrational for longer than you can stay solvent. So if you're only solving for the long term, you're saying, I don't care about short term, you're probably not going to be in business. So it's very, very important to balance out the short term and the long term. And it is a long-term endeavor to keep balancing it. You just have to make sure it survives. I always believed that this journey that we are on is a marathon. I should tell my team when they used to fight with me, why are we not getting funded? Why are we not getting funded? I said, we are running a marathon. We'll get funded when you have to get funded. Just be patient. Somewhere having that patience to run it as a long-term endeavor is important. And keep in mind that you have to balance out the short term and the long term. Most consumer build-outs are built for the long term. I'm again so glad for Deepak to come in before me, because that tells you that these brands have been built over decades rather than over a quarter or over 2 quarters or over a year. So it is always important to pace yourself when you're running this marathon. And the last bit is about speaking numbers. A lot of us end up making a mistake. That's the idea that matters. It is the thought that matters. It is the plan that matters. But you don't realize that unless and until you do the numbers that you are talking about, those numbers will someday come and speak louder than you at the meeting. And that's not a good place to be, trust me. So it's very, very important to make numbers a habit. It almost sounds obviously why you're talking about it, but I've seen a lot of people just bring a lot of concepts and photos in the presentation without putting numbers into it. Please make it a habit. I almost forced myself. It's one of the few decks where I don't have a single number on any slide, and I'm sort of feeling bad about it. I make it a habit, force myself to put some number somewhere. It sounds almost right when I say it, but it's actually true. When you start thinking, forcing yourself to talk numbers, everybody around you starts talking numbers. So make sure that you put numbers, and when your numbers are good, you need to speak less. That's an advantage. The numbers speak for themselves, and all activity is useless unless the outcome is measured, and outcome is always measured in numbers. So I always internally talk about activity versus outcome. And that's really my very short talk to all of you. It's a sort of a synthesis of all that I am learning as we build Plum, and today it's a team that learns with me, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Yes, anybody's got any questions? Here's a good time. Yes, we have a question there. If you could introduce yourself.
I'm Megha Bhatti, owner of Social Bliss.
Your mic is off.
Megha Bhatti, owner of Social Bliss. I had a question. Why did you decide to just go on digital?
So when I started out, I didn't have the idea to be online only. I came from in fact, I worked for Unilever in my initial days. So I come from a very sort of retail build out background. I discovered online almost by accident in 2014 when I was setting up Plum. I'm myself not a social media animal at all. But I realized that social media and e-commerce, combination thereof, affords 2 or 3 things which are remarkable. To this day, they still are true. One is modularity. You can choose to spend $1,000. You can choose to spend 1 lakh rupees. You can choose to spend 1 crore rupees, but you can be modular in what you spend. You don't need a minimum ticket size of 1 crore to go live on digital. That's the first thing. That's why you see a lot of brands coming in, because everybody's discovering this modularity. The second thing is measurability. The amount of measurability and data that digital gives you to this day is unparalleled. If it is only getting better, sometimes a little complicated, but it's definitely getting better. That's the second thing. The third thing is the ability to be close to the end consumer. Now, when we as brands don't have huge market research teams to tell us what's happening, right? So we have to learn from the consumer. And as we saw in the customer support ethos, there are times when I get the call directly, when I get the email directly. There is no better way to sort of understand the consumer than to actually be one step away from her. So digital is sort of today's day helping us do all of this. And as we have scaled, we have also seen digital scale along with us. And therefore, today it's difficult for us to think outside of digital, frankly speaking. It's only after we've exhausted all our money on digital that we think anything else.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Here's a good time. We have a question right there.
Hi, this is Ajinkya. I'm from AdFactors PR. I'm not a marketer, as you are also not a marketer. I'm a PR professional, and I'm from AdFactors PR. My question is, you've been very insightful, in terms of your journey. How has been your path since 2014, right? But I wanted to understand what kind of challenges you faced during this, brand building activity, the brand it is now, and also during the COVID phase, there were must be a lot of regulatory compliances that the brand might have faced. So if you can throw some lights on that particular point.
Sure. Without boring all of you, I'll just keep it very short. The nature of challenges has varied since we started, and the market has also transformed. I won't even say changed, transformed in the last, especially 5 years or so. Initially, our challenge was just getting product because nobody believed that there could be a small brand in this country. I'm talking 10 years ago. D2C as a term did not exist then. So for me to convince people that I'm actually doing something and not sort of smoking on something I'm smoking, that was a very difficult thing to convince people to actually give me product. Well, I didn't have manufacturing. So for me to get manufacturers to work with me was the first challenge. Second challenge was understanding marketing. I came from a zero marketing background, so I understood what social media is. I understood what digital marketing is, performance marketing is. I understood how creatives are made, how difficult designers are to work with or to find, etc., etc. So all of these things were the second step of the journey. Third step was scaling and team building, which sort of ran into then the COVID phase. It was impossible almost to hold the team together during those years of COVID because they were not looking at each other. Whatever I said on Zoom call used to be misinterpreted, and it was a bad time. I definitely hope that in our lifetimes, at least, we don't see another phase like that. Very difficult to build teams during that time. Of late, it has been about ensuring that the brand moves through its next phase of growth. After 10 years, the brand has sort of reached a certain scale. I would say it's the best that it can be. We still have about 3-4x of growth possible for us within the next 3-4 years if we did it well. But for that, we need to think slightly differently from the way we've been thinking so far. And that's the sort of journey that we are on. So now it's a journey of actually making sure we are taking the right decisions with respect to capital deployment, resource allocation, brand building, and so on, and choosing what we don't do as much as choosing what we work on and what we do. So it's a very different phase of the journey now. I'm sure it'll evolve. Every business evolves through its journey of what challenges they face at what point in time. I hope it gives some flavor.
With this, it's time to, present a moment. Can you have a huge round of applause, Mr. Shankar Prasad, everybody? And may I take this opportunity to welcome on stage somebody from the world of movies and music. Put your hands together for the Chief Marketing Officer, Anuja Trivedi. Let's welcome her with a huge cheer, everybody. What are you saying, Anuja? You have to say this on the mic.
Shankar, fascinating section, but Shanky, as I call him, is my first boss. So I insisted I wanted to give him this momentum.
We have a huge round of applause for a wonderful session right here. I think honesty and modesty is what he lives by. Thank you, Mr. Prasad, and thank you, Anuja, for doing the honors. And yes, this session was thoroughly enlightening, no doubt about it. But ladies and gentlemen, yes, keep the hashtag on, keep tweeting, keep saying it on Instagram. And with this now, at India Brand Conclave 2024, it's time for a very exciting session. Buckle up, join us in exploring the dynamic landscape of brand evolution, where it's time for a panel discussion and where the marriage of cutting-edge technology and higher purpose creates impact and innovation. Get ready to be inspired as our panelists share their experiences, they share their challenges, their triumphs at the crossroads of technology and purpose in brand innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our first panelist of the day. Well, we spoke to him a couple of minutes back off stage, but now it's time to get him back on stage. You would have called Mr. Anirudh Singla, founder and CEO of Pepper Content. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Joining in back again will be Anuja Trivedi, Chief Marketing Officer, Showmodern Entertainment Limited. Let's keep the applause going so far, everybody. Also joining in will be Mr. Rohan Manglani, Head of Marketing, Brand Strategy and Implementation for Stand Up. and Mr. Reputed, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Castrol India Limited. But put your hands together as you welcome our session chair, somebody I very dearly know, founder and MD of PC Prep Boys, Chaya Bharadwaj. Let's welcome the panelists and our session chair with a huge round of applause. Welcome, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello to all my fellow panelists. Thank you so much for being here. So yes, an exciting topic, not usually spoken about. I think this is one of the first times I'm in an event where we're talking about brand purpose. And, but we were all discussing this, before we came on stage, that, we're talking about how we can leverage technology. But before we speak about how we can leverage technology for brand purpose, let us talk about purpose itself. Not often spoken about, not advertised, you know. I do not know how many over here would top of mind always think about the company that you're working for or have founded. What is the purpose that this company is there for? So if I could just request, with any one of you who would like to start. Anirudh, of course, we are meeting right here. We didn't get a chance to talk backstage. So maybe you can start with them, Anirudh, so you can shape your thoughts by then. Yeah, Rohit, Rohan, Anuja, any one of you on, what does brand's purpose mean to you? And if you can talk about your own company's brand purpose. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is a very interesting question. I think purpose is quite a polarizing topic and has been the subject of discussion quite a bit recently. But I think it's important to understand what purpose really means. I think it's a great way to kick us off. So I think there's a very interesting piece of work by the Harvard Business School that really talks about the different types of purpose. And very often we think of purpose as cause or social good. That's certainly one part of purpose, and we've seen great work by brands like Dove in this area. But there are other elements of purpose as well. Competence is another way to define purpose. So if you just look at an example like, say, BMW, the ultimate driving machine, it's really about functional competence. And that can be purpose too, right? So in addition to cause, there's competence. And then I think there's a third element, which is culture. So culture is really about intent. And a brand that I personally really love and their purpose resonates with me is a brand called Lululemon in the world of apparel. They talk about elevating the world by giving you clothing that helps you perform at your best and do what you need to do. So I think there are different aspects of purpose, that are mutually distinct, but also have interactivity, and it goes beyond cause. I'll talk now about Castrol's purpose. And we like to say that we help the world accelerate progress. And we do that by bringing innovative products and solutions for consumers and customers to move forward. We're celebrating our 125th year this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And our 115th year in India. So that's really our purpose. And hopefully through the session, as we hear from the other panelists, we'll have a chance to look at some examples of how we bring that to life as well.
Great, thanks. I think you become 125 years old when you have a purpose that is not so directly related to the product that you make, and what the product you make empowers, then you can be 125, and I think going forward 200, 500 years old. Great, congrats. Yes, Anuja, Rohan, yeah.
I think I'll pick up from where Rohit left off. Basically,
a little bit to hear her.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think for me, purpose is largely, what is the need that I'm solving for my customer as a brand, as an organization, because that is the customer is at the center of whatever I'm doing. And at Shimaru, we are an entertainment organization, 61 years old, and our purpose has been through the VCR era to the digital era, entertaining this country. And the one line, that we therefore stand by is India Khush Hua. What can I do to make India happy through entertainment? Is literally the brand's purpose. Everything that we do, we always question, is this going to make people happy? Is this entertaining? So that to my mind is purpose in one line. What can make my consumer happy?
Excellent, excellent.
I I think just taking up from what Rohit and Anuja said, purpose is so important, right, for a brand to have. Keeping your fundamentals, your values, your principles very intact and moving forward with short-term goals, long-term goals. I think the one thing that we've done right at Fasten Up, or the purpose that we've always had, is to see a more active and healthy India and to develop products which are more accessible to people. I mean, there was a time in which we would see the best sportsmen or the best, maybe only a few bunch of the HNI or the societies, the affluent people who would get accessibility to various kinds of products in this country, whether it is consumer goods and the best quality I'm talking about, right? There was this event when we saw, for example, on TV, on television, we saw, various cricketers started wearing Oakleys. I mean, there was a lot of people who were like, we also want to get this. We also want to, we want to be we want to easily achieve these products in our own country. And I think that then became a trend that once they came in and they made it more accessible to people. Similarly, nutrition has a very similar pattern, right? Why not give the best to the people, not only people, sportsmen, fitness people, enthusiasts, and experts in our own country, but also give it outside our own country. And also not only give it to only this sect of audience, but give it to a much wider sect of audience. So if I have to define the purpose over here, it's more like making India more healthy, more active, and being able to provide the best quality nutrition to every person, in the Indian fraternity. I mean, in India, in the country, as a whole. Apart from that, I think that one of the things which we've also been able to do is not only create a mark being one of the pioneers in nutrition and wellness in this country, but also we are today present in almost 30 countries abroad. And the response which we are getting from markets like Europe is fabulous because of the quality of nutrition which we've been able to supply to the consumers. Now, all this tying back to technology is something is the reason why today Fasten Up is present in in a forum like this with such classic and iconic brands. And I think that remains our purpose continuously, to striving to do better and to make the best possible nutrition. I mean, we genuinely do believe that every person in this country should have accessibility to whatever need-based problem they have, or whatever need-based solution they are looking for, or even every youngster, everybody who is in the, who is trying to be more active. And as a country, we always obviously are, I mean, it starts from right from the top, that we are promoting a very active culture, healthy culture in this country. And for Fasten Up, that is one of our primary purposes, which we've been abiding from right from the beginning, and nothing has changed over this, period of time. Like I said, short-term goals, long-term goals keep, they are something which keep happening, but it cannot divert you from the purpose which you are, which you were formed, or which you were initially, you took this leap towards.
Great, thanks so much. So with that purpose, surely another 125 years, though, surely we'll be, you'll be celebrating those anniversaries. So we have Anirudh from, the tech side of it, 3 brain brands, and here's someone who's empowering, but yes, your own purpose too, please. Yeah.
No, I'll start with brand and then I'll come to
Sure,
Pepper's
sure.
purpose. So we work with a lot of CMOs and brand leaders, and so I come from. I'm just looking at the room, and I can say that I'm probably a millennial, and coming from a brand age. I'm still 25. I just look old, but I'm coming from an age where last 10 years have been very different for the Indian consumer. The Indian consumer, most likely to me today, is not a 35 to 45. It's the India that brands are building for is your 18 to 30, kind of consumer audience. And I think while all brands, and I feel every legacy brand or enterprise brand is right now wrestling with brand purpose. Because what happens is brand purpose is built out of business goals. And the business goals, the consumer audience, it's changing so dynamically, especially with digital, that a brand purpose can still be reevaluated, right? But fundamentally, what your consumer wants should drive your brand purpose. I've seen most legacy brands have been caught up in this feeling of, yahi hamara brand and we won't change and so on. And I think that's why you see the D2Cs of today, like a Boat or a Mama Earth, challenging status quo, right? The most, so I come from the startup ecosystem in the tech side, and while the enterprise side always thinks about, इनको brand नहीं समझता है, इनको faster growth समझता है, but you'll be surprised that every CMO discussion we go into today. So if I'm speaking to the CMO of the HDFC Bank, they're saying कि यार grow जो YouTube पे कर रहा है, I want to build that. Now, Grow is a very new age brand looking at the fintech industry in a very different manner. Or similarly, a Bombay shaving company versus a Gillette, right? So I think that brand purpose has to keep reinventing. And I think it's fundamentally what the consumer really fascinates with. I've been hearing this one interesting thing. Is the consumer able to think about your brand when they don't have a need? Right? For example, I'll take a banking case because we work with a lot of financial services companies. Uh, um, as consumers, do we think about banking or do we think about money? So, as say, for example, a bank, should you be talking about your banking services or should you be talking about your customers' experience or thought process with money? Because I'm thinking about my rent, my expenses, all of that. So we got to a point where we realized that we should just talk about better money habits or talk about the concept of money than banking. Now, if I was to take the traditional playbook, I don't think I would be able to think about money as a consumption logic, right? So I think that's my take on the brand side. As a business at Pepper, we're essentially partnering with large enterprises to uh, do content transformations through strategy, technology, and talent, where we work with likes of Unilever, P&G, and ITC and the likes to help them scale content-led experiences. Now, our vision as a company is to essentially create all the content. So we have this tagline that we say in our town hall that we want to become the largest content company in the world that ever creates all content on web and social. Like in simple terms, if there's probably 100 million content pieces being generated globally at any given point of time, we want to do it all. And we want to build the underlying technology or provide the talent pool that can do that for businesses. And this also translates to for brands that how can we help other brands become content or media companies. Now, for me, my brand purpose as a business starts at how can I empower my CMO or who's my customer audience ideally, to want to become a media company or a content company. And I think over time there'll be a possibility in 2 years. This media would also become metricized to business goals where essentially, I don't know how we're seeing this, but every CMO today is less questioned about the campaign they did versus more about real business metrics they contributed to. And I think fundamentally basis that my business model, my way of reaching out to the CMOs or being able to communicate with them will drastically change. And if I'm just tied to my original brand purpose, which is making them a media or content company, I might not be relevant 3 years from now. So I think it has to keep evolving.
Yes. Thanks. Thanks so much, Anirudh. One of the things you did say is that, how does the consumer see you? What are you providing? The banking service example. So like Hero, Motorcorp, which is, we've been working with, their purpose is, providing mobility. Now, they don't say, I'm going to sell you a two-wheeler. They say providing mobility is, I think, their vision, their purpose, etc. I was also thinking about, so we are a B2B service provider. So we have a purpose, which is, of course, the purpose is going to meet our business needs. So we want to be the lifetime partner of our clients, providing them with sustainable profitable growth. This is there in our credentials. Okay, this is a statement. That's why I was able to say it with that brevity and clarity. One of the exercises that we were doing also recently was, okay, this is my purpose and it is there in my credentials, and possibly when, we pitch to your brands, it is coming in. But are we really communicating it very well to our clients? Okay, do they really understand that? And, my statement will not help, right? If I come and tell to any of our clients, this is my purpose, or even if, Hero will go and tell the customer, I provide mobility, it doesn't translate in that language to the customer. So we did things like, providing success stories, case studies, etc., which shows how we're doing this. I would like to understand from, and I'm sure everybody else, how it is today, since we do have, technology, this is the session about, how is tech helping, your brands, to actually take your purpose, to bring your purpose to life? Or maybe before we get into technology, and maybe, or we could address these questions together. Is it important? Like, we felt it is very important that our client needs to know this is my purpose without me saying that this is what I stand for. What about you? Do you think your customer needs to know your purpose, or is it an internal statement and it can stay there?
I think the purpose, see, we are a complete B2C provider, right? My addressable market is all of India. So I think they will, sort of live what I'm providing to them. And, when they get entertained, my purpose is served. So it's not like India Khushwa needs to be embedded in their heads. As long as they get entertained, I have achieved my purpose. Then coming to your first question, which was on technology. I think a lot of young people here, but taking you back to the VCR, VCP days, I think the installed base of VCRs, VCPs, which used to be how we could entertain the country at that time, was 5 million. When we went from there to DVDs, it became a 50 million installed base in India. And today, with all our content available on YouTube and Facebook, the kind of reach we look at is 500 million. So with every technology advancement, we've actually been able to, sort of jump in reach by 10x. And that's how we think of technology giving that lead to our purpose. That is how technology has really helped us gain reach. So to my mind, technology is, there is, of course, the traditional piece, but technology is only going to make life easier and allow us to achieve our purpose much more easily and much more holistically.
Thanks so much. So yes, reaching your audience correctly. Yes, please go ahead, Rohan.
Yeah, so I think that how purpose, how technology helps in the purpose. I think purpose is something which is defined through consistency in your communication, which you are doing through whichever channel with the consumer, they get it. But for us, for example, reaching out to, obviously one part is there which defines the quality of your products and the acceptability in international markets also. But the fact that we could actually go there, we could actually tap these consumers, we could actually become one of the best-selling nutrition brands in Europe in terms of, for many of the categories which we do. I think that it's really helped us go international in that sense. So I think that is that is one of the key takeaways of how at least we use technology to our advantage. And at the same time, it's great to see that being sitting in Bombay and having our offices in Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi, etc. We are able to do this even in big and competitive markets like the UK and the US, which is good.
It's great. Yes, this is great. Your entire backend, of market intelligence can be covered. In fact, even your reputation tracking. I'm sure all of you are doing reputation tracking. And technology, you don't have to go and ask each customer. With tech, you can. Yeah, please, you go ahead, Rohit.
It's a great example of scaling globally using tech. I think two things for me. I think purpose has to be authentic. And for it to be authentic, it has to be forward-looking, customer-facing, but also lived and breathed by your employees and the people who work in the organization. Only then can it really come to life meaningfully for consumers. So I think that's important. Also, it's something that has to be built consistently over time. I think we spoke about how tech can enable scale and reach. I think that's it's really powerful. right? And I'll just share a slightly different example. So we're a B2B2C company, and there's a very large community of, I mean, if you look at India scale, it's not a very large community, but there's a community of mechanics and garages where all vehicles go for servicing in India, and that's a hard to reach audience, right? And I think technology can also really help you sharply target and reach the right audiences with the right messages when they're looking for it. So we really use tech to be able to connect with these audiences one to one. And we have a very large scale, in excess of 500,000 mechanics on a tech platform, on an app, where we're able to communicate and engage with them and run everything from reward programs to upskilling events using technology. So I think it can help you broad base, scale, and reach, but it can also help you sharply target and engage deeply and meaningfully traditionally hard to reach audiences.
If I can ask you to elaborate, okay, one is the push content that you're doing, correct? What about, if you can share with the audience, you must be definitely getting so much more of intelligence insights because of the way they use your app.
Yeah.
Anything on that you can share?
Sure. So on the platform, we have millions and millions of transactions that happen every month. Okay, so I think the data and the analytics piece is so useful. Where is it happening? Why is it happening? How often is it happening? What's working where and what's not working where? And then it helps you sort of improve the program. So I think the piece that you touched upon, the ability to get real-time feedback and understanding of what's happening and why it's happening, and then help you improve the customer experience, the speed, and also the quality of what you deliver, is another great piece that technology enables.
That's great. And would this also, so one is you get real time, and does it also, if I could ask, does it bring down your cost of, the research you would have had to do otherwise, without the app,
Absolutely. It brings down cost, it brings down time as well. Yeah.
Right.
So it really helps you, and it actually pushes you as an organization to become a lot more agile and responsive.
Yes.
Because you're getting real feedback and you're getting it now, so it urges you, and it kind of helps brands act at a much faster pace than perhaps we would have in the absence of this tech.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Fantastic. Great. Yes, please, Anirudh, how can you add to this? Yes.
No, 100%. I think technology is a lot about measurement and impact of a team's work. I think all of us see that the creative ecosystem, the marketing ecosystem works so hard in terms of input. How many of you have seen the, I know it's old news, but how many of you have seen the Shah Rukh Khan Mondelez campaign? Right? I think everyone's seen, right? And everyone's been using generative AI for brand amplification. Simple case in point, right? Cadbury had, say, maybe 150,000 retailers, and earlier they would do brand communication, which will probably just give a sense of, hey, we'll maybe spend, say, 100 crores on media, do this, do that, and there's a chance we might hit maybe 50% of those 150,000. And there's no logical math to what 50%. If you go deeper to two-level metrics, there's no math. But with that ad campaign, they were able to create personalized videos at scale using Shah Rukh Khan for every retailer, where he was basically just using their name and some personalized information about that. And they put all of that on a mini website experience. And every time and they sent that communication out through WhatsApp and 10 other channels where you have 10 other analytics to measure like who opened, who clicked, all of those things at a contact and at a retailer level, and also saw how many people created those videos going to that microsite, right? Suddenly, in probably 1.5 months, you exactly know 150,000 people. The funnel is 80,000 people clicked, 45,000 people opened that link, 20,000 people created those videos, 10,000 people send messages on WhatsApp saying they're very happy, right? Now imagine a CMO going with that level of brand impact, and probably something like this just got done in maybe 2 crores, which is 1/50th of traditional media marketing budget, right? which means I think measurement at very relevant and absorbable costs for the brand, which also serve the brand purpose, and at the same time give the ability for, say, leadership teams, management, or business units to invest more in this. Just changes things, right? So now the CMO is not fighting for, hey, इससे ये कुछ हो सकता है. They can talk about ये होगा, and to do that, they have supporting data, infrastructure, and so on. And I think this is just one example, but I think what's most heartening is I went to the Adobe Summit, which happens in Las Vegas. Very interestingly, so I don't know how many of you guys use Adobe, but and I'm not no sponsoring them. It's just a company I admire. In that event, there were 12,000 and global enterprises that use Adobe AEM. AEM is nothing but Adobe Digital Experience on website. Out of this 12,000, only roughly about 250 to 300 enterprises in India have adopted Adobe Digital Experience, and Adobe is like the best in class platform. But there's 4,000 enterprises in India. So there's roughly about 3,500 other enterprises which don't have that digital experience management platform yet. But in the last 6 months, we've had conversations with so many brands, likes of ITC, likes of Unilever have implemented Adobe AEM as a measurement tool. And now whatever structure, thought process around budgeting happens through a lot of those analytics data that's coming from platforms like these. So that digital adoption of platforms like these is also a very big linkage to how marketers can talk about true brand purpose, but now also deliver that through very relevant data. So I think that's my perspective on this.
Yes. Yeah. So, one thing what I've observed also when we were talking. So we have technology. Now tech is doing a lot. Okay. Tech is definitely doing a lot, but tech for purpose. Okay. So there, of course, I'm not saying that all of these, essentially whatever you can do in marketing, or even in your backend, like in your supply chain or in your product development, etc., can be actually, all those tech can be used to leverage for your, driving the purpose of your organization even better. So I just want to recap, but because I don't want us to miss anything when we're talking to all the people who are listening to us. We spoke about definitely targeting the audience, your right audience you can target using technology. So therefore you can meet your brand purpose. That is one we spoke. We spoke about being able to access, various regions. You can sit here right now and you can access with technology whatever kind of information, whatever you need, wherever in the world, to therefore enable and progress with your purpose. We spoke about applications, apps that you can create, which can become the hub to drive your purpose. Okay. Then we spoke about the measurement, seeing how, you can actually, is it working? Are you going in the right direction? So you can measure, and you can also listen, real time, take corrective measures, respond, act to drive your purpose. Is there anything else? Are we missing something over here? Maybe what about AI, use of AI for a purpose? Has anyone done any work? And I guess you would want to speak a little bit on it.
No, we were the first 100 users to ever use GPT-3, not ChatGPT. So this is 2019 and we're talking about. So we're in the business of content fundamentally, and content obviously is the first use case that comes to mind when you think about AI. And the model Pepper started off with was an expert-led marketplace platform where we were helping enterprises with subject matter experts to produce high-quality content. The moment we realized that generative AI is going to play a huge role, we thought that if you put content on a number line of 1 to 10, 1 to 4, which is high volume, low value content, will instantly get automated through AI. 5 to 10 will need experts enabled through AI. And I can tell you, I don't know how many of you know this, but Coca-Cola, which is one of the largest enterprise brands out there, has a 450-member generative AI team that is in-house, that is just working towards bringing efficiencies across every single marketing department in Coca-Cola. and that marketing department size is roughly about 4,000 people, right? And these generative AI capabilities, while I know a lot of us, AI in video is still far, but at least on the tech side of things, we're seeing that the amount of efficiency, and it's not just a 10% productivity gain. It is a lot of times changing how teams work, operate at scale. Another example is right now we're doing something very interesting with TCS. Now TCS is roughly about 500 marketers who have 100 jobs to be done on a monthly basis. This could be everything from creating RFPs or briefs for agencies to writing copy or to writing press releases that have to go in the next 3 hours or to creating LinkedIn content or 100 other things. What we're doing is, and at the same time, TCS has a brand tonality, right? You have to be able to talk at the same level of measurement structure. So just no one can, like, it's not easy for anyone else to do it. We're right now creating this foundational small language model for TCS, which what it will enable them to do is almost imagine it's a small language model fine-tuned on roughly 5,000 to 10,000 assets that have historically been produced by TCS. It could be social media posts, blogs, website pages, URLs. The model ingests all of that data. Now, that outcome, that structure that TCS teams can use is, we have something on our Pepper platform. It's very customized prompts, fine-tuned on all of this data that can allow all 400 people in their team across 20 BUs, different geographies, to produce on-brand content. And this on-brand content can be produced at any kind of scale. So what I'm simply saying is, imagine if one has to create 150 email campaign journeys for 10 user personas, which would have taken typically 9 months to execute, is done by an in-house team member of 2 people, where they've already seen 100 brand email nurture sequences fed into engines. And this is now on-brand content being created. And this now reduces the need for just so much time and redundancy and human productivity. So our promise to marketers there is, hey, get your teams to be working more on strategic work that enables your team and you to drive productivity, and use technology and wherever you want to integrate talent.
Yeah, so
Drive
absolutely,
impact.
absolutely. So AI is enabling us to collapse time and therefore cause a faster turnaround, etc. You wanted to add, yes.
No, just a quick build, agreeing violently with you. I think the role of personalization, and I think it's become a consumer expectation, right? Consumers are sharing data. They expect companies to handle their data with care, but then also use that data to create meaningful experiences for consumers, right? And I think technology is allowing us to do that. And there are various ways. Most basic would be looking at audience segments, behavioral insights, and then customizing communication and journey based on that. And I think there's so many great things about being digital, and we heard about those. I think one of the challenges with digital is also attention, right? And I think the ability to personalize and customize then allows you to really drive that attention through digital, which is probably one of the big challenges that brands and marketers have today. So I think that's a great role that technology is playing. And I can then communicate to somebody based on what they care about that's consistent with my purpose. And that's really powerful.
Great, thanks. Yes, you want to add, please?
Yeah, I think additionally to the points which were mentioned, which are like bang on point, I think that what also it enables us to do is that we are able to, for example, we are able to provide customers maybe 1 or 2 particular products in the format that they also desire. We don't have to go, previously back in the day before when you had to when you did a campaign or when you had to get into like hardcore sales of a particular product, there would always be a manufacturing challenge. I think that because of the data analytics that you get today through technology, I think it enables brands like ours, like how he was just saying, that basically we can enable this to reach the consumer in the format they desire, maintaining our efficiencies. I think that is one of the key things which has come across in the last, maybe in the last 5 years, in the last 4 years, which has helped us and helped brands like us, D2C brands mainly also in focusing more and taking the leap towards certain bets which you want to take.
Great. Yes, Anuja.
Absolutely agree. And just building on what has been said, I think what personalization and technology also helps us do is it's a two-way communication. I think to date, all of us marketeers are used to, sort of in the traditional sense, throughout communication, wait for your brand scores and your researches to happen, and then hear from what it is that the consumer has liked, or wait for the sales numbers to come in. But now feedback is so instant on social media in terms of, the listening that you do, and that allows you to hear what the consumer is saying, allows you to put the brand's authentic self in front of the consumer at all times. And to my mind, also similar to what Rohan said, helps you actually come up with new products within your brand. So for example, some of the listening that we have done has helped us think of the next content piece that our consumers will be excited about, because I know my core consumer, I know what it is that they like, and perhaps there is a gap today in the content offering that we can then solve. So it also sort of, it's almost like reversing the funnel and, understanding from the consumer to create the product rather than create the product and tell the consumer about it. So I think technology has just made the funnel inverted, upside down, smaller, all versions.
Yeah, excellent. This last point you spoke about consumer response. And today, we are ordering quick commerce. We want everything instantly, and definitely customer response. I'm sure all of you, when you're working with your ORM agency, you're asking, bring the tag down, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So, so we built a product, a conversational bot, to be able to completely speak about your domain, because customer wants that. The traditional bot, which the bot market was just about 4 or 5 years old, and in that's changing into conversational bot. So great. I think we've had a great discussion, and I hope there's a lot that the audience is able to take away from what we have all discussed. We are on 0 minutes right now. So any last minute add-ons, or we can just close the session. Right. So do we have time for questions, or do we just close? Yes. Okay. So thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you so much, all of you, for great, wonderful insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your personal experiences and insights. May I request you to please join for a quick photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and Women together, standing together. May I take this opportunity to welcome on stage Managing Director and Chief Client Officer, South Asia Insights Division for Kantar. Let's welcome on stage Soumya Mohanty. A big round of applause. May I request Soumya to do the honors and to present mementos. You can pose for a picture. I'll pass on a memento to the team. A quick picture at the center. And ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going as we present mementos to our esteemed panelists. And starting with our session chair, a big round of applause for Chaya Bharadwaj, everybody. She's right there. Okay, no problem. We'll go in the order. Yeah, right here. A big round of applause for Mr. Rohan Mimri. A big round of applause for Mr. Rohit Palwal. A round of applause for Anuja Trivedi, everybody. And let's keep the applause going for Mr. Anirudh Singla and our session chair, Chaya Bharadwaj. Zordar Talia, everybody. A big center picture back again. And moments like this make this conclave truly rewarding. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining in on stage, and to our esteemed panelists as well. But I'm going to request Soumya to be on stage for a few more minutes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, who is our next speaker? She's armed with a treasure trove of consumer insights, ready to unlock the secrets to marketing success. Get ready to dive into a world where data comes to life and every decision is guided by data-backed insights. Keep the spotlight shining as we again welcome with a huge round of applause Ms. Soumya Mohanty. जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत करें.
That's fine. I can get my.
Yes. Just one soft click.
It doesn't jump. It goes.
So, so I've been actually listening to all the sessions since the time I came, and I've been trying to figure out what exactly I should talk about, because before I came in, I wasn't very clear on what should my topic be. So I sort of took brand conclave literally, and I thought we are going to talk about brands. You know, on a Friday afternoon, we'll talk about brands when our consumers probably don't talk about it at all. So that's how I have structured this. And I have obviously, coming from a consumer research background, brought a lot of data with me, because it's great to have conversations around different things. But finally, what leads to business outcome, what is proven to lead to business outcome, is probably what we should all, as brand marketers, as chief marketing officers, engage with. So, I mean, I'm not going to introduce Kantar. Kantar is arguably world's largest consumer data and analytics company. And what I'm going to show you is based on hard evidence based on close to 2,000 brand tracks that we do globally, about 5 billion data points that we capture as a part of what we do annually called Brand Z, which values the world's most valuable brands. And we celebrated 10th year in India last year. And we also capture huge amount of data from our world panel, which looks at shoppers and what they buy on a regular basis. So there are a lot of data points that Kantar captures, and what I'm going to show you is based on that. So this is it's a marketing truism, which is double jeopardy. Double jeopardy, basically, what does it mean? It just means that if you're a big brand, you will continue to grow. And why will you continue to grow? Because you are more available, you are more accessible, you are there on the shelf, and therefore the consumer will recall you more. And so it sets in place a natural motion of growth, which is what big brands tend to benefit from, because they come to the mind more fluently and they are more physically available. But does that mean that small brands absolutely have no chance to break through? Obviously not. Many small brands, and we were discussing many D2C brands just in the session before, have broken through. They have broken through the psychological construct of big brands tend to keep growing. And they have done that because the only way to grow is not just to be mentally and physically available. There are other ways to grow. And if I was to share with you what does all the data that we have, when we put it together and we looked at what drives brand growth, and there's so much of discussion here around performance marketing. I didn't hear the word brand building, by the way. I heard a lot of words, and a lot of words around performance marketing. We talk about search engine optimization. We talk about a lot of these things, but the fundamental, which is how do I build a great brand? So just to tell everybody in this room, Coca-Cola remains the most chosen brand globally for as many years as we can go back to. Yes, there have been Apple, there has been Microsoft, there has been Amazon, era-defining brands that have entered and become the most valuable brands. But these have sustained and these have endured. And that is because consumers' decision journey, whether the consumer is online, whether the consumer is offline, it's the same person. He doesn't become a strange person when he goes online. He's exactly the same individual. So consumers' decision journey is like a feedback loop. There are 3 parts to it. And if you get all the 3 parts right, it leads to about 46% growth as per the data that we have analyzed. 46% growth, more than average growth that you would have normally got if you had not, if organically the categories had grown the way they are growing. And those 3 parts are the bottom. You can see experience and activation is very obvious. Experience, I experience the brand, I like it, I buy it again. But experience can only take you that far. You have to ensure your bucket doesn't leak, but you have to also acquire consumers. So experience can just lead you to a certain level. The second is activation. I'm on the shelf, I'm available, I will get picked up. And that contributes to about 12%. It's a more short-term measure, which is what we talk a lot about when we talk about performance marketing, when we talk about multi-touchpoint attribution. We're actually focusing only on activation. But what sits above it all, contributing to 27% of the growth, is brand equity, a term that is everybody knows that it matters. Everybody knows there's a thing called equity. Otherwise, there is no point of having a brand. You could as well be a commodity. A brand is a brand because it triggers memories, associations in the consumer's mind. And you therefore have a natural inclination to pick it up. It is distinctive, it is differentiated. So that intangible asset that makes the commodity brand is what equity is. Equity is not spoken enough in boardrooms. Equity is not measured enough. Equity is not monitored enough. But it does contribute 27% to brand growth, business outcomes. And this is data from Kantar Brand Z. This is global data. Brand Z is, as I said, is the annual, we do it annually. It looks at consumer perception of brand and combines it with market perception of brands, shareholder perception of brand, and we give a value to the brand. It's a brand valuation study, globally the largest and the most respected, I would say. And what we have shown consistently, both globally and in India, is that the Brand Z portfolio of the top brands have consistently outgrown market. And then you can see that very clearly here. And this is like hard evidence. This is evidence that marketers should take to the boardroom when they're asking for marketing budgets. Investing in brand leads to actual shareholder return. And this is India data. Top 50 India brands. In 2023, they had a value of 340 odd billion. And if you just see the growth that has happened, it's actually grown much faster than GDP growth over the same period. So the natural GDP growth is about 7%, and Brand Z top 50 has grown 18%. They are 5 times as big in the last 10 years. And about, I think, 5 odd Indian brands have actually made it to the global list as well. 4 or 5 Indian brands. One of them is TCS, which was our most valued brand, and Airtel, which has become the world's most valued, or actually has gained the most in the world list as a telecom brand. So it feels very proud to have Indian brands in the global list of Brand Z. And how do, therefore, brands drive value? This is the Kantar construct of how brands drive value, and a lot of brands across the world actually believe in it and do it regularly. A lot of, I would say a lot of brands that are trying to build themselves today, a lot of startups, probably need to start thinking about building brand value. So there are 2 parts to it, demand power and pricing power. Now, the easiest way to build fame or recognition for the brand is to build salience. You have to know the brand. So brute salience, if everybody knows your brand, obviously, you will build some value in the market, but that salience will be wasted. Those monies are going down the drain if there is no meaningful association that is getting triggered because of that. And therefore, when we talk of virality of our content that we are putting out online, does virality actually mean affinity? Does virality lead to purchase truly? Completely attributable to the virality? These are the questions we should be asking a lot more than we do today. So meaningful salience drives demand power or today's value. Pricing power is how much of premium can your brand actually command. And for that, you need to be meaningful or relevant, but you also need to be differentiated. Because unless you are differentiated, the consumer is not going to pay extra for you. And differentiation doesn't mean being distinctive, having a great pack or having a great, absolutely different looking logo, or having a communication that just breaks clutter just by being shocking. And there's a lot of such communication that gets put out every day. Differentiation means consistently standing for something that the consumer thinks makes you different from the rest. A Levi's, Nike, consistent brands, consistently differentiated brands over the years, or a Dove. And strong brands tend to perform well across all the pillars, meaningful, different, and salient. The colors have got mixed up. So the first pillar is meaningful, different, and salient. And you can see Sensodyne there, a brand that's differentiated. It didn't have to invest as much in salience because it had a differentiated proposition to start with. You could say that it was a different niche category, but then they they created the category. So that consumer truth and remaining differentiated and stuck and being considered a specialist on that is what has led them to build a very strong brand in a very stable stake market. Tesla. Now, this is a great example of a brand that remains differentiated wherever it goes. It's differentiated in US, is differentiated in UK, is differentiated in South Korea. Just look at the blue bar. It stands on differentiation. But the complexion of the differentiation differs. In US, it's a lot more aspirational. In UK, much more of a specialist. Korea, it's still an outsider. So you can take the same differentiation, but build around different facets of the differentiation. What Tesla has also done is gone beyond functionality to build emotional connection or emotional differentiation, because functionality will become again table stakes. Like EV was new, now EV is not new. So you need to go beyond and connect with the consumer emotionally as well. Now in India, if you look at startups, and I'm just showing this data, not getting into any debate, we know this. Value has dropped 15% in 1 year versus India top 75 brands, which actually lost only 4%. So just data to think about, the need to build brands consistently. And even more important in inflationary times, when this is from 2019 to 2023, consumer perception of net worth of brands, different brands, it's gone from 59% to 50%, 10% drop in do I think the brand I'm buying is worth paying for? Again, emphasizing the importance of equity. So meaningful, different, salient, create value for today, but also create value for tomorrow. And I do want to leave this thought behind on sustainability. We spoke a lot about purpose in the previous group. Purpose is anything that you believe is purpose, and you can convince the consumer is your purpose. But this is, I would say, beyond purpose. This is something that you are doing for society, for environment. And one of the areas that we have found where globally brands are lacking, and also in India, is on sustainability credentials. The fact is that versus 11% of all the brands that are part of Brand Z, and only 2% of the top brands in the Brand Z portfolio stand on sustainability or lead sustainability versus 11% of all brands that we surveyed. So effectively, the most valuable global brands are today not being seen as sustainable brands. You could say, is it important? Is it relevant? Yes, it is important and relevant. And we have data. In fact, this is India data to show that it is driving close to 8% or 9% of demand power and about 7% of price power. It may seem small, but if you look at the investments we are making in sustainability, this could be a game changer going forward and could be a competitive edge in the market as well. So I think I'm anyway sort of running out of time. I would leave you with these 3 thoughts. Brand equity is the route and the only route to sustainable shareholder value. All the rest are just routes to building brand equity. Are we building brand equity? Are we being able to monitor brand equity? Are we measuring the right aspects of brand equity? I think these are the questions. At some point, every brand marketer and every startup founder, everyone in the room will have to ask themselves. When you build equity, leverage your brand's differentiation, because that can reduce the price sensitivity of the consumer. And the third is, as you are building for today, keep in mind that tomorrow, sustainability could be a lead driver of brand equity. It is today a missed opportunity. Globally, there are few brands that stand on it, but not your leading brands. It is definitely a missed opportunity in India. Now, sustainability does not mean just your ESG charter. Sustainability means something that you're doing very clearly and communicating to the consumer. It doesn't have to be environmental. It could be social. There is the entire UN Sustainability Charter. It could be any of those. And we do have a survey that actually tells us what is more important in each sector. But this is an area where probably the brand that takes the lead could reap advantages in future. 2 minutes left, and I sort of went very rapidly through it. So I hope this has given some different thoughts to this day till now. And I don't know if I'm happy to take any questions over coffee or anything else that you may want to know more about. Thank you. And it was a pleasure to be here to do this. Thank you.
All right, so we're just in time. First of all, can you have a round of applause for Soumya, everybody? And you're just in time for a couple of questions. Just in case you have any question, you can raise your hand. I'll come to you and we'll quickly have a Q&A. Yes, can you pass on the mic right there? Okay, you have. I'll come to you, sir.
My name is Rajan. Thank you for a nice presentation. I have a question on your first slide. When you mentioned about brand equity and experience and activation. So isn't it that activation and experience leads to brand equity? And these are not three distinct factors which you mentioned.
There are three buckets. They're not three, they will obviously overlap. Experience will build into equity. Activation will also lead, actually equity will lead to activation, but there are three distinct buckets. So what that means is in the consumer decision journey, any of these could trigger the thought of the brand or the consideration of brand in your mind. You may not have a starting equity. You find the brand on the shelf, that is activation, and you may end up picking the brand. That's why it has got a 12% value. You start with equity, that's a 27% value in terms of driving growth. It is a much stronger position to start from. But activation alone can also lead to business growth because you're just there on the shelf and somebody will pick you up. So in that sense, there are just three distinct buckets or routes through which consumers sort of start their journey towards the brand.
Avanjit, here's your question. Any questions right here? She has the first to raise, so I'm going to go to.
Sure. Hi, my name is Gargi. I come from India First Life Insurance. My question is, while most of us inherently understand the value of brand equity, I think the challenging factor here is how do you place it in the life cycle of the brand? And how do you evangelize this in the boardroom where, people leave from quarter to quarter and, so if I were to ask you at what stage do you know that you're ready to make, because brand building also requires heavy investment in terms of budget. Brand activation requires lower. So when you are in that situation where you have to choose where to place your resources, usually that is where brand building loses out on. It's people know the value of it. It's just that they don't know when to do it and when to place it. So is there anything which we can
I think that is the problem, because the problem is, and I'm not, the question is a very brilliant question because that's what we also always face. But the problem is there is this thing in our mind that there is a 60-40. 40% is supposed to be performance marketing and 60% is brand building or vice versa or whatever, depending upon your context. And you should start with X or Y. The fact is, even when you're activating a brand, you're triggering some associations in the consumer's mind. Finally, your starting point has to be, what does my brand stand for? So in that sense, it starts, what my brand stands for is the starting point. As long as you have if you're a commodity, it's okay. You could just activate. Now, when do I start investing in brand building? If that is the question, versus investing in building distribution or investing in other aspects, in our view would always be invest in brand building from the start, because that it is not an either or. It is just brand building will give you return. You will not get a return next quarter, because you will have to invest in activation and make your brand available. But if you have done this, then you won't face the challenge we are now seeing with many brands that never built brands. They just put something out in the market. So, yeah, not an easy answer.
All right. Can you have a huge round of applause for Soumya, everybody? And may I take this opportunity to welcome on stage editor for Exchange for Media Group, Ms. Nazia Alvi. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. I request her to present the memento to Soumya. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Zordar Padya. Thank you so much, Nazia, and thank you so much, Soumya, for sharing your thoughts and your experiences with us, ladies and gentlemen. Now comes a very exciting panel discussion. Yes. That's right. Make sure you also, just a friendly reminder, There's going to be a whole lot of hampers that you're going to win. Make sure you use the hashtag, which is right there on top, hashtag India Brand Conclave. Share your selfie, share your video messages. If there's any question, you can post that question on any social media, be it Twitter, be it Instagram, be it any social media. And make sure you tag the Exchange for Media group page. So make sure you tag the Exchange for Media page. And who knows, we might just hand over the hamper immediately after this session. But ladies and gentlemen, now join us on an exhilarating roller coaster ride as we unravel the ultimate game plan for advertisers to hit the bullseye with Put It on TV. Yes, we've been waiting to hear from this. From nail-biting matchups to marketing touchdowns, we are diving into the playbook of running cricket into advertising gold by driving business impact. Get ready to tackle insights, strategies, and a field full of unmissable opportunities. I'd like to say, how's that? And please put your hands together as we welcome on stage our session chair, Neeta Nair, editor, Impact Magazine, with a huge round of applause, everybody. So, Natalia. May I also take this opportunity to welcome Senior Category Head, Marketing for Parley Products, Mr. Krishna Rao Buddha. Let's welcome Mr. Buddha with a huge round of applause. Joining in will be the Head of Media for Dabur, Mr. Rajiv Dubey. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Joining in also will be Chief Executive Officer for Starcom India, Rafi Gangappa. And last but not least, let's put our hands together for the co-founder for Sing Media, Vikas Saxena. So for our session chair and our esteemed panelists as they join us on stage. Hello. Hello.
Last week, I was invited to this great game of cricket. It was called the TPL, the Tirumala Cricket Team. Gully cricket spin-off of the great IPL. They played with real money player options, team jerseys, and the work. The reason to bring this up here today is because I feel the success of the game is truly when spin-offs and variations of the game, and this happens at a society level. So cricket and IPL have percolated to the very fabric of the Indian society. So much so that 500 million viewers don't just tune into the live telecast of the matches on TV, but also come up with their own versions of the game. How cool is that, right? And here we are to discuss something bigger than IPL, overall cricket on TV, the platform for driving business impact. And with me are panelists who experienced success of this association in different ways. So let me start with Mr. Krishna with us. Second part of Parley's media plan over the years. Last year, you were one of the prominent advertisers in the IPL. Tell us, how has the association with TV and cricket really been?
Good afternoon, all. I think Parley, considering that it's a extremely mass brand, we've always looked at boarding cricket as a vehicle to reach the audiences. We all know that cricket particularly helps us reach the younger TG, which is extremely difficult to get otherwise on television. It becomes extremely expensive, either one, very expensive or extremely difficult to tap onto the young audiences. I think a sport like cricket gives us works out as an extremely good vehicle for us to reach that audience. At the same time, we've also seen that a significant proportion of women actually have started taking interest in the sport. I think that also has worked in our favor. We've seen in the recent times, in the past 5-8 odd years, women's cricket is also started gaining prominence, and we've seen the leagues also getting floated, and that has also sort of helped increase the interest in overall cricket
from the female audiences as well. So if you look at the construct of Parlay's portfolio, we have brands either targeted at children and or predominantly women housewives. And there are, of course, a few brands which stagger and which are targeted to the youngsters as well. Our philosophy is very simple. If we target kids who are going to be the next generation, it's the philosophy is very simple to catch them young. So I think from that perspective, we've always looked at cricket as a great opportunity. And yes, talking about our association during the last season with IPL particularly, I think has been a fantastic association. So we've also maximized the use of this event to split between the mass users and mass users as well as the premium users as well. I think a combination of SD and HD enabled us to reach a certain set of audiences exclusively. So HD became a great vehicle for us to reach the Platina audiences, the Parlay Platina audiences. That helped us. I think in that sense, I really feel that an association with an event like IPL has worked out quite well for Parlay.
You can actually catch the entire family together in one space. Not
Absolutely.
the big screen. Interesting. So you spend around 85% of your ad spends on TV. How much is it for cricket?
Difficult to specify, but yes, it is a major chunk. So if I were to sort of cite, so of the 16 seasons that we've had so far, we've participated in cricket in most of the seasons, barring one or two where we had given it a miss. Otherwise, we've been there for most of the seasons. So and when we participate in a strong in a strong way. So which means we need to be present throughout the tournament, which lasts as much as about 45-50 days, and which means a sizable investment. So we do spend a sizable chunk of our monies on cricket.
Thank you. Let me also let me come to Mr. Dubey now. And firstly, let me take a moment to congratulate you on completing 3 decades with Dabur. Guys, I think that deserves a round of applause. I think you are to Dabur what TV is to cricket. Okay. So we were talking about spends, and Dabur has increased its TV spends by around 20% in 2023. And a big part of it was in the World Cup. Tell us, how has cricket really helped you reap return on investments?
Return on investment on cricket?
By cricket.
I don't think there's any return on investment on cricket. It's not for the faint-hearted, Cricket is not for the faint-hearted. You have to, first of all, before you start talking, you have to put a lot of money on the table, and then, get these guys to come and talk to you, right? Otherwise, nobody will come to you, talk to you. That's one. There's a lot of burn in cricket. Like initially, there's a lot of burn. You have to not be faint-hearted. Number one. Then you can't continuously be present through cricket. You can create an impact, go out, and then. So like companies like ours, which happen in a infinite business building, so as to say, like you have to keep growing the company all your life. For these companies, a lot of new brands. For new brands, it works a lot. Brands which are established, which have a very high market share, like upwards of 60%. Those brands, it may help you in a very small way, but for new brands, it definitely helps a lot. Another thing is that with cricket, you can be sure of reaching newer audiences. Our play mostly has been women and children, and that set watches a certain set of programs on TV, and that gets saturated very fast, especially in the Hindi heartland. In southern markets, those numbers are much higher. So there the play is different. So what happens is that basically you're reaching out to the same people again and again. If you want to reach out to newer people, the younger people, you have to do something different. So cricket offers you that. So reaching out to newer audiences, reaching out to children, reaching out to younger TG. People watch together. People watch TV as a family together. So a lot of spillover also you get. That's one. Secondly, the numbers which you get for cricket, they are all India numbers. You reach out to the all India pan India audiences. That's another unique way of a unique thing which cricket offers. With respect to say, like if I talk about my company, we have traditionally been investing only behind one set of genre. We spend a lot of money on impact like Big Boss, etc. There also there's a lot of saturation. So this really helps us reach out to newer audiences and build the brand. But can you sustain it over the period of time for a long term? I don't know that yet. Okay, but for new launches, for creating a quick impact, it is like brilliant idea. But it's not for the faint-hearted.
We've established that. I'd also want to come to Mr. Ghoshal, who's joining us virtually. Now, Mr. Ghoshal, as far as Voltas ACs are concerned, I think the timing of the IPL can't be more apt. It's scheduled just before the onslaught of summer. And not surprisingly, IPL has obviously seen a steady partner in Voltas on TV. Tell us how, apart from the seasonality part of it, how has IPL and cricket as a whole helped you drive brand recall and sales for the brand?
Thank you.
Mr. Ghoshal, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can.
All right. There would be a lag because I'm coming in from Delhi right now. Firstly, apologies for not making it over there in person. This session was about effectiveness of IPL on TV. So I'll come straight to the point. Sports viewership in India is almost touching 800 plus million. And out of that, IPL is covering 2/3 of it. So there's no debate as such that whether IPL is effective or not. If you're riding sports, you need to ride IPL. There's no second thought about it. But I would like to emphasize on 3 points on this platform. When you talk about IPL, reach, affinity, and outcome. While I spoke about the reach of IPL on TV, which is definitely consistent and growing year by year, along with the advent of digital, still it stands out. If you look at last year's figures, so there is no question that you can live without television. If you want to leverage IPL, you need to do both, perhaps, or you need to do at least television. Secondly, affinity-wise, as some of the panelists said earlier, and also what I heard from Soumya about brand awareness, which we forget in today's time and age, it's a very vital and a very effective tool to be consistent on a property like IPL, because it has to align with the business objectives. IPL has got many opportunities. You have to see whether you're a startup or an established brand and use it effectively. You could use it. You could use it for various objectives. If you're a new brand, of course, you need to use it across all platforms, on ground, television, digital. But if you're an established brand, you could use it for re-establishing your story, and that's what we have done over a period of time. We were never faint-hearted, as someone said, but we were. I would say we were optimized in our approach in terms of using IPL. There are ways and methods to use IPL in an optimal manner or in a very large, budget format. We have been using IPL because we have a summer products category which aligns with the IPL timing, and of course it's become expensive over a period of time, but so has it given returns. So you need to see how much you need to invest for your products at a particular point of time, and also realize that those investments are giving you returns in terms of market share or in terms of brand equity or in terms of top of mind. That's very important. If you measure your brand equity or top of mind or your market share after the summer season gets over, you'll get to know that yes, IPL has given you returns. Thirdly, in terms of overall outcome of whatever you do, you need to see that whether you have built a story or through IPL on television. Some brands do build stories over a period of time. As Soumya did point out, that you need to build a consistent story across a period of time. And if that is objective, if this property comes back to every year, year after year, please use it effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghoshal. Radhi, I want to come to you and touch upon something that he mentioned. Now, FMCG, telecom, mobile, consumer durables, these were the big spenders traditionally on IPL and all the biggest cricket tournaments. Over the past few years, we've seen a lot of digital first brands coming and spending a big chunk of their budgets on cricket on TV. Fintech, edtech, all of that. Have the big cricket tournaments on TV kind of become the rite of passage for brands at all stages? You know, the matured ones like Parlay and Dabur, and of course the new ones like PhonePe. Is it like a rite of passage truly today? And what is really the lure of cricket on TV for brands?
Couple of things, Anita. I mean, you're completely right. I mean, the kind of brands that are coming on board today on cricket might be a little more different from the traditional ones that were there a couple of years back. But like the other panelists said, you know, the objectives that, you know, a brand needs to achieve to a certain extent is satisfied by cricket as a platform, right? I'm not only talking about IPL or World Cup, which are really the bigger impact-driven ones, but even, let's say, test matches, even the bilateral series. So overall, it's cricket. There are lots of objectives that that the cricket as a sports medium satisfies. From the new age clients that you were talking about in terms of the rite of passage, even there, I mean, you have a host of objectives that it's satisfying them, right? Or it's adhering to addressing for them. You have like Rajiv Dubey said, that it's not for the faint-hearted. You have the not so faint-hearted who are really carpet bombing using IPL World Cup as a medium. It's all about the upper funnel. It's all about making an impact. It's all about probably a launch of a brand, or when you are wanting to, probably you have saturated all the digital audiences that you have reached out to, probably through performance, through every other digital aspects, and now you want to come on to television as a medium for mass reach. Right? And that's when you start looking at, cricket from an upper funnel perspective, right? And we have so many examples of all the new age brands that do that. But to a certain extent, cricket also, addresses the last mile, right? In terms of delivering footfalls. Helping increase search to the website, right? In fact, we have a whole host of app economy clients that we manage, and every time that we've advertised on cricket, and I'm not just talking about IPL or World Cup, we do see a spike in share of search, and that's one of the barometers for us to look at success. Even beyond search. Right? It could be footfalls, it could be app downloads, it could be installs. And we've seen that through a couple of campaigns that we've run for clients like PharmEasy, Lenscut, right? So I think to a certain extent, what everybody has said so far, it's not just about driving top of mind. It's just not about mass reach. It's also about how we advise our clients to use those platforms. Right? Whether it's in the stage of building consideration, whether it's in the stage of driving performance. We do have metrics to say that it does deliver on all of these, right? But I think in larger lot, I think most people see it as, let me use it as a platform to achieve quick reach, build impact, burn lots of money and get away, in that 2-month period, right? So that's what. Yeah.
Interesting, the part you spoke about, the search part of it, it's, to simply put it, I think when you're watching cricket on TV, your phone is disengaged. You can actually use it. You see an ad, you love the product, you want to know more about it, you can quickly search on your mobile, which can't happen if you're watching the match on your mobile phone. So I think that's a big plus there. And again, talking about searches, I think I'd like to come to you, Vikas. You come up with this very interesting survey, which talks about how KPIs of brands are being met differently on digital versus TV. Please elaborate on how you went about it.
Right. So, this whole notion that, cricket or IPL in general or TV in general is expensive comes from this whole idea that TV is not measurable. Now, this could have been the case like long time ago, but as we speak today, TV is a very measurable platform, measurable very much like digital. Now, what has changed in last few years? Okay, in past, while you are watching TV or your brand is on TV, the KPI of the advertiser would reflect like few months down the line in their sales and so on. But at this point in time, you can very, very directly measure what is the impact on search share for that particular advertiser, because people are watching on TV. And as Neeta said, they are also searching on mobile phones. And, we have analyzed over the last few years, probably upwards of few thousand campaigns across different genres and across different categories and so on. And one thing that we have found is that, search share in a particular category for brand is one of the highly correlated or highest correlated parameter on which future market share is dependent. And TV is able to very successfully move that search share in your advantage. In fact, I can tell you, in addition to the case study that is already in front of you on your tables that we presented, there was another a fintech client, an up and coming fintech client actually. So they did a whole of cricket last year, and the search share advantage that they got, not only during the time while they were advertising, but it continued. And after, of course, you cannot continue at that high pace advertising on cricket. It has kind of shifted their baseline of search share. So definitely measurability of TV is possible. And a lot of our clients are using it right now to more optimally plan TV. Right? If now we say that, okay, TV is measurable, we need to put also TV and as an extension to that cricket, like on the same pedestal as digital. So there has to be possibilities of optimizations over there. We optimize digital campaigns to the nth bit, right? Same has to happen on television as well to get advertiser best ROIs. And TV at this point in time provides the cheapest way to increase your key KPIs. Like, okay, overall absolute number might look high, but if you look into the KPI incremental bit, it comes out to be cheapest. Cheapest to the tune of that, if you're an up and coming brand, for example, we just spoke about like many of these newer age brands coming on cricket or latching up on cricket. Why is this happening? Look, I'm an engineer by education. And a lot of these newer age tech companies are also probably their management teams are engineers. They have this probably more pronounced hunger for like seeing numbers, but they get drowned in like CTRs and CPVs and all these kind of things. But with TV becoming measurable, a lot of these guys are coming onto this bandwagon where they see that, okay, what their brand journey could have taken like 5 years, cricket could cut it short to like 1 year. So the choice is this. Many of these new age industries are winner takes all or winner takes most kind of scenarios. So can you afford to kind of spend the same kind of money and reach the same KPI levels or search share levels in 5 years? There will be no market left in 5 years. So that's where cricket comes in. If TV is like 7 to 8 times cheaper compared to digital, cricket is within TV itself is one of the best ways to leverage and expedite your journey to dominance. That's what we are seeing right now.
Basically, we can go beyond the archaic GRP to measure TV now.
Of course, maybe we'll talk about like third-party cookies going away, right? So if third-party cookies are going away, you see, Firefox has already banned them, like Safari is already gone, right? And probably sooner than later, Google is also going to take that away from Chrome. Now, what that will do is that, all your MTA analysis that you do on digital, right? You do all those multi-touch attribution studies on digital and say, okay, everything, all this purchases are happening through digital, while maybe there is some kind of brand salience that I get on TV. That's not right. And would not even be possible after these cookies going away. So sooner or later, you will have to build a integrated MTA. Right? Where you can say, because all these nice consumer journeys that brands right now are used to getting on digital are going to go away. That will bring TV and digital on the same platform. And then these newer algorithms that are coming up, right? Newer ways of measuring MTAs are going to come up. There you will be able to very clearly see the impact. And that's why these new age companies are now coming up. Faster time to dominance, search share.
I'd like to come to the advertiser, and like Vikas said, cricket is one of the best things to put your money on for advertisers on TV. And 23 in a way has been this watershed moment for cricket. It sort of reminds me of Amir Khan from the film Three Idiots screaming free, free, free. We saw free streaming being introduced for the first time last year in India. And yet we saw IPL and World Cup each getting record high viewership of 500 million on TV. So I would like to come to you, Mr. Buddha, firstly. Is cricket, according to you, best enjoyed on TV? Is that why this kind of viewership, despite giving a free option?
Yeah, absolutely. I really feel that it can actually really be very well enjoyed. So I remember good olden days when I was talking about let's say the Doordarshan days when it was sort of launched, introduced to the country, and there was very little content, and we would have some series, and we would have all friends, families sitting together and having a great time. I think those are some really precious moments. So I remember of tournaments happening in India, in Australia, in Sharjah, and people watching them all together. I think that is something very, very enjoyable for an event like cricket. And we all know that cricket is religion in India, and yeah, it is definitely best enjoyed with near and dear ones. The kind of experiences, I remember also at the same time. So one is that, and then even if you are for some reason you have some near and dear ones who are away, you can always be in touch. And this has happened. I distinctly remember during 2011 World Cup, and that to finals. So I was really in touch with so many friends, and this was through mobile at the same time. So I think so the moments to share, the predictions, and the kind of superstitions attached with the sport like cricket, I think are really very, very special. And I think these can be best enjoyed only on a medium like television, is what I think.
Mr. Ghoshar, I'd like to come to you. Do you think cricket is best watched on TV, and as an advertiser, it makes the most sense to put your money on cricket on TV?
So you see, television is, as I said, television is, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, so there's a lag. Sorry about that. See, as I said, TV is a very vibrant platform for this property. But I don't think we should be talking about TV versus digital, because they all work together. I don't think anything on the IPL ecosystem works in isolation. Whether it's on ground, whether it is television, whether it's digital, you need to leverage all three of them together. If at all you're a new brand, you may leverage one of them. If you're an established brand, as I said earlier, you need to see which stage of your business you're in to understand what is better for you, what is not good for you. Having said that, that's from a logical perspective. From an emotional perspective, of course, as a consumer, the fun of watching a property like IPL on television together as a family is always there. It's always one up against when you see it on one device. That's my take on it. Yeah.
Mr. Dubey, do you agree?
Yeah. Nothing brings together this country like cricket, So what happens is that, first you go and watch TV together, like alone. They say, no, I must share this with Buddha, dekha kaise mara usse chauka. Arey yaar, kya must shot mara na, bilkul, kya bowling kiya. You like to discuss this, it doesn't happen with anything else, right? It doesn't happen with, I sat and watched an episode of, say, a serial on TV. I won't name any serial right now. And you won't go and discuss that, right? You won't go and discuss with somebody that, dekha, kya bola usne usko, kaise chata mara. You never discuss that. That happens on cricket. You go and discuss it with your friends. You want to, like 2011, you were saying 2011, there was no WhatsApp or anything like that. There were no communities. Facebook was there probably in a limited way. So people would discuss it on Facebook, etc. But now it's become more interactive. So you watch together, either physically or virtually. So I mean, that's the thing which cricket does to you, especially on TV, and it's not going away. What will probably happen is that format through which you're watching might change over the period. Like say, suppose just like streaming has become free for TV, and more people might see merit in watching it through connected TV devices. That number is very small right now. It might grow in future. Tomorrow you never know. Cricket might become free for everybody, right? On TV. I mean, just like streaming become free, it becomes free to air for everybody.
They did experiment with Star Utsav movies. I think.
Yeah, it was very limited and very like they were not into it. Like if it becomes free for everybody, then obviously it'll completely kill streaming. There'll be no Geo cinema or whatever left in the country. So so yeah, it's like it's to be watched together. People love it on a big format. Same goes for Super Bowl. I was reading a study in which they said that do people like to enjoy Super Bowl on TV or on small devices like phone? The answer was on TV. I mean, America is much more evolved economy and country as a whole. There, the trends are towards TV. I would say that same thing will follow in India as well.
Sharing your enthusiasm, group viewing, I think that really works.
Absolutely.
Okay, and Rati, you work with so many clients. Share some examples of how cricket on TV has really helped them, and also how it kind of helps brands to achieve objectives across the sales funnel.
Yeah. So, adding back to what I spoke about earlier, right, that brands can actually use cricket on TV for achieving different objectives. We strongly believe that today, and adding to what you were saying, that TV is actually a performance medium. It's no longer, and we advocate that. We have models to prove that advertising on TV and on cricket leads to sales, leads to achieving different objectives, like I reiterated earlier, in terms of either search going up or footfalls going up, right? So we truly believe that TV is, and more importantly, sports and cricket actually can work as a performance medium in your entire media plan today, right? One thing in terms of using cricket, I mean, one of the couple of brands that I think really stand out for me are not the ones who are not from a title sponsorship or an associate sponsorships or the big monies and the big deeds over there, right? I think how brands effectively use it beyond just a impression or a spot buy, right? How do you kind of integrate into the sport, right? How do you kind of buy cricket effectively, right? Not all brands have that wherewithal to spend that kind of money to be present for the entire 2 months, right? Now, when it comes to IPL. So how do you decide what is the kind of right efficiency levels, what is the kind of placements, what are the kind of associations that you try? You have a plethora of brands in your portfolio. How do you ensure that you are effectively giving each brand the right, the kind of GRPs out there, right? I think to me, how you utilize the entire platform that is available to you, which is so huge today, in terms of creating impact, and how best you deliver what the client and the brand needs in that during the campaign is very important. And the third thing, which is very important, is like I told you earlier, is about how do you build associations, right? How do you use the platform, the sport contextually. So like, for instance, I mean, one of our brands, Lenscards, has always been on cricket. I mean, they've been quite, so their associations with cricket has been for a long time. But, we woke up to the fact to say that, can we do something different today? Can we actually, stand out in this whole jamboree on cricket, right? So you kind of contextually, in a very tongue-in-cheek way, use fall of wickets and associated with eyesight, and how the depletion in terms of your eyesight and why you need glasses. It's a lovely piece of work. I think I'm probably happy to share the work that we've done on that. And the messaging was all towards the end, but it kind of built through, the fact that there was fall of wickets, and it all happened likely because of the fact that, you needed your eyesight to get checked, and therefore promoted, AR testing, etc. Right? So how do you contextually use the game, how do you contextually use the platform is, I think, a lot more important. And the fourth thing that I'd like to leave behind is that, especially when it comes to IPL, right, you've got 2 months of 2-month window. So I kind of want to go back to a couple of years back on how Vodafone Zuzu's kind of came up with multiple crickets and use that platform to actually get their products and services out there, right? So I think it's all about, if to just summarize this long drawn out, this one is, what is your brand objectives? What do you like to achieve? And how do you do things differently with this, with the cricket and the platforms?
How marketers can get creative with it. Okay. And, very interesting. You said that, performance, TV has become a big performance marketing vehicle. Vikas, would you like to add to that? I think that's something similar you want.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a case study of a leading e-commerce company, right? If you look at their overall KPI increase, starting with search share, not only search share, everything else behind that, cricket, IPL primarily actually in this particular case, drove about 2.5 times compared to even normal primetime TV. So primetime IPL drives like even higher. Now you could say, okay, what is the cost of that KPI increase? But you need to also understand one more thing, and particularly for upcoming brands, you cannot measure your campaigns in isolation. You have to, measure your campaigns with the category. There is also a cost of not doing things in, again, winner takes all or winner takes some categories. So, a category level comparison of your campaigns with like some of your competitors kind of definitely getting more cricket on their menu. You need to kind of really think about that.
Before I conclude, I think we have very little time. We have literally 1 minute left. I just like to come back to you and ask you, what is it? I know we spoke about cricket on TV, branding. I mean, it always helped. And that was the misnomer. Now, because we've spoken much about how it can be a performance vehicle, I want to know from each of you, how are you going to leverage cricket on TV for your brand in the upcoming cricketing season? It's a big one. World Cup, Under-19 World Cup, T20, there is IPL happening. So how are you going to use cricket?
I think it has to be used very tactically. And so one thing established on table that it works, right? So having said that, if it's working, then why shouldn't you do it again? Sure. So do it tactically, do it for newer brands, try to establish the brands and probably do continuity with something else. Doing continuity on cricket is very expensive for FMCG brands. That's what I would let me just requalify that statement. It's difficult for FMCG brand. It may not be difficult for a brand which is funded by investors, etc. They have like thousands of crores to spend. But companies which are listed, companies which have to deliver numbers every quarter, for those companies it's very difficult to continuously spend and go overboard. For newer brands, etc., it makes a lot of sense and has to be used tactically. Even for the brands which are established, just coming in and trying out cricket for newer audiences, to reaching out to newer people is always works. Always been there, But again, it's not for faint-hearted.
Mr. Mudha.
So we've used cricket for various purposes. So I remember the first edition of IPL, we've used it to launch. I remember actually the formation. So 2007 is when we sort of won the T20 World Cup, and there was this new fervor, and we had this first edition in 2008, and that was the exact time when we launched a brand called 2020. And what better than to have an association with a tournament like an IPL, and it paid huge dividends. It yielded very well for the brand. In fact, it was a case study, one of the fastest to clock 1,000 crore turnover in less than 3 years. So that's one. And we've also used cricket, and we intend to do the same for, say, launching new brands. We've launched Happy. We've launched on IPL. We've launched 2020. We've launched Parle Platina. We've launched several new campaigns. I think we'll again choose something of those sorts. I think that's.
One more thing. 1983 World Cup also, Dabur was there on cricket. I was not there back then. Yeah.
Mr. Ghoshal.
Okay, a quick one. Use IPL on TV strategically to build your propositions throughout over a period of time. Use IPL on digital for reminding. Use IPL on ground tactically. That's my message.
Anything you want to add, Rathi, Vikas?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to, we have a mixed bag of clients where the IPL kind of fills up quite a few of their requirements, right? Be it only a regional focus, which today you can pick up only regional feeds, or for some of the clients who are for the faint-hearted, they're also looking at considering it for their brands to build top of mind, right? Or for the launches. Then there is also different options of brand solutions that we have today that you can build and customize for your clients, right? And the brands, whatever the objective is. So we're looking towards that to see what we can do differently for some of our clients. And more importantly, it's about I think as a head of a media agency, it's about how do I use cricket and TV more effectively, right? I think how do I give the best solutions to each of our different clients in terms of how to use the platform, how to use the sport, and how to buy in on it. I think that's that.
Vikas?
I would say, with TV being measurable now, I would say, to brands, integrate cricket in your overall, multi-touch attribution studies. TV was considered separate before. You don't need to consider it separate. It's part of your overall funnel. Right attributions will fall in right place then.
Super. So I'd like to end with some stats. As per BARC data for the past year, I think younger audiences in the age group of 15 to 30 have actually seen a higher growth in TV viewership than the rest of the groups. So that's a big one for any brand which is trying to get the attention of, yeah. And another thing is, I think live sports on TV has reached new heights year after year, like we mentioned, going from 730 million in 2020 to 803 million in 2023. So this is sports, all sports events. And of course, cricket has been the driving factor for it. So I think in the next few months, we're going to see that sky is the limit, and it's going to be a big treat for all the advertisers gearing up to advertise on cricket. Thank you so much. Lovely having you as an audience. And thank you so much for all that insightful talk.
Thank you so much.
May I request our panelists to join us for a quick photo op right here. And can you have a louder cheer, everybody? A big round of applause. May I also request, yes, you can step a little forward, it'll be great. It makes a perfect photo op. And yes, I wish we would have a super mover here in this discussion. But may I take this opportunity to request Neeta to do the honors and present mementos to our esteemed panelists. So, question the team as well. I will look to meet one-on-one, but a round of applause for Deva joining us on the online platform as well. The applause can continue. A big round of applause. Thank you so much for a very insightful session. And, with the cricketing season coming up, I think we're all looking forward to those insights and put them to use. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Neeta, for always gracing the stage with your presence and with your talks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now, obviously, yes, I should share with you, we've got something really exciting lined up in the second half. I'm not going to give it all away, but yes, the quiz and those hampers waiting for you on the other side of lunch. Make sure you have a sumptuous meal and make sure you join us ASAP exactly at, say, around 2 to 10. All right, so please join us back for the second half of E4M India Brand Conclave 2024. Thank you so much.
When every home feels like a stadium, an IPL fan's heartbeat looks like this. IPL 2023 on Star Sports was a testimony that the love for cricket runs deep in India, best experienced in the stadium. The stadium that is inside the homes of millions of Indians, brought to them by Star Sports. Over 505 million people witnessed history. Over 428 billion minutes was shared in the love for cricket. And over 64 million people came together at the same time to watch two titans clash in the final to remember.
Dramatic final, dramatic finish.
With the IPL 2024, Star Sports is set to raise the bar further for a spectacle like none other. The fans are ready. Are you?
At Kantar, we believe in the power of brand. Every year, we talk to millions of real consumers, wherever they are, collecting billions of insights into how they think and act. At Kantar, we believe in the power of brand. Every year, we talk to millions of real consumers, wherever they are, collecting billions of insights into how they think and act. So we understand how their lives and their relationships to products and services are evolving. Placing what matters most to people at the core of your strategy, identifying the creativity that's effective and the media campaigns that work, tracking your brand health, decoding shopper behavior, improving your consumer experience, and innovating more effectively. That's why, for over 50 years, the world's most valuable companies have trusted us to be their indispensable brand partner. Kantar. Shape your brand future.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग
इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed the delicious, scrumptious meal and the lunch break. Now that we are re-energized, refueled, this is RJ Rahul Manjal welcoming you back to e4m presents IBC India Brand Conclave 2024. Let's have a huge round of applause for everybody joining back again for the second half. Well, I'm sure a lot of beautiful selfies, a lot of interesting photo moments have happened in the lunch break. You've networked a lot, and make sure you are active on social media. Let's turn our screens into a hashtag hub using the hashtag India Brand Conclave. You just can't miss it. It's right there on top. And as I mentioned to you just before the lunch break, you're going to announce one of the winners and you get a lot of exciting gift hampers. Well, we have one winner who's shared something on social media. Let's welcome her on stage. Can you have a huge round of applause for Priya Bendre? Let's welcome her with a huge cheer, everybody. So Priya, if you could join in. Well, she didn't see it coming. And you get a moment to write here, yes. So a round of applause for her, everybody, for sharing those moments on social media. Congratulations to you, Priya, and make sure you keep on sharing your selfies, your pictures, your comments, your questions on any social media platform, be it Twitter, Instagram, whatever you prefer, okay, and we will make sure the hamper reaches you. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, there is also going to be a very exciting quiz. This is going to happen in some time from now. Yes, we're going to hold that for the next part, but now a special thank you to our partners that have been a part of this journey. A round of applause for Star Sports, the home of sports. Let's give them a huge cheer, everybody. And also our associate partner, Kantar. But now, ladies and gentlemen, have you missed out on dessert? Have you missed out on dessert? Yeah? Maybe everybody wants a round 2 of desserts, because now our next session is more than just desserts. Be ready, yes, and brace your taste buds, because we are about to take you on a journey that believes in, with a company and a brand that believes in snacking made right. Chocolates, biscuits, baked snacks, beverages, candies, you name it, they have it. Get ready to explore the multifaceted universe of Mondelez India, where every brand is a story waiting to be savored and celebrated. I've had the pleasure of hosting a whole lot of events for them, but now it's an honor and privilege to meet the Vice President Marketing for Mondelez India Foods on stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Nitin Saini. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Well, बातों में ही कुछ मीठा हो जाए. Welcome, sir.
Hello everyone, can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me? Great. Good afternoon everyone. I hope everyone had a nice lunch break and a dessert. So I'm here to talk to you about this topic, which is purpose beyond taste and building iconic brands. And when we were first discussing about this topic, a few things kind of crossed my mind. Firstly, if you look at Mondelez India and the products we are in the business of snacking. We have a strong portfolio of chocolates and biscuits. And for us, and I think this is true, should be true for any snacking company or a food company, that taste is almost like a table stake. If you are providing a food experience to someone, then it better be tasty. Otherwise, why would anyone have you? So taste is almost a table stake. It is also something which you have to keep working on to improve it further. And that is what we do through the different renovation programs that we run in our business. And I think it is also important as we think of communication, brand communication, it is also important to make sure that we are able to communicate that visually as well, on how Dairy Milk is the gold standard of chocolate in the country, how is Silk a very smooth chocolatey experience, the Oreo that you can twist, lick and dunk, and how Fuse is actually a very different chocolate. 5-star is something which you can continue to chew on. So it's very important to make sure that you are able to communicate the taste experience in a visually very impactful way. But when it comes to food brands, when it comes to snacking brands, that is not enough. And that has been our learning. And what really helps build a strong emotional connection with people and with consumers is if you are able to lean in on a purpose that is meaningful to people, something which is a slice of life from their daily routine, something which they really care about beyond just the taste experience of your brand. So it's very important that we are able to dig deep into that purpose and then bring that purpose to life in a impactful way. And brand purpose is of course like, a much, I was looking at the agenda for today and I saw, a couple of panel discussions and a talk around brand purpose. So you probably heard a lot about it already. But from our side, when we think of brand purpose, for us 2 or 3 things are very important. Firstly, it has to be something which is meaningful to people and something which will help improve their lives. That is very important when it comes to identifying what the purpose of your brand is. The second, and even more importantly, it has to be credible. And if it is not credible, then it will not be seen as something which the brand is trying to do in an authentic way. And that will bring down the impact of whatever you are saying or doing. So I think these 2 pieces are really important. And when we look at Cadbury Dairy Milk, or look at our gifting brand which is Celebrations, our purpose is really about inspiring the world to be more generous. And now let's look at what I just said before on firstly whether it is important for people. And if you look at India as a society, and I'll just show you through some executions on how actually it is something which people want to do. You want to be more generous in different situations, different contexts, and I'll just show you a few examples on what we ourselves have done. The second is it is also very credible for Cadbury Dairy Milk to do and say that. If you see, we are the gold standard of chocolate experience in this country. We are seen as synonymous with the chocolate category. Also the stories we have told over the last many years have all been about moments of happiness, small moments of happiness, big moments of happiness, and how Dairy Milk as a meetha fits very well in those moments. Our tagline around Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye is not just the physiological experience of a meetha, but it is also how it sweetens that moment. Whether it is, I'm sure, some of you will remember our past communication around Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye, Papu pass ho gaya, Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye, ya Pehli Taarikh Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye. So all those moments that are associated with happiness and how can the brand seamlessly fit into those moments. So hence it also passes the credibility test when it comes to having this as our purpose. And now what I want to do is to not give you more theory, because I'm sure like you've heard a lot. So I thought it'll be good to show a few videos to all of you on how Cadbury has brought this purpose to life in different ways and how there has been an insight at the heart of each of those executions. So let's go there. This was a campaign we did around, I would say 3 to 4 years back, and this really delves into the whole theme of class difference in India and how there is a class divide. They're privileged and then they're acknowledged, and they are unacknowledged, not so privileged, and how can the privileged and the acknowledged be more generous to those who are not? and just couple of executions in this space that I would like to show to you. So can we play the first video? Can you pause? We'll need the audio.
चिंटू बाबा, चिंटू बाबा।
क्या हुआ शांता भाई?
अरे क्या क्या हुआ? कभी लाइसेंस भूलते हो, कभी पैसा, कभी कान का स्पीकर निकलता है, और आज ये बिना चेक के डाल देती तो?
पर ऐसा होता ही नहीं, आप हमेशा चेक करते हो।
मतलब भूलते रहने का।
अरे ये मैं भूला नहीं था शांता भाई।
तो ये कैसे निकला?
वो आपके लिए रखा था।
कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
Play the next one as well.
आ गए हमारे बीच मंत्री महोदय, मंत्री जी का मेलांकन महोत्सव में हार्दिक स्वागत।
रेला भरा मेला देखा, जी के भी अकेला देखा, खुद के लिए जीना भी का जीना।
सर रोल नंबर सर, वो बिटिया का रोल नंबर है वो 379 अरे हमें यकीन था सिलेक्शन हो गया है।
मेरे नैना तेरे आंसू, तेरी खुशियां में भी नाचूं।
ऐसे ही थोड़ी लाए यार,
जीना भी क्या खुद के लिए, के लिए जीना भी क्या जीना हो।
कभी किसी और की खुशी में शामिल होकर देखिए। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
So if you see the tagline of our communication is कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, and that कुछ अच्छा हो जाए captures the spirit of generosity. If I am generous to you, it makes the moment more happy. And I think what is rooted here, and when we talk to consumers, what they see in it is, oh yes, somebody who is privileged is acknowledging me. And not just acknowledging me. If you see the last film that we showed, it's not just acknowledging, it is actually also participating in your happiness. So you are as happy for me, if something good has happened to me, the other person is as happy for me. So it's also participating in their happiness. So this is one of the spaces which we kind of executed in the recent past. In fact, that's the current film that's on air. If we go to the next, maybe I can. So this one, is around Diwali, and in the last 3-4 years, we have been, at around this theme of how do we make everybody's Diwali happy, and particularly, coming on the back of COVID in 2020, there was a communication done which was not just a Cadbury ad, and it was really trying to help the small retailers, which we followed up in 2021 with another version of not just a Cadbury ad in which we had Shah Rukh Khan as a celebrity, and he actually made small videos for these small retailers, and this campaign actually won a Cannes, a Grand Prix actually, and that was 2021. Trying to help the small retailers. This year, in 2023, our campaign was around how do we make Diwali of homepreneurs happy. And this is our execution from 2022, which was all about, generosity is also about making everybody else's Diwali happy. And there are a lot of these shopkeepers who don't even have a shop, the thelawalas. And how do we make sure, what can we do? What can Cadbury do? And what can people do to make their Diwali more happy, more joyous? So let's look at this one. I think the video can be played from there.
दामोदर, डॉक्टर साहब। हाँ जी भाई, 2 दिन से ढूंढ रहा हूँ आपको।
अरे हमारा क्या है डॉक्टर साहब, जहाँ जगह मिली वहाँ बैठ गए। कैसे याद किया? कुछ लेना था?
नहीं, कुछ देना था।
रेला भरा मेला देखा, जी के भी अकेला देखा, खुद के लिए जीना भी क्या जीना।
आपकी दिवाली भी हैप्पी हो।
थैंक यू। और आपकी दिवाली और भी हैप्पी।
बैग पर QR कोड स्कैन करिए
बाबा, तुम्हारी खुद की दुकान
और अपने पास के हॉकर से कनेक्ट कीजिए।
तेरी खुशियां में भी नाचूं।
दिवाली मुबारक दामोदर।
इस दिवाली जिनकी दुकान नहीं उनकी भी दुकान खुलेगी। कैडबरी सेलिब्रेशंस, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
So this actually obviously we were facilitating it, but it also made sure that people were finding hawkers near where they live and making sure that people can find them on their website. So this was our executions around Diwali. The next one is ground staff, and this is, if you see, if you look at IPL and the team from Star Sports is here, or if you look at any cricket event, there's a lot of spotlight on players, on the managers, the coaches and everyone around it, but not enough on people who actually make the match happen, which is the ground staff. And this is again an opportunity for the brand to bring its purpose to life. Let's see how. If you can play the video.
In a cricket-obsessed nation like India, cricketers get all the love and attention from everyone. But the ground staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes go unacknowledged. So this cricketing season, let's celebrate the ground staff too. Introducing Cadbury Dairy Milk, proud sponsors of the ground staff. A sponsorship that pampers, indulges and treats the ground staff just like the stars.
With Cadbury, provide the ground staff with something designer, something cool, something that also makes them feel like superstars.
From designer uniforms to the best hotels. From their nutrition and fitness to their daily commute. All taken care of. From the start of the cricketing season to the end of it.
अच्छा लगता है, पूरी टीम एक साथ है। बहुत गर्व फील हो रहा है कि हम भी देश के लिए कुछ करते हैं।
This cricketing season, let's celebrate the ground staff too, the unacknowledged superstars.
And one of the actually an impact of this campaign was that BCCI actually increased the salary of the ground staff in the next year itself. So we're very happy for that to happen. And if you look at the next one, this is our campaign from this year, which we did around the World Cup, which was again going back to the class divide that I spoke of, that while cricket is a great unifier, right, it brings everyone together. But in the end, the class difference sometimes does come in between. Like somebody is able to watch the match, a live match, somebody is having to work at the same time. Or even going to the stadium. Not everybody is able to go to the stadium and watch a match. And that was really at the heart of this campaign. Let's see this and then I'll say a couple of things more about it. If you can play the campaign.
आज ये 2 बॉलर खेलेंगे।
नहीं बैटिंग पिच है, आज तो ऑलराउंडर खेलेगा।
ऑलराउंडर नहीं खेलेगा, शर्त लगा लो। लगा लो सर।
काका, ऑफिस से 2 और लोग आ रहे हैं, थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा खाना बनाना प्लीज।
सॉरी फटाफट बनाते हैं।
रुको, मैंने खाना बाहर से मंगवा लिया है।
क्यों?
क्योंकि काका फ्री नहीं आज।
काका तो फ्री है।
क्योंकि काका और मैं आज मैच देखने जा रहे हैं स्टेडियम में।
लेकिन हम तो मतलब खेल लिया।
काका, जिता के आना।
मजा आएगा।
रजिस्टर कीजिए और ये वर्ल्ड कप सबके साथ बैठकर देखिए। कैडबरी डेयरी मिल्क, कुछ अच्छा हो जाए, कुछ मीठा हो जाए।
So it's not just inspiring people to do it, but actually the brand also enabled and people to actually be able to do it by giving free IPL tickets, which you could only go to if you go with your staff. So that is actually making it happen on the ground as well. And I was talking about slice of life, and this is a slice of life. And Piyush Pandey, who on Ogilvy, he actually said this, that I have the most lively discussions on cricket with actually my cook, and that is the beautiful thing about this game, right? Everybody is knowledgeable, but how can you make sure everybody is able to watch it too? So that's the sit together. And the last one that I'll play for you is this campaign, which I'm sure many of you remember the very famous old Cadbury ad where the girl was dancing on the field. We call it internally in the company, we call it Shimona. And this was a reimagined ad from 2 years back. And one of the important tenets of generosity is inclusivity. And if you see, like, if you were to reimagine that ad for today, how would that look like? This is how it would look like. You can play the ad.
कुछ खास है हम सभी में, कुछ बात है हम सभी में, बात है खास है, कुछ स्वाद है, क्या स्वाद है जिंदगी में।
Cadbury's Dairy Milk.
So we're very happy to see the viewership of the women's cricket go up every year, and there is a cricket league also now. So I think that's the world of today we are living in, and that's the last piece I wanted to show to you. And again, just going back to what one started by saying purpose, I think it is something which people should care about, which is when it becomes powerful. And the other important thing is it should be credible. When you say it, it should look like authentic. It should look authentic, and that is when the power of it comes together. And Mondelez, has been doing a lot of work around purpose. You've seen Cadbury and generosity here. On some of our other brands also, there is strong purpose at the heart of what everyone does. And that kind of shows up in, the awards my team has been winning, and Mondelez India Marketing has won is FE Client of the Year 2 times in a row now. So this year and the last year, defending winners of the MVs. You'll see how it happens this year, and the company that won the most can the last couple of years. So all of this has, of course, resulted in this fame that I just spoke about, but it's also resulted in good business for us. So going back, taste, yes, it's important. It's table stakes. It's important to visually show it very powerfully. But then the real power of it is if you're able to bring a strong emotional connection with people and consumers. And that's only happen when you have a strong purpose and you are able to bring it to life in an evocative way. Thank you. I think we can take a couple of questions, right? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bhavesh from Godrej Appliances.
You have to speak up.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bhavesh from Godrej Appliances, and I lead the digital marketing. I lead the digital marketing for Godrej Appliances. From couple of years, Cadbury has been at the forefront of doing wonderful digital campaigns, truly thought leaders, positioning brand as thought leaders in the category. Very much intrigued by how as a team you approach the briefing of something like that and then go to your agencies, because we understand how much ideation and different kind of things that needs required for something like that. So would be happy to understand from you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question. And I think if you see the last 2-3 years, a lot of good work that the team has done around technology, digital, using technology. And our learning is, I would say 2 or 3 things. Firstly, it's very important to not start with technology. I think technology is, and I'm sure you have heard it before, but it is true that technology is not what you should start with. I think in the beginning it should be a strong insight, a clear purpose. That has to be the starting point. And then technology can become a really nice way of of bringing your idea to life. In this year we had, or last year now, we had this campaign around birthdays where it was about building relevance for our gifting brand in a birthday occasion. And the solution was you can create a personalized birthday song using generative AI. But that's not where the team started. The team started by saying what's the insight, and the insight is that there's 6 billion people on this planet and there's only one birthday song, right? Which you know what it is. But why it should be that way? Why can't you have a personalized birthday song? So I think that is very important, to start with the purpose and the idea. And then of course, we have a very strong experimentative culture at Mondelez, where there would be ambiguity when you start in the beginning with trying out a new technology. You have to be comfortable with ambiguity, you have to be brave and be courageous. And the final thing I will say is a strong ecosystem is very important. So we have got really good partners also in the tech and the digital space who help bring our ideas to life.
Check. Any further questions? Here's a good time, you have the man himself answering him. Right there.
I have a question, sir. My name is Pallavi Patil. I am the Digital Pod CEO. So I have a question that Cadbury as a sustainable brand. So what are that initiatives?
So sustainability is very important, and I think we have a few initiatives at an enterprise level, also at a brand level. So let's say, the first one is around Conclave, how we source cocoa. That goes through a that's a big sustainability initiative that we are running, because cocoa is a very important ingredient in all our chocolate brands. So that probably be the marquee sustainability program that we are running. And then of course, we have programs in place on how we make sure our packaging are designed for recyclability, how we continue to bring down the CO2 emissions at a company level and so on. So, but it's an important priority, and we have plans against it.
Thank you.
I think I'll take one more. One last question.
There's one person raising the hand. Right there. If you could introduce yourself and your questions, sir.
Hi sir, good afternoon. This is Pranod from the Viral Vision team. We do youth marketing. So just one question. I recently saw the 5-star campaign that you guys are doing for Erase Valentines, where I think it just launched a couple of days ago. So what are your thoughts on community marketing, and how do you guys tie it up with your digital campaigns?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Could you just say?
What are your thoughts on community building, and how do you guys tie up your digital campaigns with the entire community aspect of it?
The delivery aspect.
The community aspect.
The community aspect.
Yeah.
Right. No, so we do have, a strong presence on all the social media platforms. You'll have a YouTube page and an Insta page, and so all of that is important. And what the campaign that you just said is quite interesting actually, because one of our brands, it talks about how important and big and romantic the Valentine Day occasion is, which is silk. And then on the other hand, 5-star is celebrating singles. So something for everyone there. But I think when it comes to community building, we have, as I said, we have social media platforms for each of our brands. And then we also have a consumer base through which we continue to promote our campaigns, along with the the paid media obviously that goes along with it. But we have seen actually a strong organic response to our campaigns on 5-star, which happens through the community that it has been able to build around it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So again, thank you for listening. I hope it was useful and entertaining, which is what one really wanted to do. Thank you for listening in. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
And a big thank you to Mr. Nitin Saini for sharing his thoughts and always winning hearts with your campaigns and with your words, sir. But may I take this moment to welcome on stage Nazia Alvi, Editor for Exchange for Media, and Priyanka Bhadoria, Associate Director for Exchange for Media Group. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, everybody. And may I request them to present Memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Nitin Saini. Now that's what I call the photo moment of the day right here at Exchange for Media India Brand Conclave. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for joining in, and a big thank you to Nazia and Priyanka for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to step into an arena where youth culture and brand building collide. It is time to explore the profound impact of Gen Z on the ever-evolving process of brand creation. From Instagram trends to sustainability narratives, our panelists will now dissect the strategies, the challenges, the triumphs, the victories of crafting brands that resonate with the most influential and the most diverse generation yet. Join us as we navigate the digital realm, decode the language of authenticity, and unravel the unique imprint that Generation Z is leaving on the world of brands. So, put your hands together as I welcome on stage our session chair, Rajni Daswani, Director of Digital Marketing. So cheers, and a big round of applause as you welcome our panelists as well. Zordar talia ho jaye for Charuta Saoji, AGM Marketing, L'Oreal Paris, Pradnya Bobre, Head Marketing Communications, Samsonite South Asia Private Limited, Ravi Makwana, Chief Marketing Officer, Tim Hortons India, Sanjana Narang, Head of Brand, Traya, Tushar Malhotra, Head of Marketing, Bisleri International. Let's welcome our session chair and our panelists, our esteemed panelists, with a huge round of applause. May I request Zordar talia ho jaye, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Over to you, Rajni.
Hello. Hello. Hi everyone. I'm Rajni, like the host just introduced. Today we're going to be doing a discussion on the impact of Gen Z on brand building. Do we have a lot of Gen Zs here? I think I see some. Maybe y'all can wave out, show your enthusiasm a little bit, because that's what we're going to be talking about today, right? About how y'all are impacting brands who've been here for so many years, and they have to change their marketing strategies to sort of, you know, reach out to you, make sure you consume their products, buy their products, etc. So yay for all the Gen Z in the room, guys. Okay. Of what we know as Gen Zs, we are all digitally native, right? We've grown up with internet in our lives. We adapt very, very quickly to technology. And if we can sense an influence or collaboration from like miles away, if someone is trying to sell us something, we're just like, please, guys, stop it. I know you're trying to sell me stuff, right? Marketing to an audience like that who's so aware is quite a bit of challenge, especially for, you know, brands who've been here for years, and they are all learning newer ways to sort of reach y'all and understand the audience better. So today, that's what we're going to do with the panel here. They're going to break down what they see y'all as, you know, consumers. What are the challenges we face in sort of marketing to Gen Z audiences, and then what are the good parts about doing all of it together, right? I'm going to open with Pradnya. I think let's delve a little bit in understanding Gen Z first. So how does Gen Z differ from, you know, millennials, boomers, all of us sitting on the stage, in terms of values and priorities? And how do you think that affects their purchasing decisions?
So I would like to call out the three things mainly in the Gen Z. One, that they are digital natives, right? So they are much ahead and they are more savvy than our millennials. Number two is, I think they are silent generation because they are discovering, learning, revalidating, and being on a social platform, online platform so much that they are making judgments also. So, you know, therefore, whatever you have to really understand what they are up to really make a difference and start having an impact. And the third thing is they just don't have patience, you know. I mean, I search on the internet that what is their attention span, and the last study was 2015, which is 8 seconds. But I don't think it's 8 seconds, it's just a split of a second, you know. So it's a really challenging stuff. And
8 seconds is what Meta is trying to sell to you.
Yeah. And the thing is, like Gen Zs are from like 12 years to 27 years, right? And like 12 to 14 will behave differently from 14 to 16 and 16 to 18. So there are so many cohorts within that Gen Z. So it's like you have to have a different strategy. Like just for an example, for Samsonite, we it would be mainly 24 plus, and therefore, what is it that we are doing is basically, Gen Z is all about authenticity. So we are taking the route of like, tell what you actually mean, walk the talk, and we are taking this realistic approach and authenticity to show what we are. While for the American tourister, like actually we have a primary age group also. So we are doing a lot of stuff which is at the last mile, how we can make a difference. Simple like, a 12-year kid can get to know, scan a QR code and check what they can pack in a bag, For a 20-year-old, especially those who are looking for going abroad, we have a different type of a content and the products introduced so that it really, they can pack more, like a volume is their best concern. And that is what we are providing them, and all that communication is provided to them between July till December so that they can reach out to. So there are like 1,000 ways, and we are doing a lot of, it's never enough. But yeah, we're trying to put in our efforts in each way to have us impact and gain their mind space.
Super. That's good to know. In fact, purchasing decisions of Gen Z is something, it's very, very difficult to predict. So it's good that you're trying multiple things. That's how we get it. My next question is for Sanjana. What are some common misconceptions, about Gen Z that brands should avoid? We've seen a lot of examples of force-fitting Gen Z into this certain typecasted audience. What are those misconceptions, if you can highlight some?
Thanks for the question, Rajni. So I think a lot of us believe, or a lot of brands even believe, that Gen Z has this fleeting attention, like we just spoke about, even in terms of, let's say, sticking loyal to a brand as such. I've found that to be not true. I think if you are being authentic, right, like was just mentioned, if you're being more authentic, more real, walking the talk, like she mentioned, and on top of that, if you're providing them the right value, they're just very value conscious. They're constantly seeing and evaluating your brand, that if you're giving them their money's worth, or they'll definitely switch, right? How we try to go about that at Traya is essentially that it's not just that, okay, we made a sale to you of a hair treatment plan and then, okay, you're on your own. We are providing a lot of value in terms of free follow-up consultations. Is there a doctor intervention needed at some stage if they are not seeing results with the brand, right? And all these are additional complementary services that we try to provide to keep this audience hooked to us. I'll agree that they're still low on, let's say, patience. Like someone who's a 35 plus 40-year-old customers that we'll have, if you tell them you have to take this treatment for 8 months, 10 months, they'll do it, right? They'll just stick to it. Gen Z will need like a lot more hand-holding and support and constant reassurance that this will work, constant motivation that this will work. Why don't you just stick to it for another month and you'll see the positive outcomes for yourself. So I think it's just about providing value and being real with them, and they'll definitely be loyal as well.
That's quite right, because I think very recently I heard that boomers had a lot more income at the age that Gen Z are right now in terms of disposable. So definitely they need to be value conscious about everything, and I think Gen Z also has a lot more options available, right, which we didn't, or boomers didn't have in their times. So great, thank you, Sanjana. Next one for you, Tushar. How is Gen Z shaping expectations for brand communications? Like for a brand like Bisleri, who's been around for so long, how do you align yourself to a newer audience, to newer messaging, and sort of attract and reel them in?
So, I've kind of lost my voice because I was at Lollapalooza last week. So I'll try to make myself heard. So yes, did what the Gen Zs do, right? But for any brand today, you know, especially a legacy brand, there is a transformation of the brand which happens between generations. And it's important that you understand the next generation as a brand as well. One of the things about Gen Zs and the role of water is what we've kind of researched with them, is what does hydration means to Gen Z, right? And they would ask a question like, what do you do to keep healthy? So they said two things. We exercise and we have water. Right, so hydration is a very, very important point. It's beyond the functionality of water just to quench your thirst. It's a way of life, it's about staying fit. And that's when our journey began with sports marketing, you know, a couple of years back, where we associated first with the pro-cam marathons, right? And then we launched this campaign called Carry Your Game, where we had 4 award-winning national athletes on board, and we made a DVC, right? Very high octane, talking about what the role of water is in a sports person life. And since then, we've forged many sports associations. We have 4 IPL teams as hydration partners. We have 5 ISL teams. We did the national games. We did table tennis. We did Commonwealth. Now we've just done Dubai Marathon as well. And we've got 5 teams in the Dubai IL T20 as well. So we are changing the role of water to something which enables peak performance, fitness, health. And in the post-pandemic world, that's a concern with everybody, not just Gen Zs, right? And we've taken that mantle, and there is a lot of exciting stuff coming from us. Now we went a step further. We are saying that, you know, how do we make everyday hydration fun? And that's when we got Deepika Padukone on board as a brand ambassador, right? She's a global youth icon today, right? And who better to spread the message that hydration is fun, hydration is cool, water is the OG beverage, right? You don't need anything else. And we got this fantastic video which was shot by Prakash Verma as well. So we are going all about Gen Z as far as brand communication is concerned, right? And we're getting really good response as well. All our online metrics have got a 99% approval metrics as well. So I think for a brand to be future ready, you have to also talk to the consumer of the future.
Okay. That's very interesting. I think what I took away from that is more of aligning with where your audience lies in their interests, like in sports, in finding the right key KOL and sort of getting there to meet them is how to attract Gen Z. Great. I think for Chiruta and Ravi, open question. Gen Z is an important audience, right, for both cosmetics, L'Oreal Paris in general, and for Tim Hortons, considering the hottest international brand in India, right? What are your biggest challenges in reaching Gen Z? Considering you all are a brand that's already Gen Z friendly, but how do you sort of, what are the challenges that you face, if you can highlight that for us?
I think the biggest challenge is learning the language and the slang. But jokes apart, I think this is a generation that's grown up on a lot of awareness and a lot of acceptance. So I think these two factors present both a challenge and an opportunity. Why I say awareness is because the world is connected. They are ahead of beauty trends even before we can tap into them. They know the 20-step Korean skin regime before we launch any products in that zone. So it's for, they constantly keep us on our toes, and we have to reinvent in terms of innovations, the new products that we get into market, the claims that we have on our products, which influencers are we collaborating with, how digital first are we. And I think our entire strategy then is revolving around that, because while this generation is just coming into adulthood, it's very critical for us to portray them and keep them at the forefront of as our core brand TG when we design communication. That's one. The second thing is about acceptance, right? Because it's a woke generation. There are a lot of different kinds of cohorts within the generation. So you will have extremely opposite cohorts and both coexisting, right? So people who have maybe never read books to those who are complete geeks, and you know, all the different types. So you have to cater to the vegans, you have to cater to gluten-free requirements, and maybe even more so for you. But how do you, the challenge and the opportunity is, how do you keep abreast of all these new trends, have your products integrated and have those claims on packs, build your cred as a brand, But at the same time, through the use of digital marketing, you can very much sharpshoot these different cohorts. And I think that's a beautiful opportunity for us. And we do that at L'Oreal.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Charuta said here, right? It's, so, you know, when we all talk about what is our TG, and, you know, for a brand like Tim Hortons, right, when we define in a typical marketing manner, right, it's, 18 to 35, urban audience, you know, upper NCCS, and that's the general demographic that one speaks, right? And like Charuta said, right, within this 18 to 35 also, there are a lot of sub-TGs, and, you know, one of them is Gen Z. A higher TG or, you know, higher consumption cohort is still millennials. But, you know, even in today's day, you know, there was a time when we used to say that coffee starts maybe at 24, 25, your teeth will get black, or we are a tea drinking nation by large. But now, I mean, you know, I see in my cafes all the time, even 12, 13 years old are having a frappuccino and black coffees, and, you know, that's how the habit has changed. And I think the challenge and opportunity lies, you know, in this single statement that they are brutally honest and authentic. You can't, you know, as a brand, you can't bluff around them. And let me give an example, right? In our cafe, we generally do a very quick and dirty test with our consumers, right? When we're coming with a new product, we just go around sampling it and we take a response. And my brand manager was doing that, and, you know, I was sitting there and observing what responses are coming. And there's this group of millennials who were, you know, and the drink was popcorn latte. So we were trying something different. We wanted to come out with a winter offering. And there is a coffee with a popcorn on it. And there's this millennial cohort who said, yeah, you know, it's good, and but I would still prefer my latte and cappuccino or hazelnut Americano or whatnot, right? And then there is this group of young, you know, maybe 13, 14 years old, and we went to them and they were like, I don't like it, what is this? I don't want popcorn in my coffee, man, give me a coffee. So, you know, they are brutally honest, and that what pushes the boundary to the brand as well, that you can't, you know, there were days where things were brushed under the carpet, if I can say that, but you can't do that anymore. You know, all this habit of the back of the pack coming at the front of the pack, reading every label, being conscious about every calories that they are having, every interactions that they are having, that has to be like brutally honest. You know, let me give one more example, right? We speak about sustainability, and Gen Zs are very sustainable and everything, right? From the product to the packaging to the experience. And we get enough queries on our Instagram always that, hey, but is your economy whole circular? What is the carbon footprint that you have recovered? What is, you know, okay, your cups are paper, but what about the straws, right? And they're observing all this. And that really pushes the boundary to the brand to go more authentic, you know, more truthful in our communication, in all our approach. So I think that's both a challenge, because, you know, overall the industry has not evolved to that stage as yet, unfortunately in India, but there are ways in which you know, all the brands are working towards. But it's also a great opportunity, because going ahead, the products, the brands, the services will get much more truthful, much more honest in their offering. And I see that as a huge opportunity lying ahead of us.
I think Gen Z is really pushing brands to do better, and I think that's a wonderful thing for our world in general, at least for the generation that's coming ahead. Right? We'll quickly move on to sort of understanding now what are some effective ways that you all have seen, you know, opportunities or things that you all have done to attract Gen Z and how that's worked. So Pradnya, Sanjana, if you all can add on a little bit on this, on some effective strategies that you all have used from your business lens, because I think both of you all come from very different backgrounds.
So the first and foremost would be social media, and mainly the Instagram, which we have used really well for the Gen Zs. And all about social media is all about two-way communication, and we trying to be true to that, having many interactive formats, so that there is a lot of interaction, engagement with the Gen Z. The second thing is, you know, using the creators to generate the content, because anyways the Gen Zs are from the creator economy, and who best to entertain them if not the creators itself, you know, themselves. So we use a lot of these creators to have the smaller form of content. And the third thing is tech, you know. we are still work in progress. We have not used it to the fullest. We are not yet experimenting AR, VR because that's require a good amount of capex. But smaller tech like, the interactive platforms, the filters, the remixing on Instagram. Right now we are talking about the sensory tech, So all these platforms we are surely exploring so that we give them the better experience of the communication than just a piece of, 10-second communication. Yeah.
So quite an interesting one, this one for me. Have built a lot of learnings on this lately, right? There's enough been emphasized about how this generation is very aware, right? Now what that leads to is that they question every communication, okay? I have so many Gen Z customers and even beyond who will question testimonials because they're like every brand has these on their website now, right? These are shot by you. Okay, so then we said, fine. We stopped shooting them in a studio. We asked our customers to, send us their videos self-recorded on their phone, in their natural home backgrounds, tried those. They said, no, it's still, you can hire anybody to do that, right? Then we started talking more about Google reviews, that okay, this is not now our testimonials, right? But now they also question that it's not so tough to plant fake reviews by your own team on Google, right? So now we are having to take steps beyond that, like doing clinical studies with third-party authorities that listen, here is our customer base, you do a study on how much results they've seen, what not, what's the efficacy like, and you publish it on your portal. So we are having to really evolve in terms of just making them believe that this works, especially in an industry like hair loss, because people have tried everything before they come to Traya. They have gone to a dermat, they have tried homeopathy, they have tried mummy ke nuskhe, right? They've gone to everything and even anti-hair fall shampoo, hair oil, and nothing has worked. So now this is not a generation that fall into the trap of claims like, okay, within 7 washes, your hair fall will reduce by 80%. So it's also the fact that I feel we are refreshingly honest at Traya in terms of saying 5 mahina lagega. You have to stick to this routine. It is going to be tough. You will need the patience, but this is the only way to kind of go about it. Talking beyond that, I think with Gen Z, it's also experimenting with a lot of ad formats, like going beyond a face to camera. It's not enough to grab their attention for long, especially when you have long format explainer videos about a treatment like solution, right? So what we realized is that things like podcasts work really well for us. You'll see our founder herself going to so many podcasts, beer biceps, those are the kind of things that work, and not, doctor explainer videos who are talking in a monologue with a, so it's a lot of formats, and then the finer details. I think it's, with them, it's not enough anymore to just focus on the right media and engaging content. It's so much in the finer details, like the thumbnail design for your video, having clickbaity copies on the headline and description. Look at brands experimenting and getting so creative with just emojis in the push notifications you guys get on your phone now. Because insane results in terms of spiking your CTRs, right? So it's a lot in the finer details, like the hashtags also you're using for YouTube SEO and stuff like that. So yeah, so I think we try to inculcate a culture of a lot of creative experimentation at Traya, and even A/B test creatives in this audience to see that what works and what doesn't.
I think all the Gen Zs here, y'all are really making the brands work hard. This is like really tough. A/B testing creatives and copies is like the most excruciating task for an agency. Trust me. Great. Moving on to Tushar. Can you highlight some emerging trends, tech that you see, that brands are connecting with, especially with data, personalization, everything that you're seeing, they're expecting even more of that to happen. Any of that you could highlight for us?
I mean, when you think about water, the first thing which comes to your mind is distribution. Oh my God, it's going to be so bulky. How are we going to, transport it around? And one of the things that if you look at Gen Zs today, everything is online, Everything is required at the click of a button. Everything is required yesterday, right? Now, how do we address that as a brand and as a water brand, right? So we started our journey with our own D2C app during COVID, in fact, where water became an essential requirement for everybody. It's called Bisleri at the doorstep. But when we delved deeper into the lives of Gen Z and what it was all about, and we came across with a campaign called Ab Bisleri Apne App Aayega, where a Gen Z's pet, a cat, actually, it's so easy to order water online, right? And that business for us has grown manifold year after year after year. It's really taken off, and that's where most of our gallon or 20-liter jar, a lot of our sales have shifted off to, where a lot of Gen Zs are ordering that. The second growth lever for us when it comes to this online space is quick commerce. So when you look at the Blinkwits, the Instamarts and Zeptos of the world, right, that's where a lot of our smaller packs are going for in-home consumption at parties and the digitalization trend for a category like water, almost 3 to 4% of our overall volumes are now transferred digital for a category like water. So when you look at the other trends when it comes to tech and Gen Zs, of course, digital is where Gen Zs are today, connected TVs, on the mobile phones. So you will see a lot of shift of media expenditure also happening over to digital bit. But what will also happen is that especially for an FMCG mass brand, it has to be an integrated campaign. A campaign cannot just run on one channel. The same message has to go now on TV for your consumption audience, 30 years old, 40 years old, especially if you look at Mass Bharat, right? That's where your TV is there. But Gen Z Connect, it is digital. There is a lot of experiential play which is also going on today with events coming on to fore. Everybody is out on the street. So one campaign has to have multiple legs which run across different media vehicles, right? It's just not a question of being present in one media vehicle today.
That's great. Would any of you would like to add on to this question in terms of trend tech? I think it's a relevant question for all brands nowadays.
Yeah, just building on to what's been discussed, I think it's about integrated media and integrated communication. So even the pieces of communication that we design, and I have seen this in my last 15 years, how things have changed from a 40-second one ad that we would make, a 40, a 35, or 30 at best, we'd end it there. Now, I mean, 30 seconds are something that we don't even think of, even on TV, because it's just that nobody has that kind of mind space. So it's getting shorter and shorter in terms of the average commercial duration as we speak. And the messaging also is much, much more, mass personalized. So there is a recent campaign that we have done on hair color, on L'Oreal Paris hair color, called My Hair Color, My Expression, with 4 digital stars, Kirti Kulhari, Bani J.
With the FOMO shots, please.
Yes. And the content that we have created with them is not just the basic TVC, IMC, but even their individual stories on hair coloration, their authentic stories on what is their relationship. And for somebody like a Kirti, she's always been very, very experimentative with her hair. But for somebody like a Shayoni, she never colored her hair before the shoot. So we then use that communication, we create edits to tap into those cohorts of people who buy hair color online, people who have never bought hair color online, extremely experimental people. So currently there is a huge trend happening in the hair color space in terms of bright, vibrant colors. So you have the entire gamut of audiences, and that's how we are really tapping into the different cohorts. Like I said earlier, it's a huge opportunity. They keep us on our toes, really there.
Yeah. So like going from one ad to now making for different cohorts. Yeah. I think that's been the change. Anyone else would like to add on? Or we'll move to the next question. I think this one's open to all of you. How do you see yourself future-proofing yourself to stay relevant? Because, it's not just about making one big moment, catching their attention, because, the span of attention is so how do you stay relevant throughout? And if you are future-ready in terms of your strategies to stay in touch with Gen Zs? I think we can start with you.
So, I think the number one is, we all have spoken about it, but I think one is the relevancy, to be relevant all the time, and therefore you have to continuously innovate or continuously offer something which is relevant at that point in time. Like there are minications which are happening, there are staycations which are happening, therefore we coming up with a smaller day packs or the smaller holiday bags, that's how you stay relevant in terms of the product offering also and the communication also. Second thing is about authenticity and a credibility that you have to have. Whatever you're talking about, a brand promise and the values needs to be showcased and needs to be put up there so that and on a continuous basis. The third thing is about, being there in a shorter format, because, and therefore all those teasers, which even I never would like to, watch teasers, but nowadays I believe in teasers, therefore if at all they want to watch more, they can always go on a longer format. And the lastly is, today even from the first standard, kids are, kids are taught about the social responsibility, inclusivity, diversity. They have a global warming subject in physics also, in geography also, so therefore how in a future we can have a lesser carbon footprints, and move to the sustainable product development. I think this way we can be relevant to the audience always.
Yeah, I'll just add to what she said, right? I have a bit of a cheat code here. The way to stay connected with Gen Z is to have a team which is Gen Z. so that's what I do. My brand managers and my team is all Gen Z, and they explain me why Dolo is Dolo. I would never get it, right? So I think it's. I mean, we all speak about it's important for us to walk in our customer shoes and be completely aware on their day life and day in their life and be completely aware on their touch points. And I think all that is important. But unless the team is really thinking, feeling, and doing what your cohort, which is Gen Z, are doing, you won't go far as a brand. So that's my mantra. And the team, is this on?
Yeah.
Sure. And that's the thing. I think I learn a lot from my team in terms of how to go about it. And that, like the Gen Z, the team is also pretty vocal. If they don't like a creative, and I've approved it, they'll say to my face, no, Ravi, this is not going out. And that's what I appreciate about them, right? So it's about, you have to have a team who really, really walks the shoes and not just, gather insights from a research or just from a secondary thing. You have to really be at it.
I think just one last thing to that. I think within Gen Z also, of course, they have different preferences. They don't want to feel that you are spamming them, right? We are also evolving in terms of, checking with each user, would you like us to do a follow-up consultation on call? Within that, would you want it through call or through chat, or you want us to not bother you at all? What's your way of going about it? And then truly personalizing the experience for them. And even in terms of data privacy, if you're asking for any data, we are now starting to tell them why we are asking for it and exactly where it will be used, and going through more and more opt-in models, making more and more things optional in terms of what they are comfortable sharing or not. So,
I mean, if you see the Insta bio of any 20-year-old today, there'll be 3 things written over there, right? There'll be, I'm advertising executive in the day, poet by night, trekker in my holidays, right? So if your consumer today has multiple personalities, does not want to be identified by one personality, as a brand, you cannot just have one conversation with the consumer. You need to have multiple conversations with the consumer. There has to be a many-me aspect to the brand as well, right? And they are very important. I mean, for example, if you look at water, we've got the sports marketing program going on called Carry Your Game. We've got Drink It Up going on, Hydration Fund. We've got Greener Promise, which is going on for sustainability as well, right? We've got Ab Bisleri apne app aayega for our digital footprint, right? So we are having 4 different conversations with the consumers on 4 topics relevant to them, right? And you've got to keep them engaging. And what is also important today is that in the moment marketing, right? It's extremely important to take, because this is a woke audience. This is an audience which is on digital, Twitter, Insta, every day. You need to be hyper local with your approach, right? I mean, we do about 12 to 15 limited editions a year. Whichever movie, sort of kind of resonates with us. We've done from Jawan to Ekta Tiger, now we've done Dunki, we've done Fighter, we've done RRR, we've done Vikram, Jailer. All of these limited edition short bursts have got us a lot of traction, especially with the Gen Z audience who've spoken about it, right? So as a brand, you need to have multiple and exciting communication with your consumers, and that's going to bear rich fruits to everyone.
Okay. I think that gets us to a close. What I understand from and what my takeaways from today's discussion are that Gen Z is not taking any bullshit. They're making you work for their worth, and it's also the most purpose-driven generation, right? More than millennials and boomers have ever been, because that's their point of focus. It was different for millennials, different for boomers. For Gen Z, it's more about getting their worth, being more purpose-driven, and they sort of expect brands to do the same, right? I don't think y'all like being sold to, so I'm not going to sell this panel also. But I think that's what is one of the key takeaways, that they want to be co-creators, involve them in it, make them feel that they are part of the process of creating, bringing about that change, even in terms of sustainability, even in terms of, the measures that you're taking to reduce the carbon footprint, etc. I think that's very key. And I think if we all in the room think that marketing changed when millennials became the target audience, I think Gen Z's it's giving us a tough time. So I think that's going to be worth it when we get out towards the end of it. Closing that for today. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Thank you so much for being a lovely panel.
All right, with this, may I request on behalf of the team, a humble request to Neeta Nair, editor for Impact, to join us on stage and to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. Hands together.
1, 2, 3.
May I request the team to join us a little forward for a quick photo in the meantime. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the quiz that I promised you. And those instant giveaways they're going to make. So I have precisely 3 questions with me. If you answer these questions right, well, you will get a giveaway. And ladies and gentlemen, I've got options with me, so make sure you raise your hand. Your hand is your buzzer. And this quiz is brought to you by Laksh Insight Group, which is a part of the innovation hub created by Laksh for enhancing the consumer experience in technology, in digital OOH, and multiple other things. So I'm going to ask you a question. If you know the answer, well, raise your hand. Name the book and its author that details how HUL produces corporate heads. Okay? So I'm going to repeat the question one more time. Pay keen attention. Name the book and its author that details how HUL products. So I'm going to repeat it one more time. Name the book and the author that details how HUL produces corporate heads. I've not still given the options. Well, if you want to listen to the options, you're very sure? Totally sure? Okay, I'm going to go into the audience. He's very confident. Okay, so let's race. So your name and the answer.
The CEO factory, Sudhir Sitapati.
Give him a loud cheer. Give him a loud cheer. That's confidence, that's sheer confidence and knowledge as well. So we'll make sure the hamper reaches you. May I request the team to take note of that. And the second question coming your way. One car model changed the way manufacturing was done. Name the model and the process. Okay, I'm repeating my question one more time for you. One car model changed the way manufacturing was done. Name the model and the process. Your options are option 1, Tesla for Tesla. Option 2, Toyota for Corolla. Option 3, assembly line for Ford Model T. You were the first to raise right there. So,
hello, my name is Umka, and the third option, assembly line for Ford Model T.
can we have a huge cheer for him, everybody? Well, the hand went faster than the speed of the car. Well. So, 2 winners so far. Buckle up, kursi ki peti bandh lijiye. The third and the final last question coming your way. The Concorde was the world's first, until now the last, commercial supersonic aircraft. How long did it take to reach New York from London? London से New York पहुंचने को कितना समय लगा? So you'll have to be precise with the details if you're very sure. Very sure. What's with backbenchers? They're really getting this. Okay. No, afsos. I feel like going big B way and say afsos galat jawab hai. Okay, sir.
4 hours.
No, so these are random tries before I give you the options. Listen to the options, please. Okay. ये हम बोली नहीं लगा रहे. Jokes apart. Okay. So I'm giving you 3 options. Okay. Option 2, option 1, 5 hours. Option 2, 90 minutes. Option 3, 2 hours, 52 minutes. Out of these 3 options. Option 1, 5 hours. Option 2, 90 minutes. Option 3, 2 hours, 52 minutes. And I will go to the gentleman here. Okay. So, here we go, sir.
Option 3, 2 hours.
2 hours, 52 minutes. You're very sure of this? Okay. Yes, and 59 seconds as well. A big round of applause for him, everybody. And yes, so may I request the team to take note of the 3 winners. And ladies and gentlemen, after that really insightful and interesting quiz, now, yes, we'll make sure the hampers reach you in time. Make sure you also connect with the team later on during the break. But now, it's time for a fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. Decoding the future. How will digital marketing evolve in the AI era to influence the tech-savvy consumer? Okay, so I'm going to request the 3 winners to come one by one. Omkar, starting off with you. Can we have a huge round of applause? We have the giveaways right here. So Omkar joining in. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. So instant gratification happening right here. Can you have a huge round of applause for Omkar, everybody? Zordar taaliyan. Well deserved. And. The gentleman who answered it right there. Yes, sir. Can we have a round of applause for him as well? Zordar taaliyan. We've got Rudresh joining us on stage. A round of applause for Rudresh, everybody. I was very confident you knew the exact name that I was looking for. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, I think one more winner that I'm missing out on. Right there, sir. Okay, a round of applause for him as well. A round of applause for Pinaki as well. Zordar taaliyan. Congratulations, congratulations. So I have one more giveaway, and this is how you become a radio jock. I met a few people from the digital medium who are very close friends. They've been with Planet Radio City, now with Jagran. But I'm going to give you a very simple exercise. This is IBC. The short form of India Brand Conclave is IBC. all you have to do is take a deep breath. Okay, so who's up for the challenge? Okay, and you get an instant gratification sometime from now. So I'm randomly going to go to a different table. Okay, should I start off with you, ma'am? Okay, please rise. Okay, can I have your name?
Gayatri.
Gayatri, this is going to be a simple radio jock challenge where you have to take a deep breath. If you ever get stuck on a particular word or a pronunciation, all you have to do is say it back to back. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I love IBC, 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 IBC. In one breath, how far can you stretch? Okay, so that's what you have to do. Okay, or you have to say India brand conclave, whatever is comfortable. Whatever, you want it nice and short. Okay, take a deep breath, turn around, let it go. Take a second one and start.
I love IBC, 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 IBC.
So that was good. 12 seconds. Can we have a big round of applause? Anybody who can outdo 12 seconds? I think it's there, but still somebody with a good, better breath control. Okay. There's a gentleman at the back and here as well. So I'm going to give both of you all an equal chance. Okay. So can I have your name, sir?
My name is Vishal.
And you from?
I am from RBL Bank.
Superb. So take a deep breath. Okay. And same challenge.
I love IBC, 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 IBC.
He's got a good 16 seconds. Give him a loud cheer. And going straight to the gentleman right there. He's already, gearing up for this. So he's taken a couple of breaths already. Okay. And I think today is a day of backbenchers. I think they're just winning everything here. Okay, what's your name, sir? Adarsh spoke to me a few minutes back saying that he wants to become a radio jock, during the lunch break. And this is the perfect training exercise, bro. Okay, so take a deep breath. Okay. And ready? Chhod do. Take a second one.
I love IBC, 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 IBC.
That was a good 25 to 30 seconds. Give a loud cheer, everybody. Love the energy, love the vibe. And yes, heading back towards stage right here for the next fireside chat.
IPL fans' heartbeat looks like this. IPL 2023 on Star Sports was a testimony that the love of cricket runs deep in India. Best experienced in the stadium. The stadium that is inside the homes of millions of Indians. Brought to them by Star Sports. Over 505 million people witnessed history. Over 428 billion minutes was shared in the love for cricket. And over 64 million people came together at the same time to watch two titans clash in the final to remember.
Dramatic final, dramatic finish.
IPL 2024, Star Sports is set to raise the bar further for a spectacle like none other. The fans are ready. Are you?
At Kantar, we believe in the power of brand. Every year, we talk to millions of real consumers, wherever they are, collecting billions of insights into how they think and act. So we understand how their lives and their relationships to products and services are evolving. Placing what matters most to people at the core of your strategy identifying the creativity that's effective and the media campaigns that work, tracking your brand health, decoding shopper behavior, improving your consumer experience, and innovating more effectively. That's why, for over 50 years, the world's most valuable companies have trusted us to be their indispensable brand partner. Kantar. Shape your brand future.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our fireside chat. You're all set to explore the marriage of cutting-edge technology, AI, and the insatiable appetites of the digitally savvy consumer. What seismic shifts await in this algorithm? How will personalization redefine engagement? Marketing experts are here to help us to figure out the answers to those questions that we are always looking forward to. Please put your hands together as we welcome our session chair, Kanchan Srivastav, Senior Assistant Editor for Exchange for Media Group. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. Joining in will be Aditi Mahale, Global Launch Lead, IDG Consumer Marketing, Lenovo Private Limited. Also joining in will be Deepak Kumar, Managing Partner, Dentsu Gaming India. Joining in will be Jyoti Bansal, Chief Brand and Communications, Tata Power. And last but not the least, we also have RS Ruby Singh, Global CEO, Patrick. May I welcome our session chair and our esteemed panelists on the dais.
So Simran has given us an interesting topic, decoding the future, how will digital marketing evolve in the AI era to influence the tech-savvy consumers. Thank God we still have real panelists to discuss this topic. And before we begin, let's have a small quiz. Do you have an idea what is the market size of AI in India? Can anyone guess it? So as per Statistica, it is $4 billion in 2023. That is roughly 3,200 crores. That is approximately 3% of the total Indian advertising spend of the country. And the market is growing at 18% CAGR. This is mind-boggling, for a technology which is barely a few years old, and that is why perhaps brands, media platforms, and agencies, they are spending huge amount, in AI enabling technologies. And businesses like Accenture and HG, they have also hired chief AI officers. And some of the metaverse experts have also reinvented themselves and now calling them as AI officers. And their compensation package, according to a study, is well above $1 million. So AI is not only gobbling up jobs, so that is why I think everyone wants to be at the forefront of this revolution. And why is this so? Let us know from the experts. And Jyoti, my first question goes to you. I would like to start from you. Well, most of the businesses, they started talking about AI a couple of years back, but I think Tata Power collaborated with an AI firm, Blueware, in 2021, I guess, in Mumbai. So I would like to, ask you, how does it help, to improve the prediction about consumer behavior and the market trends, especially for the Gen Z?
So, So I think the Bluewave integration and collaboration was more from a pure business perspective initially. Like all new things, I think it always starts from where it can show quick business impact. And Bluewave, what we do with Bluewave is actually that it helps us to predict power demand, forecast consumer consumption patterns in energy, and also from the perspective of a regulatory compliance that we have of onboarding renewable energy, right? So it came less from a marketing and actually more from a business perspective. It helps us to understand consumer patterns and hence to predict how to optimize our power purchase through the day and optimizes the power purchase cost, right? So that's the Bluewave collaboration. what it has additionally helped to do, and how the industry has evolved from there on, from a consumer perspective, is that if you look at smart energy meters, right, which give the consumer the power to optimize their own energy consumption by looking at patterns. And as marketeers, what it allows us to do is to really understand how is it that they are consuming power, and it seems very mundane, but actually then I will know, for example, whether you are using 1 AC or 2 AC, when did you use your washing machine. So it gives me really deep insights into their appliance usage patterns within the household, and that's valuable data then to really to understand them and to build our business on. So it starts from business, then it goes into consumer insights, and hence into further use cases on how we can really build business impact, and not just use it like a, like a new tool which is good to experiment with, but eventually takes much longer to build a use case.
Yeah, so there are brands like, Tata Power, who have been proactive in using AI, but there are certain brands which are still apprehensive. So my question to you, Aditi, do you think that marketers and brands will sooner or later realize that they cannot, get away from this revolution? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think the AI, so there's a word, AI hype cycle. I think AI is here to stay, and the more we recognize that and more we make friends with it, I think that's the best way of looking at it. Because what it does, it unlocks so much of opportunity if you use it right. Like Jyoti just mentioned, saying how do you start with data and then move into consumer insights and then unlock it. AI has been around for the last 6-7 years, as we've been using it as in the form of assistance, we've been using it in form of machine learning optimizations, everything that we've been doing largely towards either automation or towards optimization and lower funnel activities in marketing. Well, that's what we usually term them as. But I think, and that's been what we call as performative AI. Now with generative AI that opened up last year, I think the real power gets unlocked is when you stack the two together and you actually start talking top of the funnel. How can you reach different audiences with messages and targeting that is relevant to them? So how do you convert all of the data and all of the insights into your messaging strategy and reach out? And AI allows you to have that in a very efficient manner. However, yes, you need the guardrails, you need the frameworks in place for the right use of AI. And I think that's where the bit of lag is coming, because it is so new, everybody is trying to figure out what is right and what is wrong. As soon as that learning curve has been crossed, I really see the use cases of AI expanding more and more as people become more familiar with it.
Yeah. Deepak, I would like to know from you, how are you leveraging, AI technologies, in getting insights for the gaming sector?
Right, so what AI does, right? So one, AI is not new to the world of gaming. AI existed for ages back. I don't know if you remember the game Pac-Man. I'm sure most of us have played. The Ghost, if you remember, right? So that was one of the first initial AI generated a module, right? So it has grown, it has made it more immersive, it has made it more interactive, and it has helped create very extreme immersive experiences, right? So the gaming today is an extended you, right? That's your alter ego. It's you who's willing over there with the intent to win, and the AI is now enabling a lot of interaction, a lot of experiences, and it's also helping you stay longer, right? It is also helping you play for much longer time, and also it's helping you, I mean, as an advertiser, to push ads to you without you realizing what you have just stepped on, right? So that's how AI is helping gaming. And what we have seen and what you will see in the coming year, the gaming would be as real as you being part of it. AR, VR would add up to take you to the absolute next levels.
Yeah, thank you, Deepak. And Ruby, because you are a MarTech expert, and of course, I think you are handling a couple of brands, in scaling up their marketing propositions. So it would be interesting to know, how AI-enabled technologies are helping brands to improve their communication strategies.
Yeah, so
on the MarTech space, there is a marketing angle, and there is a technology which boosts the marketing. So, and you will also hear a lot of people saying, okay, there are marketing-driven AI use cases and there is technology-specific use cases. But if you really see acquisition angle of the right consumers and understanding them and then finding more, the use cases, practically deployable use cases today, I can go in a sequence. Like the number one is digital assistant. You will see chatbots in almost every next application introduced, so that you need to reduce number of people who respond to a chat opening. It could be automated, number one use case. Second would be, IT infrastructure optimization. We need lesser machines to deploy the service faster. Then you will see automation is an area where marketing and technology side is gaining huge efficiency and benefit with AI. Other angle, which is smarter angles, is you will see now the call centers are AI managed. You will see a real voice, almost feeling real voice coming from the other side, but the person is, not a normal IQ person will relate, okay, the person is not real. And then other use cases like fraud detection. And then after that is threat detection. If you are maintaining a launch or maintaining like a strong, tight competition space, threat detection, preventing it is strong. Also in area of proper sales funnel optimization. It's a huge, huge pickup there. And QC, regular audits, now can be automated. And if you see you are launching a game, you need to deploy scalable infrastructure. Now it can be done by a click. Earlier you needed like a huge IT team to keep on scaling instances behind it. So that's, I would say, in the right sequence, practical as of today, deployed use cases. But I would say in the marketing sweetening angle top of it, yes, ideation is getting automated. You can use image to, text to image to get ideas, like Imagen from Vertex AI. You can see it's really changing the game of how fast you can have ideas to put in creatives. Also, you can create creatives on demand, huge variations. The modeling can make the creatives intelligence on the go, which means lesser turnaround time to change campaigns and all. So performance is improving, and I see AI as an extension of efficiency that you can bring in. That's a larger lens to this, and it's already happening in these use cases. And I would say most money is right now in these use cases. After that is a lot of thinking and trying happening. But this is all the way us being a professional services provider, we deploy these as of today. And after that, a lot of experiment, let's try that, let's do that. But this is, as of today, is gaining a lot of returns already to all advertisers.
Really interesting perspective. Now moving on to the second round, and Jyoti, I'll start with you again. So how can we unlock new avenues in hyper-personalization, using AI, especially when, privacy laws are becoming, more and more stringent globally and also in India?
So I think personalization and hyper-personalization is already happening, and I think Rubir will, back that up for me from his experience and data perspective. Where I think the whole AI and the Gen AI story comes in is that it will allow for actually, like Deepak was saying, immersive experiences to be created, not only in gaming, but actually from a brand perspective also. Right? And that's where the value unlock will happen. The other bit is that there will be, from privacy perspective, I think Indians are probably the most lax when it comes to, being open to sharing our data. We all think, okay, I clicked the X and didn't leave, a cookie. But if you're online, I think the net knows you better than you do yourself, right? And that's a reality that we all have to live with. What is happening, however, is that this whole thing about responsible AI and the data frameworks that are now, being worked upon, we are moving towards this concept of privacy by design. Not just, putting a guardrail, but privacy by design, which actually keeps the end user at the center of it, while allowing for innovation to happen. Because if we don't allow for those spaces, then no technology innovation will ever happen also. So these are conflicting things that we are today playing with, and it is likely to happen with every technology that is in the emerging space. As marketeers, I think it's our responsibility and our job to ensure that we try to give as much information to the end user as we can to allow them to make an informed choice. and to ensure that we use the data for the purpose that we take permission from the user for. So this whole thing of purpose limitation, of storage limitation in terms of how long will we preserve the data and what end use we will put it up to, and whether it is really useful for the person who's sharing their data or only for us. I think these are sort of the guiding principles which will eventually lead to where this technology goes and how much it scales up. Otherwise, we've seen enough and more instances of various kinds of technology coming up and then also falling by the wayside and not really being adapted and adopted by consumers, because consumers, I think, understand it much faster than marketeers do, and we are always just trying to play catch up with them. So that's my view on it.
Yeah, true. Deepak, I would like to have your point of view on this.
So,
I think privacy is a big concern, even consumers are aware.
Yeah, so see, in a digital world, right, so you're there for a reason, right? But in gaming, you're on a mission. And when you're on a mission and your quest is to win, you are willing to leave a lot of footprints, right? Now it's up to the game creator, right, as to how he wants to use the data. Knowingly or unknowingly, if you look at the game that you're playing, right, you are getting stuck at certain level, it will itself give you direction as to how you need to move out of it, right? So today, the games are getting personalized. Basis predictive analysis, it is telling you how a gamer is performing and where he or she is getting stuck, how it can be outmaneuvered. Or you'll have the option of playing the game and it'll say, okay, skip this level and go to the next and then come back over here, right? They want you to stay, they want you to be over there. And like we just mentioned, that you're being tracked whether you know it or not. Now it's up to you how much footprint you want to leave, and as a company as to how much you want to use it effectively. Right, so you can use that hyper personalization in terms of how to push sales, right, because you know how he or she behaves and responds to a particular situation.
Aditi, what is Lenovo doing on this?
On hyper personalization?
Yeah.
We have, like Jyoti just mentioned, there are a lot of frameworks and guidelines. So we are still sort of looking through that before we get into a hyper personalization situation, right? Using anything for hyper personalization. But having said that, I think one of the most interesting cases in hyper personalization has been the Cadbury, not just a Cadbury ad that happened recently, right? Where you take the information and really use a celebrity like Shah Rukh Khan to give a platform to the local stores. And that really connects because, okay, oh, I need this store. The store is never going to have Shah Rukh as their brand ambassador, but I think Mondelez is really nicely connected the two together to build that. So something like that where you really have the and if you flip this other side, so this was more from the shopkeeper side. Now tomorrow, if you have the hyper-personalization data, and then you go to a e-commerce site, and then you use the first-party data in a cookie-less world, that's going to become more important. And how do you then give them the recommendation, the right matchups, use it to upgrade? That is going to be a very interesting journey to see when you use the information that you have, you personalize the messaging that you reach them, and because any product that you have will have multiple use cases. Right now what happens is you, because of budgets, because of whatever other constraints, you limit to one generic message at least at top of funnel for everybody. With hyper personalization you can unlock that, right? Staying within your privacy frameworks. So I think that's going to be something that's interesting.
And what is your point of view as a market company? What kind of technological solutions you are providing to brands for hyper personalization and also to keep the privacy of the data?
So I think one thing which will get really super relevant soon is consent management system. So consenting on first party and third party space, and now you will hear a lot of zero party space, will increase a lot. Earlier as of today, you will see a lot of just a single notification comes on the website, accept cookies or not accept. That will zoom a lot. You will see accept, specific, essential, only all other combinations, and then you reject it. So consent will pick up as the technology requirement, and that will be a top-up technology of whatever websites, apps you build. You would need to maintain consent, ask for it, and respect for it. After that, hyper-personalization, which we any which ways do as we are progressing, we had a lot of human intervention already. That will reduce by usage of AI. If you see on a third-party space, you will see if you visit an insurance website, you will probably ask for a quote. The ad creative will chase you with the same quote. But the ad creative's background or the celebrity and the color combinations will almost stay same. So the change will move towards, if the user has not consented, the background of the creatives and other combination of the creatives will dance a lot, but the quote will go away slowly as the browsers are picking up on sunsetting the third-party cookie space. Obviously, there is a lot of browser-aligned APIs being tested to support some privacy-safe way to still do the same thing. But I see in the first-party space, by using AI, huge acceleration will happen in hyper-personalization, because in first-party space, mostly we just do A/B testing with 10 variations. But now, after proper consenting in first-party space, you can create unlimited variations. Really, truly, uniquely personal website journey. You will visit a page, next time you will come back to the same page, not the home page. Even if you attempt to change the home page, it will show you the same thing, start the journey from there, and keeping optimized. So that, I believe, personalization will decelerate a bit in 3P space, but accelerate a lot in 1P space. And AI will be used to bridge the gap with what we lose in 3P, I believe. But consent management is supposed to be, I would say in 6 months' time, India will just talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very important, right? So moving on to the third round, and I'll again, go to Jyoti. So I would like to know, how is AI driving the conversational marketing these days?
So AI has actually been the primary driver of all conversational marketing for the last many years now, right? It is that initially, I think the experiences that we created for users were probably not as optimal as the user would want. Also, tech savviness grows, consumers also learn. But I hear a lot that experiences with chatbots have usually not been great, right? And this is across. And then came in the conversational marketing and the conversational commerce and conversational bots, and things have changed, right? And it is improving because the capabilities have gone up, the learning models which are used have become far more complex and advanced. And today, there's a lot of industries which are now very successfully experimenting and have moved to the next level also. I see most B2B to start adopting this in a much deeper manner. Hospitality is one example where it can actually provide a very, very deep and personalized kind of experience. It may not work as well probably for the more mass B2C products, but wherever there is personalization required, it will improve. And today the conversational commerce space is a very, very fast growing space, and it's set to become like a multi-billion dollar economy over the next 5 to 6 years. So that's what's happening in this space today, and it will be powered by generative, performative, and whatever else will come next.
Yeah.
Deepak, have you observed, similar transformation in gaming sector as well?
Yeah, so I think it works very nicely in a gaming segment because you are out there for a kill, and a prompt that comes in and that comes in to help you move to the next level, you are willing to buy. Right now, there are two ways you can look at it. One, from creating a seamless experience, and second, in terms of inducing commerce as inducing commerce to enable you move to the next level. Right. So this has led to a lot of personalization as to when the gamer comes on and is participating in the game, as to how it can help you achieve get to the next level. Number two, how, because the company understands how a gamer behavior or how he play time is, right? So you are able to push certain messages or prompts to get him to stay hooked onto the game for much longer, right? So both in terms of commerce and experience, I think it's doing a great job.
Yeah. Aditi?
On conversational marketing, I think what is happening is as assistants and chatbots are getting far more intelligent, because what is helping is, like Jyoti mentioned, initially when we started with the chatbots, you would go to a roadblock because it was a programmed chatbot and it had only those 3 or 4 options. I think one of the biggest thing is the whole growth in natural language processing, and that coming into chatbots where you can now go beyond the first 4 whatever's programmed. And as the chatbot is getting more and more information, more and more learning is happening, and it is able to provide a lot more refined answers to your questions, right? And a lot of that now gets automated, because once you have plugged in that AI component of it, you don't need to feed in the data. You plug it into your backend, and then the chatbot can throw up the right answer that is required. So I think that nature, I'm not too sure how assistants are moving, because I think there is still a little way for assistants to come, but yes, voice will get bigger, because we've seen voice has a far bigger role to play in India. But chatbots are becoming more and more refined. You can take a whole journey from engagement to transaction, right? I've seen hospitals use it in terms of converting it to a consultation appointment, and you start and you say, okay, I want to ask for XYZ query, this is the thing, okay, this is the doctor that you need to meet, these are the ones available. So it will take you right up to a consultation. I think Apollo has something like this, right? So it's going to be interesting on how much data at the back end you're plugging in, and how the chatbot can then efficiently use it, thereby also then reducing some of the roles that you have, the processes there, and freeing up that space for answering more developed queries over there, which require human intervention.
Yeah, I think it's extending on Aditi's argument. I mean, Ruvir, can you please, also share some case studies or some use cases, where brands have actually, they have got, better sales.
In sales?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in sales, if you use assistants or chatbots, we actually use it on our website. It helps the user to first do a proper mental and self-discovery. What do you need? A lot of time you have a problem, but you don't know which technology will solve it. And let's say if we are a technology provider and professional services provider, we use it, and many of our customers use it to help the incoming party first realize what exactly the person will need, with a series of right probing questions, which will help the person go in the right direction and narrow down to the area. And that actually helps the sales to reduce the discovery meetings right away. If you just copy paste it to all kind of use cases, like for hospitals and other services, is mainly making the user realize and explain its need in natural language, and then help it get narrowed down to an area which it resonates well with, and then somebody at advanced level can get in and then do a further conversation to close it, or maybe make the person realize, yes, we have the service or not have the service. And that reduces the knowledge transfer time, that reduces the sales time, that reduces the turnaround time, that saves the sales teams time to actually go and pick already matured conversation. And most of the leads in any sales cycle is just knowledge. I'm curious, do you do this? And that education is completely taken over by solutions like this.
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah. So moving on to the 5th round, and Aditi, I'll come back to you again. So we often talk about, reducing attention span of Gen Z and millennials, and how most of them, prefer to skip the ads, or maybe they use ad brokers. So, and how can then we effectively, reach out to Gen Z and millennials?
I think the key thing about Gen Z is, this is an audience that wants authenticity. They want relatability. They do not want to be spoken to. They don't want to be sold to. So you need to really have that approach when you're talking to Gen Z. What we are doing at our end at Lenovo is trying looking at a mix of both generative and, so we use Google Performance Max tools to be able to cull the right message, create the right image and messaging that is there, create that marriage between the messaging and this, create various options of it, multiplicity of it, put it into the Performance Max tool with key goals in terms of who is the person that we are trying to reach to. It's not just the demographic audience, right? It's more than that. It allows you to define the personality. It allows you to be more specific in the nature of person you want to try to reach and what is the use of the product that you are selling. So what are the use cases? And then that coupled with the fact that, you know, you have multiple creatives, you have been able to provide multiple copy, the machine then optimizes and reaches out. So then when as a consumer, as a Gen Z person, I'm seeing it, I have 3 seconds, or now possibly it's even lesser. I know a couple of years back it was 3 seconds, now I think it may be just a second or second and a half, right? In that 1 nanosecond, I have to be able to stop the person, right? So that visual, that message has to catch my attention to be able to stop it. And it has to be in a non-intrusive space for them to be able to accept the message. So how do you take it into a native kind of a conversation? So is it influencer? Is it like Deepak just mentioned, is it games? Are you, present in the place where they are in game? Right? So then you look at the place, getting the message and the place right is going to be really the key to win over this audience.
So Deepak, when we talk about Gen Z and millennials, so we are basically talking about 50% of the population. But when it comes to gaming, I think this population is much more. So I would like to know how exactly you are trying to reach out to consumers when they are using, escape ads and ad blockers.
Right. So in gaming, you can't have stall moment because an ad popped up and it's extremely intrusive. And as a gamer, you'll be putting off the consumer and may or may not come back to the game ever again. Right. So how do you tackle this? Right. So some of the things that I'm sure most of us would be familiar with, those L-band, right, that we would have seen during the cricket matches. Those are some of the very prevalent and normal things for you to do. Second, if you look at, there are possibilities of in-game advertisements, right, which are non-intrusive and passive. So you can have both passive and active game integrations. So in the passive, so if you play any of the car racing game like Asphalt 9, if anyone are hooked onto it, right? So there are those billboards, signages, right, which can be there, which acts as an ad, but it's not creating any diversion. Second is, when the game is being developed, right, at that point of time, as part of a narrative, your script, right, you have infused that, you need to get into a Bisleri outlet, consume a bottle of water, and then move to the next, right? That's part of your game. A consumer would never skip that because he's going to earn goodies, right? In Asphalt 9 or a car race game where you need to, pick up NOS, right? So we're saying, consume this and you will get a chance. So as long as it's inclusive, it's not disrupting the game, it is not creating any unnecessary irritation, I think consumer will bite it, right? So there are those reward ads, right? So they'll make you watch a video. I mean, that's fine if it's a casual game, but if it's a competitive game, right? It's a team play, then you would that doesn't really work.
As Deepak rightly mentioned about, being non-intrusive. And Jyoti, I would like to know from you, how does Tata Power approach this issue? How do you approach, anti-ad population?
So I think Gen AI is Gen Z, right? They are, there's some recent Salesforce survey which says that 70% of Gen Z uses Gen AI and they think that it helps them live better, it helps them be more organized. I think contrary to what their parents think, that's what they think. And that it helps them get a lot more out of their life. They're also this very, instant gratification generation, immediacy. I want it like now. So it's something which you have to keep in mind when we are dealing with them and when we are trying to reach out our messages to them. So like Deepak said, immersiveness is very important. They are like an experienced generation, but experience everything instantly. I'll just take an example. It's not necessarily data-based, but it's something where we created a character using Gen AI. And this is a character which we call Globi. So we launched a sustainability linked campaign as Tata Power last month, where we spoke about Dunya Apne Hawale, collective and individual action towards a greener future and protect our planet. And we wanted to, reach this message in a very impactful manner to younger audiences, because otherwise, sustainability is something which gets talked about at panels and in fancy conferences and at Davos and at COP and all. And it's not something that's me, or even if it is, I don't know what to do about it. And interestingly, Gen Z actually wants a more sustainable world. They probably just don't have enough say in things right now to be able to, take action. So we created this character called Globi, which is a representation of the earth. It was created completely using Gen AI. We converted it into comics and put it out in social media. But I think the one thing which does not go away, whether we are Gen Z or whatever generation we are, is the power of the human touch, and how Gen AI and human intelligence, so we call it AI and HI, how AI and human intelligence can work together. So we took this character actually into a real form, and we took it to activations, and we took it on ground, and we had the character mingle with children, with youth, and it just created immense amount of traction. So we are now planning to take it much bigger, because it's given us confidence that this collision of using AI-powered methods and what the human intelligence tells you to do, and these emotions and values, when they come together, that is when we can actually create much, much bigger value as marketeers for our consumers.
I think Jyoti made a very pertinent point in AI power and human touch. And Rubir, I would like to know from you, what kind of challenges you face, from the consumer side?
Yeah, for us consumers, basically our enterprise companies and SMBs we work with, the main challenge that we are being involved into is to do data centralization and using that data to signal first ad buying system, which is going to find the user. Second is then the ideation part of creative to be created personal level, and then signaling the creative delivery system. What we need to solve in the short run is integration of these systems. Buying system needs to talk to the creative system, and the creative system needs to talk to the game or the inventory or the location. And while all of this is happening, it has to happen in real time. And the crux of the knowledge of the first party data around the possibility of the user, or some cases extended audiences, which is built on the small base, has to be so accurate and so real time. Infrastructure is the top ask right now. The tech is there, buying fast and delivering fast, but the intelligence system to talk in between all systems is where we getting a huge demand. You would hear about a word like CDP and data lake and centralization is where the top requirement is. I have all these systems purchased for different reasons, but right now they're talking too slow. We need to increase the speed so that they can go up to maximum scale. So that's the first challenge that we get hit into most of the conversations.
Yeah, sure. So moving on to the fifth round. With AI, I think there is a lot of legal issues are also involved. We have seen how all the big tech, tech platforms like Google, Meta, and Microsoft, they are facing, a lot of legal cases in the US and Europe. And we have also seen a lot of, scams related to deepfakes in India and also across the world. And besides, the huge costs are involved, when we want to invest in AI. So how challenging is it, to adopt AI at this point of time when there are huge costs are involved, and at the same time the domain has legal challenges? My question is to Aditi.
I think you have to be cautious while using AI, right? It is a new tool. I think all of us are learning around the tool as we, try it out. Unless we try it, we will not learn it. But having said that, having responsible AI, having ethical AI is most crucial, right? And that for us at Lenovo is one of our focus points, saying it's not AI for the sake of AI. It's not a new toy, new tool to just play with, but we have to be extremely careful and cautious on how we use it, where we use it, simply because there is risk involved, with using AI. And we want to be very sure that we're using it in pertinent use cases. But if you don't use it, you will not know what it can do. So try it, tread carefully. As it evolves, I feel that all the frameworks will be in place, all the guidelines will be in place. It's similar to any new technology, right? When machines came out first, there was like a huge, oh my God, people are now used to machines. When computers came out, when internet exploded and Google search happened, I remember we were like, all our professors and all told us, no search, you cannot use, it's copy pasting. And there were tools to sort of weed that out, but now you use it on a daily basis because it helps you think deeper, it promotes critical thinking. So similarly, I think AI also is going to have that learning curve. You will get familiar with it, you will know how to and how not to use it. So it's about going that journey step by step.
Yeah, I think we have to move forward. So Deepak, what is your point of view on this?
Right. So see, AI is not new to gaming, right? So I think it's evolved, it's moved on, and it's at a certain stage where we need not worry about this. But of course, you always run the risk because there's always an element who may want to deviate or digress from what needs to do and what is right. Right. So what AI has done in gaming is helping identifying and trying to and avoiding similarities between the two games. So you know that if game A is operating certain manner, see all game operate in the similar manner only. I mean, if it's a shooting game, it's a shooting game. So only what you can change is the environment, right, and the gameplay. So that's what AI is helping enable that. So there is no duplication. You don't go. I don't think we've ever heard about a copyright issue in gaming as yet, because I think this industry has matured over a period of time of using AI effectively.
I think it's a matter of how, not a matter of if. We will all have to live with this, and we will have to learn and navigate and find the right guardrails for our businesses and our consumers and the kind of data that we work with. That's where I think the world is going to go.
Robir?
Yeah, I believe AI right now and in near future definitely will be used for a competitive edge against all competitors. So it will be used, and it is being used. So if you slow it down in your preferences, it's your choice. But I would say on the cost part, if you are training a custom model for a unique personal need, training will be expensive. But the use case, if it is available in a walled garden or a trained model, just deploy it in a cloud instance and then just do a small personal training, and it does the use case. It's very fast, it's not that expensive, but the gains and competitive edge you get on stable models, it is worth the attempt to do. Obviously, taking care of all the ethical angles to it, but true customization is a bit expensive with lower accuracy and more time to burn, but stable use cases already trained in other part of the world, you just need to deploy and use it. Yeah.
Any question from the audience? Do we have any questions? So, thank you everyone for taking time out and being part of this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I request the team to join us for a quick photo op right here at the center, and a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I also request Kanchan Srivastava to hand over mementos to all our esteemed panelists. And let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for Aditi Mahale, Deepak Kumar, Jyoti Bansal, and Rubir Singh. A round of applause for our esteemed panelists and for our session chair, Kanchan Srivastava.
A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for joining and sharing their thoughts on a very interesting topic, decoding the future, how digital marketing will evolve in the AI era. Well, going ahead, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I promised you a whole lot of hampers for our participants, our delegates who are tweeting. Yes, a lot of tweets have come, a lot of Instagram posts have been put up, but LinkedIn is where we want more traction. So make sure you tag the Exchange for Media page and also use the hashtag India Brand Conclave on LinkedIn as well, because our next winner is going to be chosen from LinkedIn. But right now, we have a winner amongst us. May I invite on stage Gaurav Det. A round of applause for Gaurav, wherever you are. If you could join in, a round of applause for him right here. He is in the audience. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye as he wins a hamper on behalf of India Brand Conclave. Make sure you also tweet and share your thoughts on LinkedIn as well. And I believe Adarsh was there, right there. Adarsh, if you could join in, we promised you a hamper. The gentleman who took up the I Love IBC challenge. So if he's there, right there, if you could join in. He's around. Okay, no worries. We'll make sure the hamper reaches him. Ladies and gentlemen, after that amazing fireside chat, it's now time to go to our next spot. Well, everybody, now I invite you to unleash your inner child. Yes, that got a little smile on my face because we are joining in the celebration of playfulness, reinvention, and building imagination brick by brick. Have I given it out or not yet? Yes, another clue. The first brick was made over 60 years ago and it is culturally relevant even today as it was yesterday and will be in future. And it still fits. It is my favorite brick. And if you place those bricks together, the bricks of information together, now you know who we are calling on stage. Put your hands together for our next speaker from a brand that believes that it has ever, or only have, you always feel that you have only one part of the toy and the other half is with the child inside you. Please welcome Country Manager India for Lego Group, Miss Bhavna Mandan. A big round of applause for Bhavna, everybody. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. And she's going to talk about brick by brick, captivating generations with play.
Am I audible? Okay. Good evening, and I think I'll just go to the slide. Okay. It's an absolute pleasure whenever I talk about this love brand of ours to an audience as exciting as this. So good evening. 90 years. 90 years is a really long time. Really long time. It's about time that we see 3 generations. It's about time that really calls out an entire period of evolution, right? And whenever we deep dive into how have we transformed this humble little brick into this timeless legacy, there are many, many things that come to mind. And if I have to really decode, the journey of this brand to you, and bring to life how these 90 years really happened, I thought of various formats in my head on what would be the best way of actually bringing the story to you. And then I decided that the best way to do this would be actually to do what we do best at the Lego Group, that is, tell the children a story. And so here I am to tell you the story of this brand and the people behind it from time to time. What I have also tried to do here is to basically break the story into a few chapters, from my side. And each chapter, essentially, is actually going to be a little bit of a peek into a decade of sorts. The challenges, the opportunities, the times that were, and how the brand really adopted, evolved, faced those adversities, and came out as the timeless brand that it is today, right? So to go back 90 years, or maybe even before that, where did all of this begin? And if I have to really go back to where it all started, it has to go back to 1916. And in 1916, this is the story of a young 24-year-old boy, a little 24-year-old Danish boy called Ole Kirk Christensen, right? He was living in this town called Billund. It is the house of the brick, a very, very small town in Denmark. And this all started with him buying a little factory for about 10,000 Danish kroner. What did the factory do, you think? Well, it built everything: doors, windows, cabinets, shelves, chests, coffins. And that's what happened for quite a while, till about 1929. And then 1929 struck, and the world around Ole started changing. What did happen? Well, 1929 is the time when the world started reshaping because the New York stock market had crashed. It had to actually send the whole world into a dramatic economic collapse after that. And thousands of companies were shutting down. Inflation was skyrocketing. And Ole obviously realized that his entire customer base had started dwindling, because people were obviously, sticking to basic essentials. And where was the place for all of this? So with a heavy heart, he had to let a lot of his employees go. And when he did let the last employee of his go forever, he actually found an article in one of the Danish magazines. What did the article say? Well, the article actually talked about something very interesting. It said that there is good manufacturing sense, or rather good sense in manufacturing utility items. Utility items like step ladders, iron boards, things like that, because possibly people were moving from hiring people to doing these jobs themselves. The last item in that list of products that was mentioned was the item that was to change Ole's life forever. It said toys. Very reluctantly so, Ole decided to allocate a little space in his factory to building toys as well. And that's the chapter 1 of the story, the wooden duck. So this is the mid-1930s that we are talking about. Ole was producing furniture yet and all the other utility items. He was also producing toys, right? Now this is also the time when there was a little tussle between his head and heart. And the child that Ole was in his heart, he decided to give his heart a listen. And what did that mean? It meant that he said that let's focus on producing only one thing, that is toys. A huge punt, one would say, but an exceptionally fateful one, because one day this company which started by building wooden toys, the wooden duck was the first toy that the factory produced, was going to become the largest toy brand in the world. So this was also first big in the evolution of Ole Kirk Christensen, or the Lego brand. Necessity was the mother of invention, right? We move ahead, and that takes me to chapter 2. Now, the factory could not be called the Billund Woodworking Factory as it was called earlier. It had to have a fancy name because it was producing only toys. So what do you do when a young guy actually wants a young company to have a different fancy name? Again, Ole did this in his very typical style. He actually opened a contest to his employees. And he said, think of a fancy, interesting name that denotes what we do. There's a precious prize to it. And the prize to it was something really precious. It was Ole's favorite homemade wine. Who do you think won the contest? It was Ole himself. He actually put together 2 Danish words, like got, as you see them here, and he actually combined that to give the brand its iconic name, Lego. It essentially translates in English as play well. And that is the name that we have lived with for years. It was only very recently that we discovered that the name in Latin also has a meaning. Incidentally, the name means I assemble. Such are the interesting stories with the brand. We move on and we see that, we have settled in the 1930s and we are entering the 1940s. Ole's sons have joined the business and are showing active interest. And this chapter 3, which is very close to my heart, is a chapter that I will narrate to you in the words of Gottfried Christensen, his third son. So basically, Gottfried comes back from office one evening and he says, Dad, it's a great day. Why? It's a great day because we've made a lot of money today. How? We've made a lot of money because we've cut down on some costs. Okay, go on, says the father. He says, you know, today I had an order from the Danish cooperatives for 2 boxes of ducks. I actually gave them those 2 boxes today up the station. And how did you save money in this entire process? Well, you know, we typically give our ducks 3 coats of clear varnish. I decided to give them only 2 this time. They looked good enough. And I have packed them and given them off. After all, they are for the Danish cooperatives. They wouldn't notice. By the time I picked my head up, my dad was frowning. He said, Gottfried, don't you know this is wrong? You will go back to the station right now, open up those boxes, give those ducks a 3rd coat of varnish, pack them back, go back to the station and deliver them where they have to be delivered. You will not go to bed until this is done, and you have no help allocated to doing this. There was no arguing with Dad anymore, and Gottfried had to complete this task at night. That night was the biggest lesson that Gottfried actually learned about what quality means. The next morning when he got up, he actually took a slab of wood, and these were the letters that were printed or rather carved out on that wood and hung on the factory. If you go to any Lego office today, you will find the slab hanging around. These words translate to the core essence of the brand, which means only the best is good enough. And that is the spirit of our brand. When it comes to children, only the best is good enough. That is the next brick in the evolution of the brand as well. That is the obsession with quality that we have, and we completely live by it as employees there. Moving on, you know, with an unwavering focus on quality, where could you go? Only up. Even in the middle of what we now know was the Great Depression, this company was growing. Growing, and how? And then what can go wrong? Well, in one of the unluckiest incidents in the world that could happen, this factory was hit by a fire. And everything that Ole had was erased and wiped out and destroyed. The most precious thing that actually got destroyed that evening was Ole's spirit to continue this business. And he decided, or rather almost decided, to abandon this business forever. It was only, I think, a sense of responsibility towards his sons and the 26 employees who were left behind in Billund that kept him going. He got a lot of offers from other companies in Denmark, but he decided to stay back in Billund. And with a little help from these employees and the family, he decided to rebuild the factory again. What came out was a factory which was obviously more modern than the warehouse that they had. And what did that mean? That meant that they could actually go into mass production. They could also actually use newer age materials now, move on from wood to something different, notably plastic. And this, you will see, becomes a very important chapter as we go ahead in the history of the brand. Now, not only the destruction of the factory, but also this is the time when they were faced with the World War II. Good quality wood had become rare. And so what do? Ole decided to take yet another punt, and he invested hugely into a very expensive then injection for a plastic molding machine. He brought it and installed it into his factory, much to the displeasure of his children. Gottfried was once found quoting to a newspaper, saying you can make very cute little nice things in plastic, but then wood is always stronger. So the sons also decided to persuade the father and said, plastic is not good enough, we should move out. And these are the famous 4 words that Ole used to his sons at that point in time to say, can't you see? If we were to actually build in plastic, we will be able to move out of Billund and Denmark to the rest of the world. And the globe is where we will be able to make the children happy and bring smiles to their faces. I must say now, he was definitely a visionary. Not only because, he gave us the brick that we see today, but also because decades later, another factory actually took fire. And that's the time when the sons decided to absolutely abandon the wood business and go back to where their father had shown faith, and that is plastic. This is also another brick which actually shows resilience and innovation at times that were changing rapidly. Now, you know, the business is doing well, the sons have joined in, they are taking their part, they're moving across the world, and this is the time when the sons had started going out to the globe and gathering feedback. They were very keen to listen to customers and kids to understand what is doing well and how could they do better. At one point in time, Gottfried met one of the retailers who simply said, toys are not that great these days. And Gottfried said, what's wrong? Toys are just great. We are doing very well. He said, yeah, they're doing well, but there is no system. There is no system. These are the words that then kept haunting Gottfried throughout the night. And he said, what do these words essentially mean? The next morning, when he got up, it all made sense to him. He said, yes, there is no system. And what does that mean actually? He said, you know, kids imagine and create. But what are we giving them as toy makers? We are giving them ready-made toys. Yes, I love a car, and so there is a car for you. Yes, I love a dollhouse, and so there is a dollhouse for you. And what if I want a horse tomorrow? And what if I want a rocket day after? So he said there has to be a system. Yes, these bricks could be placed together, but there was no mechanism to lift it. And he thought, and thank God he thought. Because what he came up with at that point in time is the classic interlocking mechanism, tube mechanism in the bricks that we see today. They click and fit together. Now, you know, a lot of you ask us, is the box that you sell equal to one build? Can I really buy this box for my child? It's so expensive. And then he just builds it once, and I just display it and it's over. I have to tell you this, that if your father bought a box, at whatever age group you are, if your father bought a box many, many years back, and if you are the one who's buying it for yourself or your child today, you could just merge all of these boxes together and the bricks will fit and click together as beautifully as they did 90 years back. And they will continue to do that 90 years hence from here. And that is the system in play. We allow the children to imagine and create whatever it is that they actually imagine in their heads. So they could actually decide to build a rocket today, and a plane tomorrow, and a car day after, and their worlds could also merge together in the same system. That is the system in play. Okay, so that brings me to chapter 7. All is going well. There are bricks and bricks and bricks that are selling. Sets are all doing well. And then, you know, we have been listening to customers and we have been listening to retailers. But what about the core consumers, the children? The company had learned its own lessons in saying that we need to listen, we need to see feedback, and we need to grow with that. What better way than observe our kids playing and understand their play patterns? This is the time when Lego as a group opened its doors, you know, opens its offices to children. Even today, all the children are invited to our offices to play with the bricks. They were given hordes and hordes of bricks and they're allowed to play. What do we discover? We discover that children are very happy playing with our bricks. But then the manager said that there is a gap, a clear gap between what the child wants and what we have on offer. And what's that gap? You know, we have subtly and slowly moved into the age of self-expression here. And the child himself or herself wants to be a part of the play. He wants to be in the castle. He wants to be riding that horse. He wants to be flying that rocket. But we don't have a figure to represent the child in there. Very simple problem, one thinks. And yes, we also thought that there was a simple solution to offer. So that is the birth of the mini figure. A 4-brick simple figure with movable hands and legs. But that changed the fate for us because it was the child who was a part of the play now. He or she could himself or herself see them as part of the play. This mini figure, as mini as it looks to be, changed the fate of the brand once again. We grew about 6 times our size in the next decade, only owing to this mini figure. And then you say, you know, we have the bricks, we have the sets, children are building, they are in, everything is going just right. What can possibly now go wrong? Times have changed once again. And the kids have gone back to screens or rather gone first time to screens and video games. And there are fleets and fleets of consultants for the first time at the Lego office, advising them on the fact that the box of bricks is very humble. It's not good enough to keep the children besotted, because children are now into Tamagotchis and Nintendos and whatever. That's the time there was a knee-jerk reaction for the first time by the senior management at the Lego group. And they decided to give the consultants a listen. If there are any consultants in the audience, it's no offense intended here. But this is the time when they actually decided to give the consultants a listen, and they said, okay, let's make our sets flashier. There was jewelry, there was motors, there were lights, everything that was added to the Lego sets. It was actually no longer the vision that Christensen had started with. It had really become a product that was trying desperately to stay relevant in times that had seemingly changed overnight, right? Sales were plummeting. And this time, in my head, there was no factory fire, but the brand had gone up in smoke. The brand was almost at the verge of filing for bankruptcy. And this is the time when they opened their doors to a new CEO, a 36-year-old man called Jon V. Knutstorp, who we very fondly call as JVK in our office. 36-year-old guy who's come in from a consulting background, and for the first time outside the Christensen family, decides to take over. His strategy and what he has achieved out of that strategy has become one of the biggest lessons in the turnaround of corporate history. It is actually put together in a book called Brick by Brick, and that book has some of the most essential lessons that are given in business academics today. What was his strategy, you would think? The strategy was simple: go back to basics. And what did that mean? So he simply came back and he said, let's cut the number of pieces that we are developing right now to half. Let's sell off all the Legoland parks, drastic as it may seem, right now, only to focus on what we do best, with the audience that we work best with, that is children. He got the design team absolutely focused on understanding what children do, play, and how, and said, innovate, but innovate profitably. This is the first time when the group invested in homegrown IPs. And that is the birth of Bionicles, which may be new to some of you, but that was also the birth of something new, that is collaborations. We actually opened our doors to collaborating with what was trending at that point in time. And that gave birth to one of the things which was our collaboration with Star Wars, riding onto the pop culture. The homegrown IPs and this collaboration itself snapped Lego brand out of bankruptcy, and how is a story to tell. So now things have started looking better, and then wizened and humbled by the lessons that we have learned, we decide not to ignore any of the demographics that matter to us. And one of the demographics that mattered to us and had been royally ignored were the adults. You know, we had a lot of motivated fans who were continuing to build us. They were passionate about building, but we were always focused on the kids. And by this time, from a time perspective, we had also entered the age of community building. So this is the time when the Lego group decided to actually create a platform and bring in all the adult fans together. That platform of the adult fans allowed them to vote for ideas and submit their ideas. Some of those ideas were then picked up by our designers and are some of our best-selling products. We fondly call this community the AFOLs, the adult fans of Lego. This is hugely growing across the globe even today, including India. I don't know if some of you sitting in the audience are AFOLs, but this is for all of you who enjoy building, that this is the time when the group actually opened its arms to the adult fans as well, riding on to innovation with a different audience altogether. And then we said, while we stay true to our core of children and role play and storytelling, the way storytelling is happening has got upgraded. Children are now a part of a content revolution. What can we do? And that's the time in 2014 that we decided that time was ripe for us to invest in content. The first time that the Lego group went out and made a movie, the Lego movie. The budget for this movie was very, very minuscule. But the movie was one of the biggest grossers at the box office that year in 2014. Not only did it change the way the Lego group looked at content, but that was the year where Brand Finance reported that Lego had actually toppled Ferrari to become the most powerful brand in the world. And since then, we've never looked back on content. So chapter 11, figuratively and otherwise, meant the end of, that part. And that brings me to the final chapter, chapter 12, which is the chapter that we are living and breathing today. It's a chapter that I lovingly say, a chapter of promise. A promise of keeping children playing with, things, with an environment that they are growing in. We talk of sustainability today. We talk of energy conservation. We talk of diversity and inclusion. And what does that mean? As I stand here representing my brand today, there are tons and tons of people who are actually working towards getting us sustainable materials to build. Replacing the plastic that you see today. We are changing our packaging from plastic to paper. From an inclusion perspective, the minifig that we just saw is no longer the minifigs that you have only seen. You see not only all colors of skin and hair to make it more inclusive, but you also see all sorts of disabilities presented by those minifigs, because we want to give each child an equal opportunity to play, and adults as well, of course. So that is actually, the end of what I wanted to say. And at the end, I just want to conclude by saying that we are not 90 years old. We are obviously 90 years young, and we hope that we can keep all of you young with many, many years of play that we have in us. Thank you.
All right. I'll just request you, ma'am, to be on stage. And after that amazing session, may I request Priyanka Badoria, Associate Director for e4m Group, to join us on stage and present a memento to ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, a humble request. Yes, we're going to have one of those winners that we promised some time back. He wasn't present in the room. May I request Adarsh to join back on stage as we hand over his hamper as duly promised. So if Adarsh is around, if you could join in right here. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye as we present a memento to him. They say, save the best for the last. Well, I'm going to introduce our next session. But before we do that, I'd like to draw your attention to our partner messages on the screen. So we're just going to play that on the screen right now. Stay tuned for the finale session.
When every home feels like a stadium, an IPL fan's heartbeat looks like this. IPL 2023 on Star Sports was a testimony that the love for cricket runs deep in India. Best experienced in the stadium. The stadium that is inside the homes of millions of Indians. Brought to them by Star Sports. Over 505 million people witnessed history. Over 428 billion minutes was shared in the love for cricket. And over 64 million people came together at the same time to watch two titans clash in the final to remember.
Dramatic final, dramatic finish.
In the IPL 2024, Star Sports is set to raise the bar further for a spectacle like none other. The fans are ready. Are you?
At Kantar, we believe in the power of brand. Every year, we talk to millions of real consumers, wherever they are, collecting billions of insights into how they think and act. So we understand how their lives and their relationships to products and services are evolving. Placing what matters most to people at the core of your strategy, identifying the creativity that's effective and the media campaigns that work, tracking your brand health, decoding shopper behavior, improving your consumer experience, and innovating more effectively. That's why, for over 50 years, the world's most valuable companies have trusted us to be their indispensable brand partner. Kantar. Shape your brand future.
That's right. Watch out for this. Right. Before we go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Exchange for Media Group welcomes you back to India Brand Conclave 2024, powered by Star Sports, the home of sports, and associate partner, Kantar. But ladies and gentlemen, we promised you prizes and gift hampers for those who are tweeting and sharing their thoughts on LinkedIn. We have one more winner here, and the name is, you just got it right now, it is Kirtana Nair. Can we have a huge round of applause for Kirtana? I believe Kirtana is in the room right now. Okay, so we'll hold on for that, making sure that the hamper reaches Kirtana. But ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the most exciting session of the day. The speaker that will take the stage next does not need any introduction. He has been in the driving seat of one of India's leading automobile brands, the brand that believes that cars are what it builds as experiences and are what it creates. Up next is a leader of a brand that has managed to turn an entire country's need for driving into its love for driving for an entire generation. I refuse to believe that your first family car was not the epic Maruti Suzuki 800. I just love the Alto as well, the classic Maruti Suzuki Wagoner. In fact, I've driven almost two of these three brands. And fasten your seatbelts and give a huge round of applause to Senior Executive Officer Marketing and Sales for Maruti Suzuki India, Mr. Shashank Srivastav. A big round of applause for Mr. Shashank Srivastav as he joins us to deliver his valedictory address on the topic Maruti Suzuki's Blueprint and Future Fit Brand Evolution. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Good evening, friends, and all the guests. I feel deeply privileged to have this opportunity to address you today, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Motarma Nazia Alvi Sahiba for inviting me to participate in this prestigious 7th edition of the India Brand Conclave. You all know Philip Kotler, a renowned marketing consultant. He once said, marketing takes a day to learn. Unfortunately, it takes a lifetime to master. And this statement holds a great significance for all of us here at Maruti Suzuki. And we continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn in our pursuit to master the art of connecting with our customers. In an era that is marked by the rapid technological advancements and constantly changing consumer landscape, we have not only adapted but also set new standards for what it means to be a leader in the automotive industry. Today, I'm excited to delve into Maruti Suzuki's strategy for a future-ready brand evolution. I'm excited to discuss the pivotal role that marketing plays in building a strong connection with the audience. As a brand that has been around for 4 decades, it is essential that our message resonates effectively with people of all ages and keeps up with the ever-changing trends in marketing communications. But before we go any further, it's important to decode the new age audience whom we are all speaking with. And as we examine the core of our customers, we notice a significant transformation that goes beyond the basic pursuit of functionality. The modern day customer is a connoisseur of experiences, an advocate for meaningful connections, and a seeker of authenticity. They are not satisfied with merely possessing a product. They aspire to be part of a narrative, a community, or a movement. And our opinion is not unfounded. It is based on a strategic understanding of the contemporary consumer psyche. This comprehension exposes a profound inclination towards authenticity, communal experiences, and purpose-driven engagement. Today's consumers have redefined the way we consume content. They are no longer passive viewers, but active digital experts who prefer bite-sized pieces instead of prolonged content. Their attention span is getting shorter. It is fleeting. So we must construct our stories into small yet impactful gems filled with micro interactions and cliffhangers that keep them engaged. They don't just consume our content, they sometimes create it. They remix it and share it using hashtags and filters. Their feedback is immediate and decisive as they swipe left or right based on visuals that stun and stories that resonate with them. Every click, every like and share is a glimpse of their preferences, and we pay attention to these signals, altering our narratives to keep pace with their ever-changing habits. Today, it is about a collaborative process with customers where they don't just consume content, but they own it, shape it, and experience it. As marketers, we are thrilled to be co-creators with them in this. And of course, we have to talk about reimagining marketing communication according to the changing consumer preferences. And our journey towards becoming a future-fit brand goes beyond corporate strategy. It is dedicated effort to remain at the forefront of an industry that is constantly evolving. Our commitment is to adapt to changes, embrace innovation, and connect with our diverse audience spanning various demographics and geographics. Marketing has been the vanguard of brand identity, is at the helm of this transformating journey. At the heart of this transformation is the cornerstone of our journey, customer centricity. It is the driving force at Maruti Suzuki, a foundational philosophy that pushes us forward. Customer centricity shapes all our strategies and marketing endeavors. As customer preferences have evolved, so has our approach to engaging with our audiences. Let's take a look at the evolution of our marketing campaigns. In the early days, and you will recall, some of you who are old enough will recall, functionality was the most important factor for the consumer. Fuel efficiency was a critical decision-making factor, and that's why we launched the iconic, the campaign, Papa Petrol Khatam Hi Nahi Honda. That was launched more than 20 years back. This campaign became a landmark, resonating with consumers for decades with its message of unmatched fuel efficiency. It was followed by equally impactful Kitna Deti Hai campaign. Both campaigns were designed to communicate directly to the consumer, addressing that functional efficiency that was a priority at that time. However, friends, what happened subsequently, consumer preferences have changed. So while functionality is still a vital criterion, it is no longer the only thing that matters. A new generation has emerged, seeking not just utility and functionality, but experiences that resonate with their aspirational lifestyles. In response to this shift, we introduced the all-new Jimny in India, a purposeful SUV designed not just for the urban roads, but for the unbeaten path. With the Jimny, we launched the Never Turn Back campaign and also the Tales of Jimny campaigns, which went beyond traditional vehicle features showcases. Instead, they depicted a lifestyle, an attitude, an ethos that aligns with the mindset of contemporary consumers. The Tales of Jimny campaign, inspired by true stories, narrated the SUV's role in extraordinary circumstances. It highlighted the vehicle's capability and reliability in helping during Spain's snowstorm, Filomena, or being trusted companion for a couple's ambitious journey across the peaks of Africa. And these narratives were not just about the car's capability, but also about the role that the car played in the people's lives, embodying the vehicle's adventurous and reliable spirit. You know, one of the stories is that in Spain there was a big snowstorm. The mother and the child was delivered at a hospital, and they couldn't come back because of this snowstorm, and even ambulances couldn't reach. It was the Jimny did, and it was documented and picturized, and it has made such a big impact that that baby is, of course, she has grown up now, is known as Suzuki baby because she was delivered in the Suzuki Jimny. More recently, we unveiled the Maruti Suzuki Rock and Roll Experiences, an innovative range of experiential and competitive driving events designed to redefine the SUV ownership experience. These events are crafted to connect Maruti Suzuki owners with their vehicles in a manner that transcends the routine, igniting the flame of adventure within. Moreover, to resonate with the vibrant energy of today's dynamic consumers, we have curated Nexa experiences, which includes Nexa Lifestyle, Nexa Music, Nexa Journey. Each initiative that aligns with the modern consumer's pulse, celebrating emerging musical talents, sponsoring esteemed IFA awards, and offering unique driving experiences for travel enthusiasts. These initiatives are a testament to our commitment to understanding and adapting to the evolving desires of our audiences. Our marketing strategies are proactive, designed to engage with our audience on a level that goes beyond mere transactions, fostering a deeper and more meaningful relationship. This shift in consumer preference reflects the broad societal changes we are experiencing. Today's younger generation seeks authenticity, memorable experiences, and a brand that resonates with their individuality. And as a brand, Maruti Suzuki is not just keeping pace with these changes, but actually leading them. And here I would like to tell you something about our digital initiatives. As you know, digital platforms have become increasingly popular, particularly in industries where innovation and creativity are essential for success. And automotive industry is no exception. With Maruti Suzuki way by providing digital sales ecosystem that empowers consumers and ensures the joy of mobility for all. The company has digitized 24 out of the 26 car buying steps to create a seamless experience for its consumers. And even this finance, a smart finance service, has helped disperse over 52,000 crore Indian rupees worth of loans to more than 8.3 lakh customers within 3 years of its launch, by integrating the car purchase journey with top finance partners of the country. And Maruti's commitment to digital innovation has been reinforced by the launch of Arenaverse. It's a digital platform that has received an excellent response. In addition, the company's Nexaverse platform recorded more than 55,000 bookings for the Grand Vitara during its launch last year. In addition, our Auto Expo Pavilion was reimagined on Metaverse, making it more accessible to customers across geographical boundaries. Overall, Maruti Suzuki's digital initiatives have established the company as a pioneer of the online automotive ecosystem, providing enhanced accessibility and connectivity for its new age consumers. And now, of course, the younger generation is increasingly aware of and connected and concerned about environmental sustainability. They are not just consumers, but also advocates for a greener planet. This shift in mindset is not just a trend, but a necessity for the survival of our planet. And recognizing this change, Maruti Suzuki is taking a very proactive approach. We understand that the younger generation, who are the stewards of our planet, are actively seeking brands that resonate with their values of sustainability and responsibility. Therefore, we have positioned sustainable mobility as the key pillar of our future plan. Our approach to communicating this shift is multifaceted. We will use a blend of traditional, digital, and experiential marketing strategies. Traditional channels to ensure a wide reach, enabling us to communicate our sustainability message to a broad audience. Digital platforms, on the other hand, allow for targeted communication, reaching the environmentally conscious youth where they are most engaged. Experiential marketing strategies create immersive brand experiences, fostering a deeper connection with our audience. However, this is not just about communication. It is about aligning the brand's value with those of its customers. And as the automotive industry moves towards a more sustainable future, Maruti Suzuki is not just adapting, we are leading the charge. We aim to be a catalyst in driving adoption of clean mobility technologies. By raising awareness and understanding, we empower our customers to make informed choices aligned with their values. We will use a diverse mix of platforms ranging from new age media platforms to traditional media to ensure that we can make a difference even at the grassroots level. So in conclusion, achieving success in our marketing endeavors is not merely about sales figures or volumes or numbers. We all keep talking about it. It is also about connecting with individuals who view Maruti Suzuki as more than just a brand, but a companion in their life's journey. They perceive us as a brand that aligns their aspiration, values, and the spirit of exploration. We will continue to take this holistic approach using experiential avenues, digital platforms, social media, and more to create personal connection with our diverse audience. Our strategy involves not only adapting to changing customer preferences, but also maintaining an omni-channel approach. This ensures that we remain a future-ready brand, capable of providing a comprehensive and cohesive brand experience that meets the unique expectations of the various segments. And I would like to say that nowadays customer experience is the new battleground. This thought is emphasizing our commitment to putting our customers on the forefront of our strategies. Our customer-centric approach is the key to our success. By aligning these customer changing preferences, evolving with the times, we ensure that our brand remains relevant, providing the joy of mobility to all in the future. This is the secret sauce that keeps us ahead of the curve and poised for continued success. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, so after that thunderous round of applause, when you get an applause without asking for one, it's a mark of a great speaker. Can we have one more round of applause for him? I think it's very difficult to do the finale session, so we're going to make it even more interesting. May I request Ms. Nazia Alvi, editor for Exchange for Media Group, to join us on stage for a quick Q&A session, and this is where it goes to the next level. So let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. So this is where it gets even more interesting.
Is it working? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Check.
It's working. Thank you, Shashank, for doing this and coming all the way from Delhi. And only for this, I'll also make a small, quick correction. Simran was very active in inviting you. You mentioned only my name, so she also deserves
Yeah,
it.
of
She has
course,
put
of course.
this entire thing together for us. It was a very interesting presentation. Your sector in itself is very interesting because you cater to so many different kinds of customers. Picking up from your presentation, I wanted to understand how important has personalization become for auto sector?
Yeah, so obviously now you have technology which enables you to approach customers in a very personalized way, and we are also doing in we have almost 27 million consumers whose database we have. So as you know, for cars, people transact very often. Like every year they have to do insurance, then they pay their EMIs monthly, they buy accessories, come to us for after sales surveys and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of transactional data that we started collecting from 2005. But in the last, I think around 2016 or so, we started collecting interactional data as well. Interactional data means if you go to my website or if you come to my showroom, even if you are not a consumer, we collect that data. And that data is put in a what is known as a data lake and then structured, and we call it data warehousing. And then you know exactly about a particular consumer, choices. So you sort of nudge at the right times, the next best step, as they say. You make cohorts of similar type of customers. And that's possible because you run AI, you have now tools like AI, ML, where and huge data analytics, where you can actually predict what the customer will do. For example, I'll give you an example, and I have given it, I think, in earlier in some of my talks earlier as well. There was this guy who bought WagonR, and we had a database, and we were always in touch with him. And then his daughter, we knew he was passing out of the college, about to get into the workforce. And his daughter was in the Gargi College in Delhi.
South Campus.
In South Campus,
Premium,
yes. You are a Delhi girl.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to add that premium angle. I know that's where it coming from.
Yes. So we knew that she would probably, our data suggested, the analytics suggested that she might be a car buyer. So we approached her and she said, no, I don't want to buy a WagonR because my father has a WagonR. And we said, no, this is a different WagonR that you have. This is a third edition. Anyway, he was planning to buy some other car. We kept on pursuing and she actually bought the WagonR, the third generation WagonR. And we would never have, without the personalization, without this data analytics, even approached her in any way. So today we have, of course, connected cars, as you all know. And connected cars give us a lot of data.
I'm getting that feeling that after having studied so much data, 15-20 minutes into conversation with somebody would know this car you would like, right?
Yes. So actually, Nadia, we are tracking you as well. We know that you drive that car. You have a premium hatch. I know that. We know it's a connected car. So actually, we know how many times you brake when you came from your office to the house to this place. We know exactly how many times you brake the car. And there are some people who brake the car too many times. And we approach them and we say, listen, normally we will check your brakes at 20,000 kilometers, but we will check at 10,000.
But in Bombay, there is no other option but to brake after every few
Correct. So in
minutes.
Bombay, maybe we have to approach every customer like that because you have to brake more often. And then it's good for the consumers because you have a preventive maintenance being done because brakes are important for safety. There are so many other things which you can actually use this. We have now, you from a retina movement on the camera in front, you can actually track the attention level of the drivers. So in case you are getting tired or in case you are getting distracted, you can actually be told,
You should stop now.
yes, that you should stop and you should try to take some rest or break and or chai or whatever, and then on. So it's all good in a way, although it may sound a little, spooky.
Too much, yeah. So, India is now like, there's India, there is Bharat. Then there are various age groups that you cater to. You have young college going people, you have office going people, you have different genders to cater to now. There are a lot of women buyers who have come into the market. So how do you address the issue of customer centricity? This is, I think, similar to my previous question, but little more
Yeah,
vast.
so but I think it's a much more macro. As I said in my talk, the customer centricity is the basis of all our marketing strategies. And it's easy sometimes to talk about customer centricity, but it basically means you have to first understand consumers. And that understanding comes from now a lot of data. And you have analytics which can actually tell you about consumer understanding, even some things which you may not be able to identify while you talk to consumers. But there is also that element of what data you have to capture. So that also, so you might, for example, have a ethnographic studies, you may have a demographic studies, by geography, by culture, by gender, by, there are hundreds of ways in which you can classify people indifferently. It's not possible unless you have those analytical, mathematical tools to do that. So we have now example. For example, consumer preference, we recently have found that since women buyers are more, one of the requirements is like the ease of getting in and out of the car. If they are, for example, wearing a sari, for example, then they prefer vehicles like Wagon-R. Yeah. It's easier to get in and out. And these are things which are getting more important because women are now becoming a large, even in cars, a larger number of women buy cars now. In US, of course, the majority of buyers are women. But in India, we are far from that, maybe about 12% or so. In some models, maybe 16%. But still, these things you can make out by looking at data. You have cultural data as well. In fact, you can see those preferences for colors, basis the geography you live in, and so on and so forth. So you have to first identify what the data points you will capture. You know, there are some type of cars where you have to capture the preference for sports. For example, if I am a Manchester United fan, Maruti Suzuki would know that I am a Manchester United fan. They would know. Because if Manchester United won a match and qualified for, let's say, the Europe Cup or the Champions League, I'll be in a good mood. And therefore, that's the time when you can pitch for more accessories. Rather than, at a time when Manchester United lost yesterday.
So you're not only tracking their preference for sports, but also their mood.
Correct. So it is mood or, yes, you can say because it is...
like how we go and talk to the boss, that he's in good mood today.
Correct. कि वो mood अच्छा है
अभी
तो boss के पास जाए.
let's ask for an appraisal right now.
तो वो उसके mood पे मशरूत है कि आप क्या उससे वो करेंगे, इल्तजा करेंगे. So that is the thing which we applies even for cars. So that's the level one has to go to find out the consumer preference.
Technology is all around us these days, and auto sector has been greatly impacted, like how you're selling cars online now. It's changing rapidly, even in your models, you have electronic cars, you have so many new innovations. What are you doing at Maruti, how are you leveraging it at Maruti?
Yeah, so obviously one is that you need to have those technologies. You would have heard, many of you, that there is a lot of talk about powertrain being different from the ICE engines, the gasoline and diesel engines. Now you have CNG, you have electric vehicles, you have hybrid. Electric vehicles, people say, will be the flavor in going forward. Those will be the vehicles which will be required for meeting emission norms. for the future as mandated by different government and regulatory authorities. So we will have to have that development first to identify which technology will prevail, and of course then to do the development of powertrains. Like we are going to introduce our first EV next year in EV. Yeah. Electric vehicle we will be introducing in the next financial year. There are things which you have to take care of, like a charging infrastructure, like battery localization, and everything flows from there. And then you find that the what type of powertrain appeals to what type of customer. So there are some experimentative, forward-looking, progressive consumers, risk takers, who will probably buy into that powertrain earlier. The others will follow. And it's all a mix of regulation and changing consumer preference, the technology which is available, and it is something which needs to be really monitored very closely. If Maruti Suzuki believes, for example, EVs will be like 1 million annual sales in 2030, annual sales 1 million, that's about 16-20%. And we should be there with our introduction next year onwards. We should introduce more and more EVs going forward. In fact, we have planned 6 of them in the next 5-6 years.
We have, I think, time for 1 or 2 questions from the audiences, if anyone has any. Yeah, there's one right at the back. Can someone pass on the mic? Yeah.
Check. If you could introduce yourself one more time for the audience. Yes, I know you, but for the speakers.
Hi, good evening. This is Ajinkya from AdFactors PR. Thank you for a lovely discussion and interaction. It was quite insightful, sir, to hear you. And one question I had, since you were talking about EV, right? And the first EV that we are going to launch, like you said, in the next year. So was that a deliberate move that you're getting into this particular segment? Do you think that it's delayed, or was that a deliberate move? That's A. And B, since there is a lot of virality going on, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, Reels and stuff, yeah, saying that the EV companies, yeah, who are manufacturing engines and different parts, they will be growing at a very large scale, in terms of their stocks, share prices and stuff. So what view do you have, in terms of the market equity and share prices and stuff?
The first part, first question I understood very clearly. The second part I didn't understand, but I'll first answer the part, sure, and then maybe ask you for clarification on what you wanted for the second question.
Absolutely.
So this is a question which is often asked, not only in such forums, but also in the media. Is Maruti Suzuki late for EVs? The optics look bad. So people say optics look bad. You are a market leader, but you have some other competitors coming in with EVs. Why not you? So our thought is, one, it is a deliberate, the timing is deliberate. We had a EV vehicle which you may have read about, an EV WagonR which we were testing about 5 years back, which we decided not to introduce. The main reason for that was that since it's the first time we are going to introduce EV, one, we must test the vehicle thoroughly, and that's the philosophy we adopt. And secondly, consumers should not be inconvenienced in this experiment. So the feedback which we get currently from EV owners is that there is often inconvenience in charging, because we have our country lacks that charging infrastructure, which is essential if you are wanting to use EVs. This is resulting in what is known as range anxiety. You are afraid whether you will, suppose you are going from Delhi to Noida, or here, let's say from here to Goregaon or some place. Navi Mumbai, you might feel ki whether I will, whether my battery will last that distance. That is called range anxiety. And at the same time, the price of EVs currently is very high. The cost of acquisition is high because the battery prices are high. The battery prices haven't fallen as was predicted, primarily because lithium prices have still gone up. Now, Maruti Suzuki, let me tell you, I have been working there for a long time. In our case, if the choice for in any decision, if the choice is between optics and customer convenience, 100 out of 100 times we will go for customer convenience, not for optics. So you see some of our competitors, they have introduced EVs because technology is, I mean, it's available, so it's, but customer convenience may not be there. You might introduce the EVs saying that it's good for environment, but actually at the same time you may be selling large diesel cars, for example, which some of our competitors do. So we are not into that for optics, and therefore we believe the right time is when you can provide this customer convenience. By the way, since we talked about data, research shows that if you look at data of Korea, France, Germany, Norway, Netherlands, UK, some of the other countries where the penetration of EVs, Thailand, the point of inflection when EV adoption rate increases suddenly is around the 4.5–5% penetration. At the moment, we are at 2.1% in our country. When it becomes 4.5, we can see a rapid increase. 2030, the prediction is about 20%. I think that 4.5 will be struck sometime in the next 2 years. So I think that's the right time to approach from a research, mathematical research point of view, and also from the consumer convenience point of view. On the second question, was it about market capitalization?
Yes, it was capital markets.
Yeah. So yes, I think Tesla is one company which came in very late. Now it has the market capitalization at one point of time was the sum of all the next 10 companies which have been operating since 100 years. Thing. That's primarily because of the future projections and technology. But talking about, you mentioned whether the other companies will come in which will sort of obliterate these people who are making the current. In India, I think it's going to take some time. And also, I think, I'm sure new companies will come in with who can make the battery. Battery is the key. I think, in this whole process. So you would have heard of BYD and overtaking Tesla this last quarter as the largest supplier of EVs even. So within that, you can see a lot of churning. Yes, it all depends on how many consumers you can have with your technology and your offerings, and that's always been the game. So I think you are right in that sense. We would see a lot of changes. And different companies have an opportunity. You see, for EVs, you would have heard how many companies like Apple or Sony, and they are also, planning to get into it. So it's sort of blurring the boundaries of, because technology is really converging, and automobile is a great place where you can see different technologies. AI, ML we spoke about, we just talked about it in Nazia, and you can see all those technologies coming in together in the automobile.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Just a follow-up question, a short one though, but it's a very direct one. Shall we invest in, with regards to capital markets, shall we invest in EV stocks? Like Mr. Prime Minister has always been saying, and he's talking about various companies, the stock prices are what, 150, 200, 250, and the projects.
For this you have to pay, sir, consultancy fee. Everything doesn't come for free.
No, this I can give you for free, but remember, you may lose all your money. But we have experts like Jalan Saab here, sitting here, so he might be actually a better person. Later on, you can ask him.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir, for the
So
clarity.
we had time for 1 or 2 questions, but the gentleman asked 3 questions. Okay, we'll take one more question because sir has a flight to catch.
Hello, Shashank. Thank you for a lovely session and a lot of insights. This is Sumit. I'm from the Exchange for Media team itself. I had one question in my mind. I'm a Maruti Suzuki owner. Okay. While I go for a service after a year, okay, I know the Maruti dealer will contact me because Maruti is known for its after sales service. I buy Maruti because of its after sales service. How far and how, because I give all my feedback to the dealer. All my feedback goes to the dealer when it comes to the customer experience. Okay, I give all my experience to them. How far do you measure the customer experience through dealers, and how far they give you all the facts and the pains do we go through during these times? This is my first question. The second question is, I myself wants to connect with Maruti Suzuki as a consumer. Is there any way where you're trying to find out wherein Maruti can connect with customer after 10,000 kilometers, after 20,000 kilometers? Or wherein, how do you, I mean, I would love to see Maruti connect to me, frequently, directly, rather than through dealers, like which happens to 6 months or a 1 year. This is what my question is. Thank you.
So if I get it right, you are asking the feedback that is collected by dealers.
Yes.
How it comes to Maruti Suzuki and what do we do with it? So a very important question. In my talk, I did mention about customer centricity and the importance of customer satisfaction. And you'll be happy that for Maruti Suzuki, we are measuring that customer satisfaction on a daily basis by every showroom and workshop wise. We have about 4,000 workshops and about 4,000 showrooms. By that, we measure every day. So that all data, it goes into a cloud where it is immediately comes to us. For example, if you ask me today, how many people came, how many, let's say, women came in our showroom wanting to buy a Alto in white color, I can tell you now. That across India today, let's say 42 women came in wanting a white Alto. So it's a instantaneous connect that we have. On your second point of, is there a direct way? Because sometimes consumers, politely give some other, I really want to criticize and give an adverse feedback, but would dealers say, "Roj baat ho rahi hai," so they are a little hesitant. And that's true with all market research actually. So yes, there are ways in which we directly, we have a direct consumer connect program also. The thing is, you may not have been contacted because we have, like every day, we get about 6,000-7,000 inquiries. And obviously we have to do, we can't do 100% feedback from, like we sell 150,000 cars a month. So maybe we can't get to, because a dealer can, because there are 4,000 such this thing. So per dealership you have that distribution of those 6,000 daily customers. Whereas for us, we can't really contact 6,000 daily. But tomorrow I think you should be ready for that.
Thank you so much. You all just heard, sir, he's an expert on auto sector. I don't know how many of you also know that he's an avid reader of Urdu poetry, and every time I get hold of him, I'll ask him to at least say one couplet, something in Urdu, because his Urdu is of another level, and it's really beautiful to hear it. So before we close, because अभी शराब तो थोड़ी देर बाद मिलेगी आपको, अगर आपको इंस्पिरेशन चाहिए, but just
I think all our consumers
थोड़ा easy वाला,
हाँ easy वाले करेंगे, easy वाला ही करूँगा,
हमारे level का, आपके level का नहीं.
Because you always, there are two things which always keep in my mind. I don't know why you mentioned this Urdu thing, because it's just a language. Anyway, so you feel sometimes, and I keep telling in our case, like the employees have to be treated well, because if you want to get the maximum out of them, you have to, and you also always remember what feedback comes to you from where, etc., etc. And you have to be careful, and it's been put in form of an, why I like this Urdu couplets very well, because they put an essence of all that, and they are very valid for organizations. So one thing which is my favorite is like, which we used to say earlier, now I'm very careful. मेरा सर हाजिर है लेकिन मेरा मुंसिफ देख ले, मेरा सर हाजिर है लेकिन मेरा मुंसिफ देख ले, कर रहा है मेरी फ़र्द जुर्म को तहरीर कौन. Which means that please see who is framing the charges or the list of charges. तो फ़र्द जुर्म की तहरीर कौन कर रहा है, that is very important. And the other which is also very good, which I feel is the essence, which is about you should be good and wish well to everybody, because ultimately it's this goodwill which will prevail, and it has been put in very good form by one of the shair, which is उम्र भर निभाता है कौन ताल्लुक इतना, उम्र भर निभाता है कौन ताल्लुक इतना, ए मेरे जान के दुश्मन तुझे अल्लाह रखे. शुक्रिया जी.
मैं भी बोलूं?
जी बोले बोले.
इस अंजुमन में आपको आना है बार बार, दीवारों दर को गौर से पहचान लीजिए. मुझे इतनी आती है, but it's always lovely to have you. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the two. May I request for a quick picture right here, and may I also invite on stage another gentleman who needs no introduction. He is the MD for Lux Media. Give it up for Mr. Alok Jalan. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. And that completes exactly the finale session. May I also request him to hand over a memento to Mr. Srivastav. Can we have a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? What an exciting finale session we've got here. And yes, that's our hashtag India Brand Conclave moment of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jalan. Thank you so much, Mr. Srivastav. Thank you so much, Nazia, for joining in on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, the excitement doesn't end here, my friends. After this, we replenish ourselves with refreshing beverages and snacks and reconvene for the highly anticipated India Marketing Awards 2023, where we will unveil the remarkable winners who are revolutionizing the marketing landscape. Get ready to be amazed for innovative ideas and fresh perspectives. But before we do that, a quick general reminder for all those who want to be a part of India Marketing Awards. You will have to again register outside at our stations, so make sure you mention your names there, and please make sure we're again going through this process of creating a surprise experience for you. So I humbly request everybody to vacate the room with their belongings, because the entire set is going to completely change for the next half. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience. On behalf of the entire Exchange for Media team, I thank you. You've been a lovely audience. Arch Rahul Manjal signing off. Thank you so much. That's all from India Brand Conclave. Yes, Exchange for Media, India Brand Conclave 2024. Thank you so much.